little technicals. But in the south, where we can't see Polaris, how are we determining declination? We're going to have to use our model. So either the model's wrong or the compass is wrong.
I
I
would.
argue that the model's wrong.
What's it? Do you want to have a go with Dr. Parks for a little bit?
No, I don't care. I just
Birthday
think
gift.
I think it's funny.
I was just curious about Brian, I have never done this. I've never done figuring out magnetic declinations, but I will say that if someone had told me, can you find true north or true south as an astronomer, I would use the stars, because right ascension declination, that is a fixed system, and that will give me where true north and true south is.
I thought that's what Brian's point was.
I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't.
That's what I was getting. I thought he was basically saying, look, if you can't trust your map, you can't trust your compass, then what do you got to... everybody's going to be looking to celestial bodies, right? You're going to be looking up.
Hey, Professor Parks, do you agree that relativity's already been disproven?
I do not.
Really? So, like, just being off by 96%, it's still a viable theory?
Which you realize you're going to have to give me more context.
Relativity's predictions are grossly off on the cosmological scale. It's not even remotely close to viable.
Can you be more specific?
Sure. As early as 1933, we discovered, looking at the galaxy clusters, that it only had 1% of the predicted mass. You have the accelerative expansion rate problem. You have the galaxy rotational problem. You have overall distribution of the galaxy problem. Relativity's predictions do not match what we see at all. It doesn't even account for 96% of what is there. In order to save relativity, we have to make up to unidentified, undefined phenomena as a placeholder to keep it alive.
So you're talking about, I think you're talking about dark energy and dark matter.
Yeah.
Dark energy actually was predicted. Well, the cosmological constant was actually predicted by Einstein in the early 1900s, but he thought that he claimed it was his greatest blunder when Hubble discovered that the universe was expanding, because he no longer thought it was necessary. It was only recently when we realized that the expanding universe was accelerating, that the cosmological constant was really brought back in and is being used to characterize dark energy.
About how fast it's expanding.
Yeah, and dark matter is not directly related to relativity per se.
No, but dark matter is a made-up concept.
Dark matter is, so we see, if we look at, say, a spiral galaxy, and we look at the rotation rate of that galaxy, that rotation rate is not Keplerian. And so it has a flat rotation curve. The only way that can happen is if the mass is uniformly distributed throughout the galaxy. From direct visual observations, well, really direct any kind of observations using light, we don't see a uniform distribution of matter throughout that. So dark matter has been invoked to explain that.
You mean to save the theory that's provably wrong?
Well, I wouldn't. I would disagree with your notion that it is proved wrong. It is.
And how do you prove something wrong then? If I have a theory and it predicts 100 pennies, then I go and there's only one penny. If I make up an idea of 99 invisible pennies that are actually there, but I don't know what they are, they're not like any other pennies. I can't find them. I can't define them. I can't actually prove to you that they exist. But we're going to pretend there are 99 more pennies there so that my theory of the 100 predicted pennies is correct still. How can you prove a theory wrong then? If you can just make up names to fix the gap.
So the scientific method works with, you come up with a hypothesis, you test it, you see what happens. Now, and you continue to do that but occasionally you will, as you rightly point out with dark energy, this is not something that was predicted without bringing back in the concept of the cosmological constant. And so you have two options in this case. You can either throw out the entirety of relativity or you can attempt to augment relativity, which
can
is
attempt
what
to make
we're
it not
trying
fun.
to do now.
So it's pseudoscience. It's actually by definition a
No,
religion.
that is not suicide. That is how science is actually done.
No, it's
I'll
not.
give you
In
another
science,
example.
you have a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. And so when your theory predicts something, you're like, okay, this is what my theory predicts. This amount of mass, this amount of gravitational effect. This mass displaces space-time and bends and warps it this way and has this gravitational effect. That's your theory. That's your hypothesis. Then you see set amount of mass, and then you see way more gravitational effect than your prediction of your theory of gravity. Then it's the null hypothesis. In science, that debunks the theory.
So
This is not science, this is a religion. So relativity, no one's come up with a better answer than relativity. So we're just going to keep it until we think someone come up with something better, even though it's been proven wrong to such an extent that for almost a century, we've kept a 99% placeholder that can't even be defined.
okay, so again, dark matter has nothing to do with relativity. What dark matter is that from a dynamical standpoint, and actually, in actual fact, relativity is never really used to determine dynamical mass. Actually, mechanics is used to determine the dynamical mass of galaxy because the mass is, or the rotation rate is so slow, but it makes the math easier. I can give you an example of how science, works. Is we have the Nice model of came into being. Prior to the mid 90s, it was a nebular theory where basically a cloud of gas comes down due to gravity, causes a protostar, creates a circumstellar disk. From the circumstellar disk, you have the coalescing of planets. And so from that simple model, we believed that terrestrial planets could only be in the interior part of the solar system, and Jovian planets could only be in the outer parts of the solar system. But then we found hot Jupiters. And so what we had to do was we could take that nebular theory and just toss it out the window, or we can say that we don't have a complete understanding, and we realize that planetary migration is a thing, that you can actually have gravitational interactions between the planets, the protoplanets in the disk, protoplanets with themselves, and so forth. So that is what's happening with relativity, is that we're at a stage now that they are attempting to make, because relativity gets so much of other things right, that they are in a process now of trying to modify relativity in order to account for these or basically these things that relativity cannot previously account for.
You mean in majority? So like it's a talking point that everyone repeats ad nauseam because it's a cult. So everyone repeats the same talking points. Relativity is the most tested theory ever. Relativity gets so much more other stuff correct. It's just a talking point. It's all fluff. In reality, right? We didn't recently discover anything. It's been a century within 15, 20 years of it being proposed. So within 15 years of it being proposed, it was debunked. Now we're almost 100 years after that, and it's still here with undefined mathematical placeholder on it as if it's correct. And it gets even worse for relativity on the quantum scale. It can't be applied anywhere. General relativity can't even step the foot in the door of quantum mechanics, has been thoroughly refuted. So it doesn't work on the small scale or the big scale, but hey, it can explain downward acceleration, which can be explained with about 1,000 different theories. So it must still be true. It must still be true because of stuff like Michelson-Morley. Michelson-Morley is the only reason that relativity is held on to, because no one has proposed a replacement for gravity that could explain Michelson-Morley. It's the only way is that there's length contraction and time dilation. That's why it still sticks around to this day.
No. So,
well, how do you falsify relativity?
We don't stick to relativity because of Michelson-Morley. We stick to it because of gravitational lensing. We stick to it because of muon decay. We stick to it because of observed time dilation and GPS satellites.
That didn't work. Relativity didn't work.
Again,
Relativity didn't work for that. We had to bring in Ron Hatch, who had to specifically use a Lorentzian etheric model to help fix the relativistic discrepancies of time delay within satellites and GPS.
And again, to say that I'm a cult member is a bit insulting.
Well, I didn't
That's
specifically
the
call you a
point.
cult member, but you are propagating a cult-like belief. Because when I asked you, how do you claim science, but you're actually purporting the opposite of science to be science. Like I asked, how do we debunk relativity? No one will even utter an answer because that's like blasphemous. No, you don't refute relativity. That's the linchpin of the belief. That's not even, how dare you? How
Okay.
dare you say anything about I asked, how do you debunk it? Do you in science, if a theory makes a prediction and then the evidence directly goes against the prediction, is the theory right?
The theory either is completely wrong or needs to be adjusted.
So you could say that about literally everything. So then it would be impossible to ever debunk any theory.
That is essentially how science works, is that it is
No theory's
iterative
ever been
process.
debunked and everything's still on the table.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that every theory has been debunked, because let's look at the difference between classical mechanics and relativity. There were a number of cracks in classical mechanics before relativity was proposed, and it got to a point where, Einstein came up with relativity, and what relativity could do was it could basically explain everything that classical mechanics could do, and could explain these new cracks that were coming into being.
Cracks
So-
like what? Let's get specific. Let's name
Like
a crack.
Mercury.
Because he didn't come up with anything. Einstein didn't come up with anything. He didn't even come up with the curvature of space and time. That was Henry Poincaré. He literally came up with nothing. All he did was put it together and have his wife do the math that he couldn't do. So Einstein didn't come up with anything. So what were these cracks in classical mechanics that Einstein stumbled around half naked thinking he's a woman some days when he became a genius? Well, what cracks did he fix?
I have no idea where the thinking he was a woman has anything.
Well, he cross-dressed and he wrote about how sometimes he was confused as to his very person, and he was like he was a mentally deranged, insane person.
How does this have anything to do with this discussion?
Well, because he's being propped up as some type of genius that invented something. He didn't come up with anything. He didn't come up with the bending and warping of space-time. That was Henry Poincaré. He didn't come up with length contraction. That was Lorentz. He didn't come up with time dilation. That was also Henry Poincaré and Lorentz. He didn't come up with anything.
Okay, I get it. You don't like Einstein. That's fine.
What did he patent, though? What's it?
Something to do with a blouse.
Do you know what he won his Nobel Prize in?
Yeah, it's to do with his pseudoscientific interpretation of the quantum definition of light, based upon the photoelectric effect, and it was actually not even him that did that either. He didn't even do that either. There were 3 other people that did it. It's so goofy. He didn't do anything. I just want to know, what were the cracks in classical mechanics that relativity fixed?
Somebody mentioned one of them, which was the precession of the perihelion of Mercury.
Okay, this is a great example of like the wizardry that goes on, right? So Einstein didn't predict the perihelion of Mercury, right? Like Einstein's theory doesn't predict it. It was discovered like 4 or 5 decades. It was discovered 4 or 5 decades before that. The reason that Newtonian mechanics doesn't account for is it wasn't discovered yet. Because in every situation, when people proposed a dynamic theory for the sky, it was based upon what we saw happen in the sky. So Mercury's perihelion shift wasn't observed yet. So it was observed 4 to 5 decades before relativity. So it tries to integrate that into its explanation, and it still doesn't work mathematically. To this day, it's called Mercury's anomaly.
Actually, what I've seen, I will need to look up the precise citation, but classical mechanics will produce a precession of a certain size, but the precession is not high enough. It doesn't match the observation, whereas GR predicts the precession amount perfectly.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay.
Does it? No,
It
it's
does.
closer. It's closer. No, it doesn't. Okay, what's the care metric then?
That's a specific. You're talking about the what's it called? The solution for the so one of his field equations.
Yeah, which is the primary used equation to be applied to the perihelion shift of Mercury. The care metric.
It's one of them.
It's a
The primary one.
a rotating curve spacetime.
Okay, so does care metric work to explain the perihelion shift?
To my knowledge, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Because it has to invoke characteristics of the sun that doesn't actually exist. So it has to claim it has more charge, and it has to claim that it spins faster than it does. So there is still something wrong with relativity, even on the solar system scale. even if it worked amazing on the solar system scale, that doesn't mean anything. If I came up with a theory based on my desk, I have like some books on my desk. I have an iPad on my desk. Here's a speaker. Here's an audio mixer. Here's a laptop. Here's a microphone. Okay, now I came up with a theory that with different variables, I described everything on here, right? I have a little fan blowing on the left, so things occasionally move. I can predict when they'll move, blah, blah, blah. I come up with a theory for my desk. I'm like, hey, bro, look, I got a new theory of the entire universe and all of existence. Check it out. Look at the desk and read my predictions. Look, I predicted everything on the desk. And you're like, yeah, you saw everything on the desk. I mean, that's cool. It works on the desk. Okay, this is awesome. You came up with a new theory about existence. Let's go test it everywhere else. And it doesn't work anywhere else. And then the person's like, bro, your theory sucks. It doesn't work at all. It's off by like 99% over here. It just doesn't work. And then I say, well, look at the desk, bro. But the desk, it works on the desk. That's
Yeah.
retarded.
So
That's not science.
what would probably happen in that case is that the new theory would simplify down so that it actually matches the predictions of your desk. That your desk is what we would call a special case of that larger theory. Very much like how general relativity essentially reduces down to classical mechanics, given things moving slowly through relatively small or relatively slight curves, space-time.
Amen. In 1933, Fritz Zwicky saw that the mass prediction of relativity was off by 99%. And that's he's attributed to the first discovery of quote unquote dark matter, 1933. Okay.
Correct.
99% discrepancy means your theory is wrong. It doesn't mean that you get to run around for a century pretending it's complete and accurate, or no, now we say incomplete. We can't say wrong, so now we say incomplete. So 99% wrong, and then we'll pretend it's still right. We'll make up a name called dark matter, which is just a fancy way of saying we have no idea, but it must have some type of substantive qualities. But specifically, Einstein said there is no substantive qualities outside of space and time. There is no substantive qualities.
Okay.
But there's something here that has to have substantive qualities. So if his theory says this is all there is, space and time, no substantive qualities. There's only ether in the sense that there has to be physical properties within space and time alone. And that is the only way that you could define ether. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable. But that is the only way that you could call it ether. That is the only physical properties. It's attributed to space and time alone. That was his entire theory. That's what saved relativity, or that's what saved the heliocentric model with Michelson-Morley. Now, 1933, we find out, whoa, we need 99% more substantive qualities. Okay, so that's directly contradictory to relativity's prediction. It's directly contradictory. It's not just, it didn't account for it.
No. I am giving him all the rope, but I get to respond to this.
Okay, great.
Good
So
first.
specifically, if there was any type of substantive quality outside of the three-dimensional world, other than space and time's physical properties of space-time curvature, right? If there's any additional substantive qualities, that would cause an impedance within Michelson-Morley, which would show a friendship. The entire thing he's famous for is removing the substantive qualities of the etheric background that existed at the time, introducing relativistic reference frame. Okay, so then we look out into the sky, taking his prediction of this amount of mass, this amount of gravity, and we see it's off by 99%. So we make up a term called dark matter. That's it. We just made up a term. It's undefined. It in theory has to have substantive qualities. That's why we called it dark matter. Okay, so how can relativity specifically say there is nothing with substantive qualities, and then you invoke a name of something with substantive qualities, and that doesn't contradict relativity?
Okay. I'm sorry. Are you done?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. I've said this twice. I'll say it a third time. Relativity and dark matter, they're not in conflict. Actually, as I've said, what Zwicky didn't use general relativity when it comes to his observations of galaxies in a cluster. He used classical mechanics. The problem is the reason why dark matter is an issue is that the dynamical mass, as seen from the motion of the objects, in this case, gas within a galactic cluster, does not match what we would consider to be the luminous mass of that, which is what we get. In that case, I think he was basing it off a visual. So in this case, general relativity has nothing to say about dark matter. They are not the same thing. So Zwicky does not disprove or debunk relativity. What he is saying is that there is matter that is not producing light, but is interacting gravitationally. In terms of substantives, you can look up, and I hate these acronyms, but you can look up WIMPs and machos. There is a camp of the astronomical community that believes that dark matter is in fact baryonic matter, normal baryonic matter, consisting of very, very low asteroids, planets, black holes, really old white dwarfs, things of that nature. Those are called machos, compact halo objects. Now, when you get into WIMPs, or weakly interacting matter particles, that gets a little, I will fully agree, that gets a little bit more speculative in that you have neutrinos as probably the best example of a weakly interactive massive particle, but unfortunately the problem is that neutrinos are too fast. They have too much energy to them. They would be hot dark matter, whereas cosmology tells us dark matter must be cold. And so that's when you start getting into things like axions and non-baryonic particles, and yes, that is all very speculative. It's called.
So is your little mathematical
error.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on, Brian. Please, Brian. Please, Brian. Please.
Wait. So is your little
back and forth? Hold on, Witsit. Witsit's having a back and forth with Dr. Parks. Take a break for 5 minutes, will you, please?
Wait. How is your little magical asteroid fairy dust not speculative?
My fairy dust? Okay.
Yeah, your asteroid fairy dust that doesn't interact with light, but it's just baryonic matter, but it's invisible, but I promise it's there, white dwarfs and asteroids. How's that not speculation?
It is speculation in the sense that it is mass that we cannot observe because of our technological limitations. The argument is that dark matter is not some exotic form of matter, but it is in fact baryonic. It is like the matter that we see all around us. It is just that we cannot detect it visually. So therefore, that is the discrepancy between luminous mass and dynamical mass.
Here's the point I'd like to make, right? So obviously what you're bringing up right now is not like the mainstream consensus belief or anything.
It is.
It is.
Well, what do you mean by it? WIMPs and machos are the mainstream consensus.
Okay, well that's pathetic then. So because the mainstream consensus actually is we don't know what dark matter. That's the actual consensus. Correct. Is that we don't know what it is.
Correct.
So if I were to respond with that's just fringe, that's just a fringe idea, someone just ad hoc made it up, that's fringe, then no, that's not acceptable critique. But if I bring up someone that says we must unify the fields, here's a unified field theory, we have to update our cosmology, they can be dismissed as fringe. They can be genetic fallacies galore, right? Like Constantine Mice, all I've gotten from his paper is a bunch of genetic fallacies. Right? So it's okay for people to ad hoc speculate, or whatever random person out of any corner makes up a random chaotic theory, as long as it keeps the status quo. And to the point, it doesn't matter if he used classic mechanics or not. The implication of what you just said is if he didn't use classical mechanics, the discrepancy wouldn't exist.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So then it's a misleading argument.
No. So all right, let me restate this. The issue at hand with dark matter is simply this. When you look at, I'm going to use a spiral galaxy again as an example. When you look at a spiral galaxy, you can look at it in visual light, you can look at it in radio light, UV light, all across the EM spectrum. And from that, you can make an assertion as to how much mass is there based on the amount of the amount of light that you see. And you can also map out the distribution of what that mass. When we do that, that is what's called a luminous mass. But you can also look at those objects in terms of their relative velocity, basically their redshifts. And from that, you can get a dynamical map. And what we're finding like I said, in the example of a spiral galaxy, and also in ellipticals, but that gets a little bit more involved, is that with spiral galaxies, they rotate as if it is a solid object in a way, where the mass is evenly distributed over the disk. Whereas the luminous observations tell us no, the galaxy is actually centrally compact, that most of the mass is in the center. So there is a mass discrepancy. And so the explanation for that mass discrepancy is very simple, is that and this is how the term dark matter came into existence. It has to be matter which is dark because we can't see it.
I know that. Yeah,
So
like a 5-year-old made up a name. It's literally just a made up name.
So
it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum, but it has to be material-esque. We'll call it dark matter. How ingenious.
So we now have the problem of dark matter that needs to be explained. And so now you basically, the two major camps are the macho camp that thinks that, no, we shouldn't make up new material that we've never seen before anywhere. We should basically say that these are just low luminosity objects. Now, it is not just a claim, a fringe claim or what have you. When you say that, what a macho scientist has to do is they have to say, all right, our assumption of how many white dwarfs there are currently is wrong. So given the physical constraints or physical situation or physical environment of our galaxy, you would actually expect the formation of, hundreds or thousands of times more white dwarfs than we are currently expecting. So every time when you make the assertion that it's a macho, whatever that macho happens to be, you're going to have to explain why there are more than we previously believe there are, and you have to give a physical justification for why that is the case. For WIMPs, if you're on the WIMP side, you basically have to show evidence that such a particle actually exists. If for neutrinos, which currently is the leading particle, if you will, because we've actually observed those. If you think it's neutrinos, then you have to show somewhere through some experimental design that a neutrino can move slowly, that a neutrino can have a small amount of kinetic energy. So these are not just claims. These are ideas which have tests that need to be run. So I reject the idea that you were just simply saying that these are claims that, are not being dismissed for whatever reason, and then say the electric universe is coming up with claims and we're just rejecting them out of hand.
You guys are. Have you read the Constantine Mice paper that I floated around?
I do not. No, I have not.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I sent it to you when you asked for it in the chat. But so,
can you remind me of the context or what's in it?
It's about the electromagnetic nature of gravity, and it shows a mass charge equivalence, and shows that the relationship between Coulomb.
I do apologize. I haven't read it yet. You're right.
Oh, good. But my point is that's just a perfect example of what people do because they don't like it because it's like, oh, this sounds like what people like Witsit say. Now, gravity is actually electromagnetic intrinsically. There must be an equal and opposite reaction. There's reciprocation. You have to invoke a background medium that permeates all space, and that lights nothing more than the excitation of that medium that's already there. And that's what that paper says. And that paper says that the relationship between Coulomb's law and the law of gravitation naturally arises. We show this through the mass charge equivalence, and we show that the electromagnetic vacuum and the energy density within perfectly give us all of these values that we currently utilize organically. So that's not okay. That's not okay. So we can hold on to the archaic relativistic nonsense that has been disproven on the cosmological and quantum scale, though. It's been disproven. Like, how could I disprove relativity? That's what I want to know. Because obviously, it making a prediction that's off by 99% doesn't do it. It making a prediction where the acceleration is 10 times faster than it's predicted doesn't do it. It not even being able to be applied at anything on the quantum scale, and none of its predictions working at all whatsoever doesn't do it. Basically, it's unfalsifiable. If something is touted as the status quo belief, and you're not able to challenge it. Nothing can falsify it. How does that not flirt with a cult-like belief? That's what I don't understand. How is religion not a pretty accurate denotation of that?
All right. Well, that's a completely different topic, which I would be happy to have as a man of faith. I would be happy to have that with. But what I will say is, you asked how can it be debunked, and I've kind of already inferred or kind of led to that. What needs to happen is, you're right. I will be fully honest. There are open questions with our current understanding of cosmology. Our current understanding of cosmology does not completely answer every single question that we have come up with, or basically observation that we've come up with.
96% of them, yeah. 96% of the composition, right? 96%.
I guess that's your favorite number.
Because 96% is the amount that dark matter and dark energy supposedly are. 83% of all matter in the universe is supposedly dark matter.
Okay. Again, I'll say this for the fourth time. Dark matter and general relativity are not in conflict.
Just because you say that just because you say it doesn't make it reality. Did relativity predict dark matter?
No, relativity has nothing to say about dark matter.
Right, because he specifically said that what is here is space and time. He did not say that the vast majority of what is here is something else that has substantive qualities. So that's why your leading theory is about something else that's not beyond the three-dimensional world. It invokes baryonic matter and says it's just not very luminescent. Oh, we just can't seem to see it. Because if you claim that there's something called dark matter that's in the same dimension as time, or it's in the same construct as space and time, that directly contradicts relativity, where he was very clear. He explicitly said it is only space and time. Only space and time have physical properties, and there is no substantive medium. He was very clear. That was his entire point.
So, for someone who really doesn't like Einstein as much as you do, you certainly talk about him quite a bit.
It's a leading
general relativity. General relativity is far larger than Einstein. It has been developed for decades at this point. So when I talk about relativity, Einstein doesn't come into play other than as a historical note. I'm talking about general relativity as it is currently understood to this day. And I will say it for a fifth time. Dark matter has nothing to do with general relativity, because what general relativity basically says is talking about the motion of things through space-time, given a certain mass. Now, in this case, what we're talking about is a mass which is determined optically or visually, if you will, and a mass which is determined dynamically through typically classical mechanics. So it doesn't have anything to do with that. But let me get back to your original question of how do we, quote unquote, debunk relativity? The way that we debunk relativity, if you want to refer to it as that, is the relativity is the GR classical mechanics scenario. Is in GR, we're having a lot of these. In order for GR to be truly thrown away, or basically put to the side, another theory has to come into existence that will not only correctly predict or explain all of the previous observations, but it will also answer these open questions. Now, if someone wants to put that forward, and it can be demonstrated through many experiments that is true, then it will be accepted as fact. I don't know who they are, but all I can speak to is the scientific community that I'm a part of.
Henry Poincaré, his theory of the bending and warping of space-time with an etheric model is observationally and experimentally identical to Einstein. Secondly, it's logically fallacious to claim that this theory remains true until someone replaces it or comes up with something better. Falsification is independent of replacement. I don't have to come up with a new theory before yours is no longer true. Now,
Well-
sure, I understand that you would still utilize the theory until you could come up with something else, whatever. That doesn't mean that it's still true. I asked how we falsify it because every way that you could propose to falsify it has already been done. It doesn't work on the cosmological scale. It doesn't work on the quantum scale. And dark matter is fundamentally in contradiction to Einstein's claim. And now you're just throwing Einstein on the bus and saying relativity's evolved since then. Okay, I want you to give me one paper or one example of the relativistic interpretation that claims that there is a substantive background medium. Because there's not one. It doesn't exist. Relativity specifically says that isn't the case. That's how it explains Michelson-Morley.
Okay. I don't know how I can be clear about the dark matter issue, but what I can say is I can address your point with quantum mechanics. That is, I don't know who you're talking about that thinks that believes that relativity can explain things on the quantum level. No scientist believes that.
I didn't say that.
We are. You said that relativity can't predict things at the quantum level.
Oh yeah, it doesn't apply at all, though, even where there supposedly is mass, which means it should apply.
Correct. So therefore, no scientist says that it does. No scientist says that it can. Actually, that is the biggest crack between both quantum mechanics and relativity. And
That's
that
my
is
point.
why we are currently searching for QED. We're searching for quantum electrodynamics. We're looking for that theory that will encompass both GR and quantum mechanics. In terms of, and I, if you want to say that relativity has been debunked in the context of what you're saying, then I suppose you can go ahead and do so because you've admitted that if it works, we can still use it. So it works. So we're still using it until someone comes up with a better mousetrap.
Well, it doesn't work. See, this is the problem with what you guys do. You keep it, and I'm not even trying to be derogatory. It's like a religious devotion. I don't know another word. Like, you're so flooded in intellectual bias and philosophical bias that you cling on to it. So what you now do is you build all your future interpretations upon it, which means you're just wasting everyone's time. You're wasting your own time. So intelligent people are wasting their time because they're confining their interpretations of future discoveries within the box of relativity that has already been shown to not work. And the few people that are smart enough to realize and get out ahead of the curve and realize this is clearly not going to work, they're mocked, scoffed, ridiculed, fringe, genetic fallacies, they don't count. Oh, everyone knows they're stupid. So that's the problem. Like even Fred Doyle pointed this out many years ago. It started happening in the 70s, where if you challenge the status quo, then you're dismissed. And my whole point was that it doesn't work on the quantum scale. I didn't say anyone says that it does. My point is it's ignorant to compartmentalize it as if somehow quantum mechanics, which is experimentally valid, it's real. It's not me looking up in the sky and making up theories about how I think light should interact with something. It's a real experimentally valid field, shows that where there is mass, it does not do what gravity predicts in relativity.
And no one in the scientific community says that it does. And
so it can't be true.
And if you want to use that as a way to say because relativity cannot explain quantum mechanics, then it's debunked. Sure, but then I could go around and turn that around and say quantum mechanics is debunked because quantum mechanics doesn't.
Quantum mechanics would work on the cosmological scale.
I have never seen it. I have never seen it done.
Well, yeah, I know you've never seen it done, but that's not my problem. I even showed you a paper where the guy
said that it can be done. You said that it can be done.
Yeah, absolutely.
So can you honestly show me how it has been done?
I gave you a paper that proposes a theory. There are many of them. In fact, if you just have a field that permeates all of space, you immediately fix the problem. If you invoke the vacuum state, the electromagnetic vacuum, you invoke a substantive background, you immediately fix the problem. In fact, it works better than relativity on the cosmological scale. So you might want to ask yourself, why is it not unified? Because if you have a substantive background, it has drastic implications, such as Michelson-Morley has to be re-explained. So when I say it works on the cosmological scale, I don't mean with all the presupposed ideas of current cosmology, like the Earth is flying through space, because that's the standstill. If there's a substantive background, the Earth cannot be moving. If there's a substantive background medium, the Earth cannot be orbiting the sun. It can't be because of Michelson-Morley and subsequent tests, which are thousands of times more precise. So that's why we are in this predicament. That's why people say, oh, we'll keep cosmology over here, we'll keep the local scale over here, and then we'll keep quantum over there. As if that somehow makes sense.
I don't know who they are, but I can tell you that that is not really the case. And you make these, and what I'm going to ask you now is, you claim that the paper that I will read, I do apologize for not reading it. The paper that you've put forward, I'm hearing, because what I have said is that any theory that is going to be put forward that is going to essentially replace relativity, or GR, is going to have to completely explain everything that we have done prior and completely explain everything that is that we're looking at now. If that paper can do that, I would like to know, but I suspect that it can't. My question to you is, because it sounds a little bit like you're saying that paper has come out and that evidence has been presented, and we are simply rejecting it out of hand.
Out of philosophical religious bias, yeah. I mean, you haven't even heard of it. You've never even heard of it. Tell me why you haven't heard of it. How about that? Tell me why you haven't heard of someone at the Nuclear Institute, the head of the Nuclear Institute. You've never heard of a paper he released in 2021 that actually solves tons of cosmological and quantum problems. Tell me why no one with credentials has heard of it until I bring it up. Tell me what's up with that.
Of the United States?
What?
The United States Nuclear Institute?
No, it's some other country. So this is like the main thing, right? It seemed like a bit of a tactic there. Like, so are you suggesting that this paper explains everything that relativity does? As if a paper is going to go through every phenomena in the world, right? You would have to be able to look at the paper and tell me what other phenomena relativity explains that couldn't. And I can assure you, you're going to have a hard time doing that, because all it does is sew up some of the problems. But one of the major problems that he doesn't touch on, and I wonder if he's even put together, is if you invoke this field that permeates all of space, and then you then say that there's an equal and opposite reaction of gravity, which is obviously more logically consistent than what it currently is. It's a force, but it's not a force, but can thought of as a force. It doesn't have an equal and opposite reaction because it's not technically a force. It's a pseudo-fictitious force, but we can treat it like a force. So it doesn't have an equal and opposite reaction. Well, no, it would. The question would be where. If it's just space and time bending and warping and that causes gravity, then you can't have an equal and opposite reaction because that would straighten out the curvature unless you have a substantive background medium that reciprocates energy. He is addressing this problem. He's saying, look, it's electromagnetic in nature. It does have an equal and opposite reaction. It has a reciprocation in this field that permeates all of space. Okay, and this is going to help sew up the problems of dark energy, sew up the problems of antimatter. This is going to sew up our problems of antiparticles. It's a similar concept, right? And it's going to help fix some of the major problems we have in cosmology, such as the flatness problem and many other problems that he lists. Okay, and at least he's addressing the problems, and he's been completely. I don't even agree with everything he said. That's not even the point. He's been completely ignored. And every time I bring him up to someone with credentials, they just use a genetic fallacy. They point out that he cites himself. Some of his resources are himself. Yeah, because no one else is even taking any alternative seriously. And he also shows what's wrong with the modified Newtonian dynamic theories that are being proposed. So my point is that there are huge issues, and when we're in this little arena here talking, people pretend that those don't exist. People pretend that relativity is amazing. It's not. It doesn't work. Relativity doesn't work. It's been proven it doesn't work.
You seem to be a lover of absolute. Relativity does work in certain circumstances. As I've already admitted, relativity does have problems, but it is not wholly incomplete. Relativity does work. Classical mechanics does work given some given.
So does Lorentz ether theory. Lorentz ether theory works sometimes. So then that's just as valid? So as long as something works sometimes, then it's valid.
Not exactly what I'm saying. But
Here's what you're saying.
Not really.
What gives it an advantage over Lorentz ether theory then?
I have to say that I am not familiar with Lorentz ether theory.
What about Henry Poincaré's space-time curvature theory within ether, which is where Einstein actually stole his work from?
Okay.
Like they're experimentally identical, other than there being a background. I'm just
take
saying,
that-
like that's
I
you
will
understand
take
that's not. I guess the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Like, have you ever heard of this random theory from the 1900s? What I'm saying is like you understand why that's not that's not like a valuable like line of logic. Like, oh, it works some places. Okay, I could give you 1,000 theories that work some places.
some places or in very niche small places.
Will, like the ones I just invoked will work in all the places relativity does and some.
All right, so I'm going to address the paper that you've mentioned before. Can you send it? I can't even remember.
I'll send it again.
Send it. What you refer to it by a particular title. I can't remember what it is.
You want the title of the paper? Is that what you're saying?
No, you kept calling it something. It's sort of the C, maybe.
His name is like Konstantin Mice.
Mice.
Works
That's
at the
it.
National Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology.
Mice. It was the mice part that I was like, what are we talking about? Biology? But
The electromagnetic nature of gravitation and matter, antimatter, anti-gravity. Surmise on quantum vacuum, gravitation, and cosmology. 2022.
All right. So,
Drop it in the thing again. But
right.
that's my point.
Nice.
That's my point.
So, with this, what I'm saying is, all right. So this has only been around for 2 years. Scientifically speaking, that's really not very long. If this theory can explain things, and he claims that it can explain other things, well, give us a bit of time, dude. I mean, it's only been 2 years. There's a lot of ground to cover. I mean, if this can do it, and there are tests that can be performed, then just wait. We'll perform them, or the scientific community will perform them, and then if what you are saying is true, what Dr. Mice is saying is true, then we will adopt this new theory.
Well, you say that, but what he fails to elucidate, and I know for sure, is that his theory has drastic implications and it will change all of cosmology. For one, it's going, and he acknowledges this part, but it will fundamentally change mass, the definition of mass.
Great.
He proposes a mass charge equivalence. Now, anyone that knows anything about mass in its current state, we don't know what it is. Describe effects of it. That's it. No one even defines what it is. Oh, it's resistance to acceleration. That's not what mass is. What is it? No one knows. This guy proposes a theory. But if you invoke what he said in the very beginning, he points out right here, it says, it corresponds to, let me just read the first 2 sentences. We show that the electromagnetic quantum vacuum derives directly from Maxwell's theory and plays a primary role in quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, gravitation, and cosmology. It corresponds to the electromagnetic field ground state at 0 frequency, a 0 energy cosmic field permeating all of space, and it is composed of real states, and he calls them keenons.
Yeah.
Kevo equals vacuum. Okay, now there is no way to build upon that fundamental idea without invoking substantive quality. Okay,
so
now that's
talk about a substantive quality in this paper.
He's not going to use the word substantive. That's actually my point. It seems like he knows what he's going up against, right? And he's like, okay, we'll propose a few paradigm shattering things at a time. And I haven't talked to the guy. I don't know if he's put this together. I don't know if he's going to try to propose a theory where he doesn't have substantive quality. I can tell you that it's not going to work if he doesn't. And he says photons are local oscillations of keenons guided by a non-local vector potential wave function with quantized amplitude. They propagate at the speed imposed by the vacuum electric permittivity and magnetic permeability, which are intrinsic properties of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum. Dude, this is literally what I've been saying. I'm just some dude. I don't even have a degree, dude. I dropped out of college. So the question is, why am I able to see the same thing that this guy is able to see, but so many people with degrees in the field aren't able to see it? It's because it goes against the status quo.
You are saying so. So you were saying that there is a substantive field.
Yeah, there's a substantive background, absolutely.
Okay. And so you are saying that. Have there been, and you've already admitted that he has not been able to explain all the things that relativity has explained.
No, I didn't say that.
I believe you did actually.
Well, I'm saying one paper could never possibly. The paper is proposing the theory.
yes.
As if the paper is supposed to say, here's everything that relativity currently is applied to, and here's a replacement interpretation for all of it.
So you're willing to go with a theory that has not really been tested and say that that's a good idea, whereas relativity, which has been tested and verified many, many times, there are open questions, but has been verified many, many times, you're willing to out completely.
What? No. This theory actually is built upon quantum evidence. Relativity can't even step in the door.
But it is a theory that has not been fully tested. It has fundamental, like physical underpinnings that have been verified, I'm assuming, but it has not been able to, or has not yet been able to explain anything that, or much, I guess, hate using subjective terms, but it hasn't been able to explain the things that relativity has explained and gotten right.
You'd have to
I don't
name
understand
something
why
now.
you're just completely abject rejecting entirely and going to a paper that hasn't, or going to an idea that hasn't been fully tested.
See, this is another tactic that happened. So when I say relativity is wrong, people want to try and pretend that everything relativity acknowledges is exclusive to relativity. As if I deny relativity, I must deny everything it addresses. That's ridiculous. Einstein didn't even make relativity. Everything is from someone else.
Don't know
So
why
the
you're bringing
fact that there's a bending and warping, why would I have to get rid of that? It makes more sense in a substantive background, which Einstein himself spoke about. And you say it doesn't matter what Einstein said. It does. If the theory hasn't changed since he said it, then it does matter. It's still the theory. And he specifically says that space, he said, of course, ether exists. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable. I say this because ether simply means that space must be endowed with physical property. And if we do not have physical properties, then we have nothing which to measure with clocks and measuring rods against. Okay, so he's saying that there has to be physical property. Obviously, physical properties make more sense in a substantive medium than in a conceptual one. So, like the bending and warping, that's my theory. That makes more sense in my theory. That's my effect. That's not relativity's effect. He stole that. That's my effect. That's ether's effect.
I see.
You see what I'm saying? So you see, can we meet there where it's like, this tactic of like, if relativity makes a prediction and you're saying relativity is wrong, then everything relativity talks about, you can't use it. That isn't true.
That is not what I'm saying. And actually, I kind of said quite the opposite, because I said that classical mechanics can still be used, even though relativity, from a fundamental point of view, is not reconcilable with classical mechanics.
So off the top of your head, can you name one thing that relativity predicts or is applied to that like a substantive background medium wouldn't work for?
I could not give that to you, because I have not worked with a substantive background medium, because that is not the current science. I can tell you that, I've worked with relativity to a certain extent, and it has matched predictions. So, or it's useful. So,
I agree, it's useful, man, because it was built upon observation. Henry Poincaré is the real genius that came up with it. So I don't disagree that it's useful.
Why is Poincaré, or I can't speak French, Poincaré, why do you think Einstein is now the hero and Poincaré is basically a footnote?
Because he refused to get rid of the ether. He said that not having an ether is impossible.
And why was he rejected? Because he wouldn't get rid of the ether?
Because Michelson-Morley put everything down to the point where either you had to get rid of a substantive ether or the Earth had to stop orbiting the sun. So obviously,
so
was chosen.
Michelson-Morley is essentially saying that either the ether or the sun isn't moving through space. So
yeah, pretty much.
So, so the scientific community basically took that as saying, well, we know that the space, so therefore there has to be no ether.
Yeah, that's called a religion. It's a philosophy.
I got a question.
Stellar parallax can in fact demonstrate that there is motion, that the Earth moves around the sun.
No.
stellar redshifts also can do it. I know you're going to say no.
That's
I don't know
insane to me
how
that
you
you
can
think
say
that's
no
legit,
because
dude. I don't.
I have colleagues. Actually, Recons is a group at my former alma mater whose job it is. Who they have successfully mapped out every star within 25 parsecs, and they've done it exclusively using stellar parallax.
That's what's
So,
up. So you're saying if I gave you $1 million, you couldn't explain the phenomena that's referred to as parallax on a stationary Earth?
if you gave me $1 million to do it, I'd certainly try.
And you don't
I
think
don't-
you could do it?
Probably not. No.
Okay. Well, I
Well,
just
I don't see how the $1 million has anything to do with this.
the stars are just moving, man. Like I don't know why that's so confusing. The stars have their own type of movement.
They do. It's called proper motion. But on top of that, they also have parallax.
Why is it not possible that they have different types of motion within their overall motion?
I didn't say there was. I said the star has both actually, the star has proper motion. On top of that is described through either radial motion and translational.
If
You
the
can
stars
guess.
are moving around a stationary Earth, why can't they have individual movements as well?
So is it just me, or am I saying that they have individual movements? Stars have individual movements in and upon themselves, regardless of the Earth.
So on a stationary Earth, why can't the stars just have individual movement that you're attributing to parallax by presupposing your philosophical bias?
So why is it that that motion for all of these stars is basically matches up with the idea of it's back and forth motion? What is causing it?
It moves in a toroid.
Actually,
Moves in a
it
gigantic-
moves in an ellipsoid, actually, but yeah.
It's in a giant toroid. You can map them out from a central position. It's all a toroid. So anyway, man, parallax is
No, not anyway. You're just throwing out a toroidal that I'm like, what exactly you're talking about? How do you explain if it's not the Earth moving through space? How do you explain stellar parallax?
the stars themselves are moving.
What is causing that motion?
Well, that's a good question. I have a theory that you're going to all of a sudden expect definitive experimental evidence for, but then we can talk about magic asteroid dust. So, yeah, like
Because-
there's a central energy source that's radiating out down through the ether that presses down. This causes a vortex. The entire motion of the sky is wrapped up inside of this toroid that has a vortex, just like all physics shows us with everything in existence. And we have different conjugate movements or geometries within a toroid. This has a cycle. The stars have a cycle within this toroid through this vortex, and they have individual movements based on where they are in the vortex and what point in time it is that we observe them within that movement inside the vortex, which has centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, it's breathing in and out effectively. It has vortices and anti-vortices, right? And this is on the small scale it's observed as well. And of course, that means my theory is better than yours because mine can unify the small and the big scale.
This isn't a competition.
Well,
So what I'm saying is, can you be more specific as to what is actually you say breathing in and out and all that kind of good stuff. Can you be more specific as to what is causing the unique specific phenomenon of stellar parallax?
yeah, I just did. The stars themselves are just moving within a giant cycle inside of a toroid. You guys just saying it's called parallax doesn't mean anything.
Why is it moving inside? Why is it moving independently within given ellipsoids, given observed ellipsoids within that toroidal field or what have you?
Why is it moving within an ellipsoid inside the toroid?
Yeah.
Because you can just map out that's the different field lines inside of a toroid. They're ellipses.
Why are the toroidal field? Why do those field lines? So you're saying that inside that field there are basically, toroidal fields that cause a test particle to move in an ellipsoid. Why?
That's the field lines inside the toroid. It's not that there are a bunch of different toroids causing anything. The overall toroid has ellipses in it. We know this is how ellipses work. We can even look at a magnet under a ferrocell.
So why is it that the ellipsoids are there in the field? What about the field causes the ellipsoids?
So now you're just asking about the fundamental manifestation of a toroid in the first place, which I think I do know the answer to that, and mainstream particle physics can't explain it, but it's because there's an ether, and a toroid is nothing more than the conjugate meaning, of course, the reciprocated or inverted, the other side of the coin, right? So you have conjugate geometry, you have the hyperboloid, and you have the toroid. You have the centrifugal divergence, and then you have the centripetal convergence. You have the vortex and the anti-vortex, breathing in and out. Okay, this is, of course, seemingly the dielectric and the magnetic and their conjugate geometries intertwined, and it's just a process of trying to get back to the ether, which is a pure potential state. It's pure equilibrium, and that's all it is. If you look at the center of the magnetic field, that is basically concentrated ether. It's inertia. It's pure equilibrium, which is everything in existence is just trying to get back to that state. Just like we see everywhere else, this causes what we call a toroidal magnetic field. That process of trying to get back to equilibrium and pressure mediating relative to this pursuit causes this to happen. And then within this pursuit and this vortex, depending on the distance away from the center, you're going to have a certain ellipsoid around it trying to get back to the center. We see this with magnetic fields.
So sorry, I missed that last sentence. Can you repeat that last part?
Basically, whatever it is that is a certain distance from the center is going to be trying to get its way back to that center to get to inertial state. So it's basically going to take its route relative to the distance of that vortex, which results in an ellipse.
So the ellipsoidal motion is due to basically attempting to get back to an equilibrium state. Is what I'm hearing.
In the center where the vortex is. Yeah.
Okay. Again, I'm going to ask why, but actually, really, what I want to ask is that dude who is currently in the chat, or at least in the voice chat, he has been asking for a textbook for flat Earth because in order to convince us that we're wrong, you need to have a textbook which lays out positive claims, positive evidence. And he wants to know if there's anyone in the community who can provide the mathematical underpinnings that this theory is going to require. And I was wondering, are you confident with the math? Can you do that?
An entire textbook, a flat Earth or a textbook about the entirety of flat Earth.
Well, you're putting forward this idea about this ellipsoid that is being caused because a particle is moving down to trying to get back to some kind of equilibrium position
based on actual physics. And
yeah, so that actual physics can be described using mathematics. And I'm wondering, can you do it? And if you can't, do you know of anyone who can?
So it's very tricky actually to quantify this phenomena because you cannot quantify the immaterial. So you could try to, that's not something I've ever been particularly interested in because I know it would require quantifying the immaterial. You cannot do that. You can come up with the best construct you can to quantify things. That's what quantum mechanics is. So in theory, you could, if you mean like quantifying, say like celestial observations, sure, you could come up with a quantification for celestial observations within a toroid. When it comes to like mathematically mapping out the entirety of a magnetic field, I mean, yeah, you could. We do it right now with a construct called virtual photons. But what is that? So it requires you trying to quantify the background, which is technically immaterial, right? So that's personally, I think that's one of the main problems we have. So no, I've never been interested in trying to add to that problem. But like, yeah, in theory, you could. Like,
you don't think that that's necessary?
I don't think that math is reality. I don't think you can quantify the immaterial. I think it's very. I would yield and say necessary to an extent. Yeah, I think that quantification is very important. It helps us replicate things and get more precise with future and subsequent observations. I don't hate math, but I don't think that it's reality. I think it's very limiting. And if people try to conflate their mathematical construct to what reality itself is, it's very detrimental. This is why we have something called virtual photons to explain magnetism, and that's ridiculous. That's made up pseudoscience. Right?
Well, with science, typically the way it's done is that you have a mathematical description of whatever it is you're looking at, the universe, what have you, and then you can use that to make predictions. Such for example, I predict what these two binary stars are going to be in a certain orientation given a certain amount of time based on the orbital dynamics that I've calculated or that I surmise. So wouldn't you want for this model, for the electric universe model, that's what I call it. If you don't like that term, please correct me. But with the electric universe model, would you not want that to be fully quantifiable using mathematics like relativity is, like quantum mechanics is?
Relativity doesn't fully quantify the universe. Like, yeah, sure, I would be in support of there being a mathematical construct, but I think it would, be very important that people specify this is just the best that we can come up with. Just like the math for relativity can explain singularities or black holes or many other things. So,
It's interesting that sorry.
You can only do so much with math. That's my point. And like if you think math is reality, that's the problem. And in fact, this is you brought up a perfect example. Orbital mechanics within your paradigm is a perfect example. You came up with some math for orbital mechanics, but you make claims of anomalous physics where you just regard the inertial force, you just disregard it entirely. Regard the centrifugal force and the orbital mechanics, you don't even account for it. Just regard the inertial force and then use the word reference frame. Well, you made the math work, sort of. If you do two bodies at a time.
We can very easily predict where the future position of certain bodies are going to be using orbital dynamics. So I don't know how that's wrong. If I tell you that there's going to be a transit eclipse of that star's light is going to drop in 15 minutes, and that light, that prediction is based on orbital, and then that light drops in 15 minutes, I'm not entirely certain how it's wrong.
Well, what if there's three moons and the three-body problem comes into play? It's just confusing.
Like, it's not that it's wrong.
No, that's a separate issue entirely. How is it that he's saying that orbital mechanics does not incorporate all of these other things that are physically happening?
Yeah.
Well, what I'm telling you is that orbital mechanics, as it is described now, will tell me in a certain position or a certain time that this star is going to get eclipsed in 15 minutes, and then we see in 15 minutes that eclipse occurs.
You're making my point stronger, though.
Why is that wrong?
You're making my point stronger. If you see an observation and then you apply a mathematical construct to it, and then you're able to use this math based on the cyclical nature of the observations and relationships between multiple things in this scenario, and then you think that somehow proves the conceptual backing behind the math, then you get lost in pseudoscience. So that's what you're doing here. I'm talking about the conceptual interpretation of orbital mechanics being wrong fundamentally, doesn't account for a law of physics that we know exists. A real life thing in physics that we know exists is ignored in the current understanding of orbital mechanics, but then someone responds with, but the math works. Like if we go back to where it came from, which is Kepler, he said that basically the Earth is inside of a giant orchestra, and that everything is based on auditory vibration, and basically what we call stars are just musical notes, and they all move around based on this beautiful, majestic, celestial song, and everything is vibrational in nature within a fluid medium.
Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, you see how you can still use Kepler's math and have a completely different concept. That's my point. The danger with math is people think that math is reality for some reason, and then whatever the quote-unquote popular or agreed upon concept at the moment is, as long as they tie that to the math, people say, oh, look, this concept's true because the math works, which is ignorant.
So you have a difference between Kepler is actually a great example. With Kepler, you have an example of empirical. This is when you observe a phenomenon in the real world, and you see that it that goes through cycles, and you are able to map those cycles using mathematical relationships. But then you have fundamental law like gravity, like Newtonian classical mechanics, which starts from a simple premise that gravity exists. It is the concept, or it is defined, or it is described as a constant times the mass between two, or the masses of two objects separated by a distance squared, and then you can use that to actually independently derive Kepler's laws. And in fact, when he did so, he actually generalized Kepler's only be used for those things in the solar system. Now Kepler's law, the Newton's revision, can actually be used to describe the orbital dynamics of any really.
Well, look,
we'll say
Sort of.
I don't want to derail your conversation with Witsit. It sounds like a good one. I just got here, but when it comes to like Newtonian laws dealing with gravity, like that was replaced by Einstein, right?
Yeah, we're kind of
Like-
doing a one-on-one, Lou, by the way.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, just put yourself in.
I don't want to monopolize.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah, that's cool. Let me respond to what you just said. So, like, dude, you're making my point again, okay? Which is that Newton came up with, he's the first, okay, for those who don't know, of course, Kepler proposed the kinematic relationship, okay? And Newton's the first one to come along and propose a dynamic relationship, built upon the kinematic relationship that Kepler observed and denoted the cyclical nature and then denoted a kinematic relationship, a geometric one. Then Newton comes along later and proposes a dynamic mathematical model to build upon it. Okay? Newton specifically states that he has no idea what gravity is.
Correct.
That to think that it would work without some type of medium is absolutely absurd. That he couldn't even imagine such a thing unless it was a direct act of God. And then went on to propose an ether that was fluid, incredibly dense, but had no impedance. But now what people have done have taken his math and pretended that he had some revolutionary concept of gravity. No, he didn't. So math is cool and all. It's very useful, but it cannot be conflated to the validity of the concept that it's tied to. That's my point.
I don't know who they are that says that he came up with a wonderful theory of gravity. Yes, Newton freely admits in his Principia that he does not understand the underlying mechanism by why gravity works, but he acknowledges that his description of gravity is accurate. It is the best description of gravity that there is. Him, like many of his colleagues today, were not comfortable with this idea of action at a distance. For them, action has to have some physical mechanism via which to transmit some kind of force from point A to point B. They basically were looking at gravitational effects as if a magical force was moving things, which was, anathema to them. But we now know that that action at a distance can work because you have things like quantum dynamics or quantum mechanics, where at least with electrostatics or electrodynamics, the carrier particle for that force, sorry, let me back up. The electrostatic force, the carrier particle for that force is a photon. Yeah. So in essence, you have something physical manifesting from point A, going to point B and causing the force. Now, if the graviton is real, then relativity certainly is not the function, but so far the graviton has not been found. Okay. So, again, I kind of just to wrap it all up, just for dude's sake, am I correct in saying that you're fine with a theory of the universe or the theory of science that is in some ways quantifiable, but in other ways shouldn't be or can't be?
I missed the last question, sorry.
So, are you okay with a universe being quantifiable at some level, but at other levels not being quantified and possibly not, and possibly even not, you shouldn't quantify?
No, I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with quantification. I think that it would be needed for progress. I think, again, the problem is conflating the mathematical construct with reality. And this is oftentimes done. And I'm gonna yield the floor here because it's my birthday, and I guess Kai wants to
Happy
have a glass of rosé. But I'm just gonna say that I have I'm like trying to run like 5 businesses, and I have 2 different YouTubes I have to run, and I have a new website, NASA audits with 150 resumes that I'm behind on, and all this stuff. And I run into people all the time. They're like, Austin, why don't you replace all of physics? And it's kind of insane. But I do plan on writing a paper specifically about gravity and what it really is, and then discreetly giving it to someone else so that they can publish it. But there is no way that I can by myself remap the entire world. And
I
it's
don't think
insane.
anyone's asking you to.
Well, sort of.
I think with like I said, going back to Dude, I think what he wants or they want is just someone to do it. And when I say someone, I think really you're going to need the scientific community currently. You're going to need a lot of people. You're going to definitely need more. I don't think anyone expects that a single person is going to come up with the entire mathematical framework of a flat Earth model. But what I haven't seen, and a lot of, shall we say, debunkers haven't seen and want, is for someone to try, for someone to actually come up with some kind of quantification of a flat Earth model that can provide a positive claim.
Of what though? Like there's no such thing as a flat Earth model, just like there's no such thing as a globe Earth model. You model different phenomena. There isn't a globe Earth model. There's a geodynamo model for the core. There's a geomagnetic model for the magnetic field. You have different models for different phenomena. Like as to astronomical predictions, I think that's very attainable. One of the major problems that I don't know why good faith would dictate that people acknowledge this, but it is never acknowledged. Flat earthers openly admit we do not know what's past the 60th south latitude. In fact, this is a huge distinction between us and globers. They seem to think they know for sure what is beyond there when they objectively do not. So not knowing the exact central point or the outer regions is a huge hindrance to any type of mathematical specificity. As it pertains to a toroid and how our observations of the sky can be mapped on a plane, yeah, you can absolutely do that. If you wanted to do the magnetic field, you could absolutely do that. There are many things you could do, but it's a lot. Basically, you have to rewrite all of physics or go back to the 1900s and then rebuild upon that. So yeah, that's pretty much my conclusion is I know, and I know it's going to sound like arrogant, but I know for a fact that the only progress that can be made will require acknowledging a substantive background medium, formerly known as the ether. It will require unifying dark energy and gravity. It will require acknowledging a reciprocation in this background medium, and a substantive quality will then basically make the Earth stationary. And we will not unify any of these fields without acknowledging that it's all electromagnetic in nature. And that's pretty much it. There's no way that a couple of us can replace all of it when we have millions of people diligently trying to avoid it. So I would love for people like yourself or quantum physicists and stuff like that to help do it and stop ignoring the inevitable and then touting the archaic, outdated, effectively belief systems. But that's up to you, man. So
the scientific community is looking into various different alternatives to relativity. That is, we're not just taking relativity on faith. We're not just basically clinging onto it for life. There are people out there. As to whether or not people are going to follow Konstantin Mice's example, I have no idea. The community is huge, and just as you are saying, you cannot be expected to derive the mathematical framework for the Earth. I cannot be expected to know every single new paper that has been coming out on the subject.
No, I know. I'm leaving my judgment about that until you read it. But I just want you to know I don't have a good track record with it, and not because there's something specifically wrong with it. It's because it challenges the status quo, and I've given it to quite a few people with credentials as quote-unquote hostile witnesses, and they all just say, he just does what you do, but with math. He's just making baseless claims. But we can make up fairy tale claims about dust and dark energy and dark matter and whatever else. So, like, I would just suggest you reading it, like, with an open mind. And I would be. I think you're one of the few people I feel I can have pretty good faith interaction with, and that's why I agreed to have you on my channel. Although I know that was a long time ago, but yeah, if you look at it, I'm happy to hear what any of your honest critique is. And I would hopefully, in conclusion, you can like acknowledge that he is at the least addressing major problems that are somewhat being ignored. You know, and I know you're not going to like that, but they are kind of being ignored.
All right. I don't have judgment on whether it's being, but I hear you, and I will, and I promise you, I will read it, and I will get back to you as soon as I am done with it. I'll probably have to DM you about it.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I know you want to go. I will just throw this out there for shits and giggles. One of my former colleagues who is no longer with us, Arlo Landau, he actually was stationed at the South Pole in the middle of Antarctica back in the 50s. He did a wonderful, he would give a yearly presentation on his experiences down there. Pretty awesome. So I personally, like I said, unfortunately he's passed away, but I have personally met someone who has claimed to have been at the South Pole, and he has no government affiliations, or didn't have any government affiliations. So
the South Pole's in the middle of a continent that's like impossible to get to without dying, but okay.
You went to the magnetic South Pole or the ceremonial?
I think it was the geographic. I think it was the greater geographic.
Wow, this dude's freaking Bear Grylls. This dude's astronomical Bear Grylls. But anyway, I'm sure he did go to Antarctica, right? I don't dispute that. All right, cool. Yeah, nice talking to you. Like, I'll stay in here, but I'm not just gonna like have this like one-on-one thing. I'm gonna kind of chill.
Dude, it's your birthday. Go get drunk, stoned, whatever.
Yeah. I don't do those things, but yeah, cool. All right, nice talking to you, man.
Happy birthday, Whitsit.
Birthday, Whit.
Oh shit!
Yeah, man,
Happy
happy birthday,
birthday,
dude.
Whit.
I just wanted to get in.
Happy
Basically,
birthday to you.
That's enough.
guys,
Anyone else?
I just wanted to get in quickly for two reasons. First of all, I wanted to get in next just to wind Jeremy up, but also I wanted to thank both of you for what I found to be a really interesting talk between two people who obviously have different opinions. But I actually have a lot of things that I can now go and research and look into because of that. So thanks to both of you.
Yeah.
Awesome. And Jeremy, I know you're kind of chomping at the bit for a date with me, but I'm getting a bit tired, and that conversation it kind of took a little bit out of me. But not to say that I'm going to run away, but
it's fine. I knew Whitset was going to wear you out. Maybe tomorrow or another day.
All right. Who is this? Arlo Land. Yeah, that was going to say. I know that pic.
That's your friend?
Arlo Landau. He was an awesome dude. He made his bone by calibrating the photometric system, which I've tried to do absolute photometry. It is a fucking nightmare. The fact that he was able to do it is amazing. And he was just an awesome dude. He loved dad jokes, and yeah, he was an awesome dude.
When did he leave? When did he pass away?
He passed away about 3 years ago. I mean, he was 92. I think.
So when was he most recently at the South Pole?
I think this was like in the 50s.
This says 57.
57, yeah. But yeah, he was a good dude.
He looks cool. Looks kind of like a communist, though. There's anything wrong with that.
No, I can guarantee you he is not or was not.
Honestly, this is going to sound weird, but yeah. When I was a kid. Go ahead, man.
So what nationality was your friend?
He's American.
Oh, okay. Is it an unusual first name, I guess? Or maybe I'm mishearing it.
Arlo? Yeah, I don't know. As far as I know.
Oh, Arlo. Okay. Like Arlo Guthrie. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Arlo Guthrie. Yeah, exactly. I don't know where he was born. Actually, I guess he was Illinois. That tracks.
Yeah, Professor.
Real quick though, before you bounce, Mr. Parks, they claim that we're moving over 1 million miles an hour through space. Is that science?
Yeah, I mean, I don't use miles per hour, but yeah. But and we are moving at a high rate of speed. We are orbiting around the sun at a high rate of speed. Yes, conventionally.
Well, I was talking about the galactic motion.
Oh, that I
space.
can
It's over
tell
a million miles.
we are moving at 220 kilometers per second.
Yeah, so that's, and you would say that's science, right?
Yeah.
Does science have to be falsifiable?
Yeah, it does.
How would you falsify that?
Take a measurement that shows that we aren't.
Hey, before you go too far down that, how is that science instead of just like derived mathematics? You're making multiple assumptions and just using the math to say that you're going that fast. You have no way of actually testing for those speeds.
To be fair, Jeremy, I think Jeremy was attempting to.
No, but I think that needed to be said. Go ahead, Jeremy. You can't even actually measure any motion whatsoever. Zero, none, nil. It's not.
And how do you think those observations?
It's not science. It's not science. It's math.
I don't know what
How do you think those observations are made.
So, are you telling me that the speeding ticket that I recently got, I should dispute because they couldn't measure my speed?
No, that you can, but when it comes to our speed supposedly around the sun, you can't measure it.
Why?
Show me where you have.
I'd have to dig up the papers for it, but I can.
Professor Parks, would it be fair to say that the method for determining both speeds, the car and whether it's the orbit or some faraway object, wouldn't you say that they're somewhat related, somewhat similar?
I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to bring that up myself. Yes,
okay,
they are.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, no, didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, so one of the techniques that can be used to measure distances is redshift, which is basically the Doppler effect, which is what that asshole caught me on. So, so that's one of the methods. But like I said, Lunatic, I can look up the papers for it and get you specifics, but I don't have that at the drop of a hat.
No, because I already know that there are, like even Einstein said, like that there's no experiment that you can do to like provide that evidence. You know, like that geocentric or heliocentric, he could not give you one or the other for sure. There is no experiment, according to him, that you can do to show it happening.
I don't know where that quote comes from, but
I didn't quote him verbatim, but yeah, like that's what he says.
I'm familiar with the quote, and my interpretation of the quote is that what he is actually saying is that you cannot differentiate between the Earth revolving around the sun and the sun revolving around the Earth, in so much that everything else is revolving around. Basically, that's the key principle of general relativity. Well, just relativity is that there is no absolute reference frame from which to measure the position of one thing relative to the other. So it's equally valid to say that the sun is going around the sun or the sun is going around.
It does get complicated, but it gets into like Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gale and all this stuff, like where they tried to, but they got a null result, right? Like they were unable.
So their null result was interpreted. There were two ways to interpret their null result. Either the Earth was not moving, it was not moving around the sun, or that the ether didn't exist. And so, because there were previous observations,
it wasn't really about the ether. It was about trying to determine the Earth's speed around, like the sun. Like that's what they were trying to do.
Not from my understanding, but my understanding is that
the ether question has a lot to do with like once you get into the flat Earth topic, we love to talk about ether, but that's not what they were actually trying to do. They were trying to prove a motion because they had come from an ether paradigm. And they were now being introduced with this heliocentric paradigm, and they wanted to prove it. So they wanted to detect that motion, and were unable to.
I can assure you that Michelson-Morley both believe that the Earth was a sphere, and believe that the Earth was revolving around the sun. What they wanted
Yeah.
to do,
Yeah. I agree with you. Yeah.
what they wanted to see was whether or not there was an absolute reference frame referred to as the ether. And the way that they intended to show that was
The goal wasn't
Lou,
to prove
you gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish.
all right, sorry.
and then what they were attempting to do was to show that you were in fact moving through that ether, because that ether again defines an absolute. And so therefore, if you are moving, you would expect that the light, which is attached to that ether, to be redshifted in one direction, or blue shifted when you're in the forward direction, redshift in the backward direction. And what they found was that there's no motion whatsoever. There were no redshift or blue shifts whatsoever. And from that conclusion, you can conclude one of two things: either A, the Earth is stationary, or B, that the absolute reference frame, the ether that light inhabits or travels through, doesn't exist.
Right. And so that comes down to the Einstein thing, like where he said that there's no optical experiment that you can do. Like, I guess that's the way that he did it, is said it. But there's no optical experiment that you can do to prove it one way or the other. Whether or not you're geocentric or heliocentric is improvable, according to Einstein.
Yeah, in a certain way, as I've stated, what he is basically saying is that it is equally valid to say that the Earth is not moving and everything else is moving around the sun and moving around in how we expect it to be moving around, or say that the sun is in fact stationary and that the Earth is moving around.
Yeah, it all has to do with reference frames and all that stuff. So we don't know if all that stuff is moving around us, or we're the one moving around it, or if we're all moving. There's nothing we can do to determine that. It's all based off of just like a philosophy that you want to hold. Like, both can be equally true, or actually all three can be equally true.
What GR does not, or special relativity does not, is that there is no relative motion between the sun and the Earth. So while you say, if you go by that quote, again, I don't know the context of that quote. I am surmising that is what he is saying, because this is what relativity tells me, is that if you have the Earth, it's valid to say that the Earth is stationary and that all the planets are going around the sun and that the sun is going around the Earth. Basically, you would get the same measurements. Basically everything would appear to be the same. You cannot definitively state who it is that's absolutely still. But we do measure the motion of the Earth relative to the sun. We can.
Yeah. But we can explain that in at least two different ways. They're both equally true.
I suppose. Yeah. I don't want to admit to something. I don't quite understand.
You don't want to admit. I'll take that as a concession. Thank you.
Okay, I'm glad this is some kind of competition. But if I may ask, Napalm, what did I get wrong?
Did Michelson-Morley even have to do with redshift, blue shift? It was just the fringe shift, right, from the light?
Yeah, so when I say
timing of the light, wasn't it?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So when I say redshift, blue shift, what I really mean is that the wavelength of the light changes. So in a blue shift, the wavelength gets smaller. In a red shift, the light wavelength gets longer. So if you superimpose two light beams on top of each other, if you change the wavelength of cause the constructive interference or the interference pattern.
Yeah, but he was saying that, like in Michelson-Morley, it was the Lorentz contraction, right, that shortened the one arm, and that's why the times, like the fringe shift, wasn't there.
Yeah,
So
the physical
they were
contraction of
saying
the
that because of
apparatus.
special relativity, they were saying you can't tell that the Earth is moving around the sun, not that you can't tell which one's doing which. I know what you're saying, but Michelson-Morley specifically was explained with special relativity by Einstein by saying that there was no fringe shift because of the Lorentz contraction.
I don't know if that's true, but I will also admit it's been a very, very long time I read the Nicholson experiment. What I can tell you is what I've learned from all other sources is that Nicholson-Morley got a null result. The interference pattern did not change over time. Therefore, the wavelength of the light didn't change at all. And so there you can conclude, again, one of two things. The Earth is not moving relative to a absolute reference frame, or that absolute reference frame doesn't exist.
I'm pretty sure like you're talking about the ether, like even throwing the ether out, there still would be the issue of the fringe shift.
There was a fringe shift detected. That's the
Yeah,
point.
1/6 of what they were expected, and that's a whole nother thing.
All right. Okay.
They claim it was within the
I need
margin
to
of
reread
error.
it. I suppose I need to reread it.
Hey, Professor Parks, before you take off, is it possible that physics, astronomy...
Is he super low for everyone else?
He is.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
I'm
need to
sorry.
do something about your mic.
Okay.
I can hear him.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound much better now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, Professor Parks, is it possible that physics, astronomy is all reverse engineered? Because you were talking about the Mercury precession before. That was 1846 with Urbain Lee Verrier, Verrier. And basically, when you did the Mercury precession, Newton came up with 5,557 arc seconds per century, and general relativity, which would have been Einstein, came up with 5,600 arc seconds per century, which was exactly what they needed. It was reverse engineered. It was assumed. It was presupposed. It was Texas sharpshooter. So is it possible that everything is pre-assumed or supposed, reverse engineered, that the outcome of no general relativity, no outer space, that is not even considered, because to consider that would be what Hubble said, unimaginable. We can't have it. It just can't happen whatsoever. So we don't even think about it. So the fairy tale, which a lot of us think is outer space, you come up with the idea, and we can talk about this some other time, is that when you look through a telescope, it's the same thing as a doctor or a virologist looking through a microscope. They presuppose there's a tiny invisible microbe down there, and their whole existence revolves around that. Does your whole existence with astronomy, looking through a telescope, presuppose nebulas, galaxies, stars, and without that, you're basically the same as a virologist. One looks through a telescope, one looks through a microscope.
You need to, like, your question, I just wanted to piggyback on it, but like you got so, I don't even know how he's going to answer your question, but to piggyback on it, when it comes to, like, he did mention also like predicting eclipses and stuff, but he strategically predicted eclipses on celestial bodies like Venus or Mercury or whatever. But what about just Earth eclipses? Like we had the Saros cycle, right? Like, so with what you're saying, it was already, we've seen it many times over, and we can predict it based off of just the patterns of it. We've seen it over and over and over again. Like, how do you know that they're not just taking known factors and creating like a cycle instead of creating a prediction? Like, it's not even a prediction, a postdiction, creating a postdiction instead of predicting. Like, when you say we can predict these things, how do you know it's not postdicted?
Okay. So I think I'm going to start off with Jim, and you were saying that we essentially are. How is it that we basically there is a presupposition that stars are flaming balls of hydrogen gas, or nebulae, they're galaxy. Well, as astronomy evolved, that wasn't the prevailing theory or prevailing idea really early on at all. In fact, as far as to my knowledge, I only know of the Greeks who basically said that at one point that the stars were in fact pinpricks in a celestial sphere made, ironically enough, of ether, and that the light that shines through it was in fact a celestial fire. So there is no so our idea of what the universe is has evolved over time. Now, from a personal level, I can tell you that is not how I've done. I can tell you that is not how we don't presuppose anything. Well, all right. Let me back that statement up a little bit. The way that we navigate is that we assume that the work of our other colleague is true, or at least to first order. And so we can use some of that as a underpinning to our own research, but we don't presuppose what we're going to find. For example, when I looked at variability mechanisms of circumstellar disks around young stellar objects, one of the things that I used was if you have two surfaces that are very close in temperature, then in the regime of my observations, you really shouldn't see a color change. That I guess I'm presupposing from work done on spectral energy distribution for black bodies. But then I basically used it as a test and said, hey, these observations or these variations. So therefore, I am contending that this is evidence that star spots are causing the variability. So I guess in short, no. The answer to your question is no. I have not done it. I have never seen it done. So
I know you asked when we had the pleasure of talking to you about a month ago. We were talking about the JPL. Is JPL the one that takes the shots of the stars and gives them to you to interpret?
no. JPL is primarily involved in satellites. So, and not all of them.
Can I ask a couple questions?
So
Hold on,
real
let me
quick,
answer this question.
real quick, please. So the observations that I used were actually for that paper was 2MASS, or the 2-micron all sky survey. That was done using a set of three telescopes, both in the northern and southern hemisphere. And so JPL was not NASA was not involved in either of those in
I think he meant
that in any way.
he meant JWST possibly.
Thanks.
No, I mean
Thanks,
oh,
Professor.
sorry.
Thank you.
So you're an astrophysicist or whatever?
I prefer the term astronomer because my physics, honestly, is not as cracked up as some of my other
So
colleagues.
you're an astronomer.
I'm an
Got it.
astronomer, yeah.
My question to you is, when you take these telescopes, look at something with such magnification, how do you know you're not actually zooming in really closely on something and just looking at very small parts of its components versus the actual distance you think it is? Do you kind of understand my question?
I am a little bit confused. What do you mean by a smaller zooming in on a smaller area?
So like if I'm looking at binoculars at my friend who's 2 feet in front of me, I'm gonna see all of the hairs on his eyebrows and stuff, right? But if I'm looking at a boat on the horizon, if I'm looking at him from far away, it's gonna look different. So I'm saying, like, have you ever considered the option that the things you're looking at are a lot closer, and what you're actually doing is you're looking in very fine detail at something that's actually a lot closer?
I still am a little bit confused as
The magnification,
yeah,
right?
I understand.
Magnification of the image in front of you.
Yeah.
Have you
I
ever
understand.
considered that the thing that you think that you're magnifying on is much closer, and thus you're actually just looking at it in depth, like looking at something with a microscope almost, and you're looking at all its small components, and then you're attributing it to components that are light years away, but they're actually really close, and you're really zoomed in on it.
So we don't get stellar. Let me make sure that I'm absolutely correct on this. We don't get stellar distances by looking at a star and sort of measuring it. We can stellar distances, you can get it through stellar parallax, which is looking at the motion of the star relative to a background field. You can get it using pulsating variables, which is looking at the light of a star over time. None of these really have anything to do with magnification. And actually, in professional astronomy, magnification really isn't a term we use. We use plate scale or angular resolution.
Can I ask you a question too, Mr. Parks? Professor Parks, I'm at.
Fine.
Does the stars, when you look through the better telescopes, I'm assuming you've had time of some of the good ones. I know it's just magnifying what's already there, but in your opinion, and after hearing it, does the light seem like it falls more under like electrical or LED or electrical, just basically electrical period? Does the light look more electrical or more like actual fire, like fireball type of shit? Don't it look like twinkly and electrical kind of? Sorry, I didn't word that very good, but you know what I'm trying to get across.
That's all right. I don't know what you mean by, but I can give you my personally looks like to me. It looks like a flickering light. It looks kind of like a Christmas light, depending on the amount of twinkling. Sometimes they're like on Milt Wilson, there's very, very little twinkling. And so it actually, most of the stars actually appear point-like and are just of a single color. They really don't bounce around really all that much. As to whether or not it's electric, it looks more like to me or fire. I'd say it looks like an optical effect, but that might be because I know what it is. I know what it is, which is an effect of optics. Well, really, it's an effect of the atmosphere, but it's the light bouncing through, redirecting through the atmosphere. I don't know if that made any sense whatsoever.
Yeah. Thank you, man. And Mount Wilson, that's up high. That's like pretty high up.
Astronomically speaking, for an optical observatory, it's really not. It's 5,500 feet. Most of our major observatories are at 14,000 feet, or roughly speaking, either in Hawaii or Chile.
What would y'all consider the halfway point? Like as far as atmosphere goes, like I know like 1 mile there's thicker atmosphere, and there's more miles above that, but like not exactly, but what would be considered like the halfway point of looking through the stars, like a couple miles or something like that? Or
So I don't know. I don't know if we've ever really considered that in terms of, what I'm thinking of when you ask that question, trying to describe
Essentially, he's asking like when do you cut through the majority, right? Like not necessarily a halfway point. It would be one way of putting it, but when do you cut through the majority of the thickest atmosphere?
Oh, well, I can tell you this. So with Mount Wilson, it is just above the marine layer, and from my understanding, the marine layer is an inversion layer within the troposphere where a lot of sediment, a lot of smog, a lot of junk and water gets trapped. And so when you're in LA, when you look up, you're going to see this kind of orangey, smoggy, haze. But when you're on and the stars are going to twinkle like crazy. But when you're on Mount Wilson and you're looking down, the stars are fine. They don't really twinkle much, but you see that kind of gross yellow kind of smoggy layer, and the streetlights twinkle like crazy. It's actually awesome to look at. But I think in reality, or not reality, but in practical terms, we really want them to be high up. We really want them to be like 14,000 feet. One of the current contention.
Yeah, but you can do that on in the Rockies for sure.
Ooh, man, you gotta stop
Sorry.
interrupting me.
Yeah, no, dude, I haven't cut him off except for that time for like at least 15 minutes.
I
You gotta
I
not do
won't
it
cut him
anymore at
off,
all.
I think. But the last thing the last thing I want to say about that, just to kind of give you an example, is so the United States is leading an effort to build, and astronomers are really bad at naming things. They want to build a telescope known as the TMT, or the 30-meter telescope, which is better than the Europeans who want to build the ELT, and no shit, it's called the extra large telescope. But anyway, I digress. So so the astronomical community wants to place the TMT on Mauna Kea, which is 14,000 some odd feet above sea level. That's where most of our other telescopes are. But the native Hawaiians are getting pissed at us. Sacred site for them. There is a secondary site in the Canary Islands which doesn't have any of that baggage to it. It's lower down. I think it's around 12,000 feet, but there is pushback from the astronomical community saying we don't want to go to a lesser site. We want this, groundbreaking ground telescope to be at the best site possible. So I don't know if there is a strict demarcation line. It's just get as high up as you can.
Tell them to look me up. I'll do the foundation and all the concrete work for a real good price, man. Some charity work, man, just to be able to see through that bitch when it's done. Thank you, man.
Yeah, wait, no, you're not going to just do it for that. You're going to also need access to that telescope whenever you want it.
That might be a little harder. That's a big ask.
Good luck with that, though. That's a good idea, man.
Yeah. I'm not associated with it, but yeah. So that's the next generation of ground-based observation or ground-based telescopes. The two major ones are the TMT, run by basically spearheaded by the U.S. I don't know specifically who, but the U.S. and then the ESO. The ESO is spearheading the European Space Organization is spearheading the ELT, which is going to be built in Chile. If I make that's my guess. Chileans are awesome to the astronomer, but like I said, I can go off.
Right. So if we want to get as high as possible, right? Obviously, we all know that. Like, you want to cut through as much atmosphere as possible. So when you get up there and you make observations that see too far, what does that mean to you? Like, because your telescopes are pointed at the sky.
Yeah.
Could you do something like that to point it across the Earth?
They're not designed to do that. No.
No, the ones you're talking about are not. But could it be done?
I can't see a reason why it couldn't be.
I want one of those.
I mean, I think what you're suggesting is building a research grade astronomical telescope, like an 8-meter, and putting it on top of a really high mountain, and then pointing it along the horizon. Picture what you see.
Yeah. Add infrared to it and get up a couple thousand miles.
And a smelloscope.
Well, I can tell you in terms of the infrared. Infrared is tricky because of the transmission profile of IR. So our atmosphere absorbs a lot of IR light in kind of funky ways or funky places. That's why infrared observations, research grade observations, really have to be done that high. So the IRTF, the Infrared Facility Telescope, I think, IRTF, the Infrared Telescope Facility, is on Mauna Kea, and then there is also the other famous infrared telescope was Sophia, which I really want to talk to the engineers about. Friggin' put a telescope in a jetliner, and I have no idea how they stabilize that bitch. But that got up to 30,000 feet. I want to say.
Can I ask you, if we did have such a thing, like a really highly powerful infrared and all this, whatever, like if it was scientifically designed and all that, and we had a good observation point, like one of the ones that we give the observatories, and we just panned it across the horizon, like you just described, do you think we would see farther than what, the radius predicts?
I am going to give you a very unsatisfying. I am going to tell you that you're going to see what would be predicted on a globe with an atmosphere given the characteristics of that atmosphere, its density, its temperature profile.
Yeah, no, I don't want to get into the whole refraction debate because that's always sticky, right?
Yeah.
I just want to know geometrically, would we see farther?
See, I don't really know how to answer that because we can't. We always see an apparent horizon, which is affected due to refraction. You can't. You'd have to remove the atmosphere in order to remove refraction.
I mean, okay. I guarantee you, like, the honest answer that you would give would be that yes, we would see farther than we would expect if we just broke down the math, like geometrically, we would see farther, and you would have to explain it by refraction, correct?
Yeah, that would be right. Yeah, yes, I would believe so.
Ain't that telescope the one that's in the one in Hawaii? Ain't that the one that's in that movie Battleship or whatever?
There's a few of them there.
I haven't seen Battleship in a while. But yeah, I don't know.
I saw it the other day.
Pretty good flick.
I actually was planning on watching that. I don't know. From what I remember of the movie, those not telescopes. Or
I remember there being satellite dishes.
If you're talking about the scene where the guy with the thick legs beats the fuck out of aliens with his crutches.
Yeah.
I think those were radio trains.
Dude, that's funny. Like these aliens in this movie, who for whoever didn't see it, they see like horses show up green and all animals that aren't dangerous and all innate matter. So this guy's got fake legs, prosthetic legs, and the alien was confused because like the top part of him showed up red, like a threat, and then the bottom part of him showed up green, like it's okay. But no, that telescope was a large part of the movie because that's where they had to. That's what the aliens were using to try and send a signal, like sending more help and shit, But yeah, I was just mentioning
that is in reality a radio or a radio dish or a satellite receiver is really what.
Yeah, they sent out a signal there, and then they received the signal there. I don't think they were looking through that telescope. But Professor Parks,
I gotta go get some water, but yeah, you got something real quick.
No, I was going to answer you. There's several observatories there, right? Like there's.
I think there's 16 of them on Mauna Kea.
Oh, I didn't know that. One last question, okay? Out of humor, do you think we could use one of them big telescopes to send out like one hell of a bat signal?
That isn't. There are two parts to this. First off, with those
on the moon.
With those two telescopes, or with those telescopes, no. Those telescopes simply collect light. But Frank Drake used a radio transmitter, I think in Arecibo, to basically send out a signal to a globular cluster saying, "Hey, aliens, we're here." So I think they're going to, I think given the distance, oh no, it's not a globular cluster, it was a galaxy. I think given the distance, we should hear from the aliens in 160 million years. So.
Oh, that ain't nothing astronomical time, man. That's tomorrow on the larger scale, right?
Yeah.
Look, back to my last question, where let's say we had one of these great observation points above 14,000 feet, and we were shining infrared across the Earth. And you already admitted that we would see farther than geometrically possible. You would have to factor in refraction to try to explain it. Like, you do understand that we would see like much farther than refraction could ever explain, right? Like you already admit a certain extent to this, like, but refraction couldn't do this, especially when you were at that height.
I don't understand why you couldn't. So you make the assertion that we would see farther than refraction could explain. Why would
No,
that?
you could mathematically come up with any amount of refraction, but that's only to try to explain away the ball that you claim you live on.
So if someone were to make an observation from Mauna Kea using a telescope and they saw something at a certain distance, then I wouldn't expect them. I would not accept if they said, "All right, this must be the amount of refraction that that was there."
Yeah, we're already at a high height, so like we're eliminating the majority of the refraction because we're at a very high altitude. Like cutting through, we're getting above that the atmospheric effects, right?
Are we
So
looking at something at the ground?
I mean, this is all hypothetical, but no, we're trying to look across the ground at an equal height.
So it's something that is 14,000 feet high somewhere else on the Earth.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would basically just keep your lens level from 14,000 feet.
I don't know what you would see at that.
I don't think you would. I don't think you would see any drop, especially with infrared, because infrared is not going to be affected by refraction. The way that you want to explain it away.
You think you could see the Rocky Mountains from Kansas City?
Well, let me put it like this: if it's the Earth curve that's causing the gradient, basically, and so if we're looking out level, and it seems like and y'all are using the curved layers based on the refraction. What if we're looking like, say, what if we're in an airplane and we're looking like kind of downward toward the horizon, and the angle is outpacing the gradient from the Earth curve? Wouldn't we have to get reverse refraction? Like if we're looking down, there would be a certain angle that's pretty close to level as far as on a Earth, as far as the slope goes. But then looking a little bit down lower than that, just like a little bit before the horizon, we would expect to see things higher because we're looking toward a reverse gradient. My whole point is the way they explain refraction based on the atmosphere curving, that can't work because we would see things higher looking down because we would outpace the effects of the Earth curvature itself in the layer we're looking to, in the angle we're looking to.
I don't think I quite understand your point. What I can say is, before I go get my water, is if you are trying to look, if you are at on top of Mauna Kea, if you wanted to look level, basically level to your position or perfectly horizontal to your local position, I don't think you would see anything. I think you would see water. So there's nothing that you would be able to measure the height of. There'd be nothing to.
No, well, no, actually, that would be great because the water. I mean, I suppose we would like to have some kind of indicator aside from the water, but the water could be pretty good too because we know that sits level.
I don't. This is all very theoretical, or all very hypothetical
all
at this
speculation.
Point. And if you are looking at the water level, then this goes back to the second point that I'm going to make, is that you are essentially looking through all of the atmosphere that you're trying to get out of, because you're looking down through that atmosphere, and that is going to cause refraction. I think the only way that you're going to be able to effects is by removing the atmosphere, which I think people would be annoyed.
And that's why I'm trying to get to one of your magical observation points, like cutting through most of the atmosphere, getting high up, and doing this with a very, the type of telescope or the type of optics, whatever that we can't afford to crowdfund or whatever else. You know what I mean? We want your backing to do our experiments.
Okay. So you want us to build a 8-meter telescope so that you can do this?
That would be awesome. I mean, if you wanted to prove your side, like, you could do it yourself.
That's a hell of an investment. You're talking
Yeah,
millions,
yeah, it is.
millions of dollars to do that when we can just show you other pieces of evidence.
Right. Well, I mean, if you think we're a threat, you're in here now because you're trying to defeat us. You know, like if you
No.
think we're a threat, this is the type of stuff that would squash all dissent.
So let me be very clear about this. This isn't for me. This is not adversarial. I am not out to defeat anyone. I am not out to belittle or insult anyone. I am here. The reason why I am here is because I want to hear your argument. Because I'm curious what you all think. Really, what I'm here for is I want to start asking of why you think the way you do. Why is it that you distrust what science, like
No.
scientists have to say?
Dude, let him finish what he's saying,
That has to
Lou.
do with psychology.
Lou.
That has to do with psychology, man.
You gotta stop interrupting people, man. Like,
Dude,
just let him finish what he's saying.
You
I
made the
cut him
claim that-
off like once every
Blueberry
15
pancakes.
minutes while he's saying something. Sorry. I mean, look, I think it's still a valid point. Like, that's a psychological question. It doesn't have to do with you're trying to figure out why we think the way we think. That's not the problem. You need
No,
to
he
figure
wants to
out.
know. You know what? He wants to know why you both see the same thing, and you think it's something completely different from what he thinks. That's what he wants to know.
Yeah, and also because because I'm a scientist, I'm part of the community. It seems that there's a great deal of distrust of the scientific community, and I'd like to know that. But I do want to on the record as saying, prior to right now, I have never asked any of you that. I realize that is not this is not the form because I don't think you all want. You are more interested in discussing, globe Earth evidence, flat Earth evidence, so forth and so on. But you made the assertion that I am here to destroy you. I
Yeah.
am.
He's speaking for himself, man. We don't. I think you've been very, very.
No, I don't. I didn't even exactly say that, man. Like, yeah, I guess maybe I said. It's just that everybody who comes in, trying to explain things away to us, like their job is to explain to us how we're wrong, and I want to explain to you what it would take to quash our, our skepticism.
Yeah, but dude, in all fairness,
Well-
Professor Parks has let us pick his brain, and he's never once, to me, came across as like an anti-flat earther just trying to shoot down everything we say. He gives his insight and his professional opinion on some of it. That I mean, I gotta go against you on that, man. He's been pretty decent, man, in my opinion.
No, he's been great, man. I'm not like trying to call him out as like one of these, just anti-flat earther dickheads that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, he's, and based on the way that you guys are treating me right now, I know he's somehow elevated above them, but I don't know who he is. Okay, like that's all. Like he's just another guy in Discord to me.
All right. Well, if anyone wants to know who he is, check out his channel. And Rob, you did a great thing the other day where you were just finally stopped talking about the subject and started talking a little about your life and talking about your travels through religion and your quest. And I very much thought of this and thought of you at that time as, your interest in here is genuine and you're very much appreciated for that. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dan. And I think what you're talking about is the inclined plane video that I did recently. And so I was talking about inclined plane, how it's a great example of gravity, yada yada. Lunatic, if that is the piece of evidence that if that is a piece of evidence that we need to provide, I can tell you, man, that's not going to happen. Because
Right, no, that. I didn't mean to cut you off again. Sorry. I mean, I know that it's not going to get funded by astronomers or by the government or by anything else. Like this is something that we as flat earthers have to do, if we want that. But if you are in a concern of like this flat Earth movement, overtaking the public like idea of cosmology and whatever else, like, because you got to admit, like, we're kind of gaining steam. We have been for a long time, and it's slow, but it's continuous. And a lot of your field has to do with trust of the public. Well, if the public trust becomes lacking in your side, you're going to find this more and more prevalent. Like this is going to be more and more of a bigger thing for that. You would have to actually do the experiments that we're asking for instead of doing the shit that you want to show us.
We're still going to need astronomers, though, Lou, man. But I say this, like, you're thinking that, like, they see so much further with a big telescope. Like, at a certain point with focal, I mean, you just pretty much enlarging what is already there for the eyes to see, or for the binoculars or whatever zoom or good camera you got. You're just enlarging it so you can see in better detail. But I don't think the distance is going to change as far as the
No,
horizon.
yeah, you're
with a big
still going to
telescope.
be limited. Yeah, you're still going to be limited, clearly, but that's why in this particular instance, I was talking about getting to an elevated position and having a very large telescope, like
Yeah,
one
fair
that
enough.
we
Fair
can
enough.
afford.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I could put any more in it. The other thing, the last thing I will really say about that is that there is another reason why I engage here and so forth is right now. I am more interested in outreach. I'm more interested in teaching, I'm more interested in teaching, and then when it comes to the trust component, that's really why I'm more interested in outreach, is to gain trust, is to show folks, we're not trying to hide anything. We're trying to be very honest with it. Isn't scientifically shown. So in that regard, when I come here, one of the things, and I credit Austin for this, in that he and others in this community really make me have to rethink how I want to describe things, or really rethink how I know things. And sometimes I learn new things. Like what's it pointed out to me that in 2022 or 2012, the distance to Polaris changed radically. And so that was fun to look at. And even though this paper that he's given me has a whole lot of math, I hope I will enjoy reading it. So
one last thing, man. We there is a couple models as far as flat Earth models with the two of them with the stars and the planets and the sun and all that. I'm gonna DM them to you. I mean, I'll put them in your DM if you ever get a minute. You could look at them. One of them's a website. The other one is a video. And then I'm working on a on celestial navigation on a plane, and I think there's a lot. I don't know, man. There's a lot more links. That's why I brought the declination and stuff. But there's a lot more to it than we thought, man. That AE map is literally a longitude calculator, and that's what they had problems with. Was and I'm just going to put out enough videos, a few of them, to show ways to do it on a flat plane, to hopefully strike the interest in other people to help me with this, because like I said, it's a time and longitude calculator, and it's and that was the problem with navigation, was the longitude problem and the time problem, and it was right in front of our face the whole time. I think there's maybe a little more to it though, but I'll DM it to you if you get a minute. Check out these couple models in this and
Well,
and the cell nav and shit.
all right.
all right. So it sounds like he's getting ready to take off, but I have one more thing that I want to say too. Is, and it's just it's so simple. Like, has anybody presented you with the black swan argument?
Okay, I think.
Yeah. Yes, I have seen that many, many times.
Okay, so what's you? Is it just you're just gonna explain it away by refraction? You're gonna say refraction. That's the reason why we see like 30 times too far. Like,
That is the explanation. Is refraction. Yes.
Is that really what you want to ask him about? Like, I'm just gonna make a statement about something, Dr.
Sure.
Professor Parks. That's I'm not really a Neil deGrasse Tyson fan, but he did a really great masterclass on scientific, scientific communication. I don't know if you've
Okay.
seen it, but if you did not, you should check it out. It's pretty good.
Okay.
And
I'm not a big Neil deGrasse Tyson fan.
Kosho, that's one of the shadiest things you've ever said.
Wow. Wow. I'll just let you know. In Gems, we watched it several times. I let Flat Earthers watch it with us, and all the Flat Earthers who watched it actually were. It was enlightening to them. Even.
Ah, well. So the reason why I don't like, for those of you who don't know, no, I am not. I think he's a pedantic dickhead.
Yeah.
And, I actually blame him for some of the adversarial aspects to this because of the whole fucking mic drop. That was not called for.
Yeah.
So, but okay, I'll give it a shot.
It's it's well worth it. I have the same opinions you do. So
I'll try to swallow my slide and see it and try to judge it all.
And Professor
Parks next time.
Kosho
You
just
should
trying to
also-
get his dick sucked or something. Like, dude, yeah, he
Christ.
gets
Lou,
it. You're a fucking
Lou, there's
blower
people-
too.
There's people trying to get in there.
Yeah, next time you come through, Parks, I got a Coriolis argument that's going to knock your socks off.
You should also. You should spend some time talking about the James Webb Telescope and Hubble, and there's another telescope going up in a couple of years that's basically 100 times more powerful than Hubble, or 100 times the field of vision. Because I mean, that stuff is fascinating, and the amount of data that's coming out of that is just going to change a whole lot of stuff.
Sure, yeah, I can definitely do that. I believe that's the Roman telescope that you're talking about.
That's it. That's the name. Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'm not leaving exactly. I'm just gonna. I'll be kind of lurking. So.
Did you say you were thirsty a while ago? Like, this guy's been dying to thirst for like an hour.
Yeah,
We're
something
asking
like that.
questions about the Black Swan.
All right.
I sent two models over to you in DM. I hope you get them, and I hope you get a minute to glance at them.
Yeah, I got them. Appreciate it.
Does this guy know how to party or what?
Nice work, Dan.
Well, it ain't every day we get to pick the brains of a PhD astronomer. You know what I'm saying? And somebody who's had telescope time to look at this shit. You know, we haven't. So I like to, and he doesn't come across as very adversarial, man. He's open-minded, and not saying he buys everything that we're selling, but he hears us out. He's cordial. I mean, what more could you ask for out of a global?
I mean, Kosho got a PhD. It's a player hater degree.
Yeah, I do.
And your mom made it for you.
Yeah,
Just seriously
she did.
though.
Yeah, talk to Professor Parks about Coriolis, dude. Since you enlighten him about
Wits it
what
wore
you
him
know about.
out. He said another time.
But he comes for the high level of conversation, you know?
I got some high level shit, Dan. That's right.
That was a great conversation between Parks and Witsit, bro.
That was good. Yeah, that was good.
Witsit has been fucking destroying it. He did Blue Marble Science. Was that yesterday or this morning? Man, and it was just like, I mean, I'm not saying these guys are the cream of the crop. They're not, but they're at the level we need to be talking to. Because
dude,
they're
Witsit sharp as a fucking tack, bro. I'm telling you, I told you all this, dude. Just debating with him just for a minute, bro. He knows what the whole fucking room's thinking. His teammate, his two opponents, the narrator, bro. His mind just is accelerated, dude. It's fast.
It
He's
is
sharp as a
accelerated.
tack, bro.
That's exactly the word. It is. Because you
Unlike-
watch it with the mouse, it's the same thing.
Unlike
it's
Zanuck and Kosho, Professor Parks is actually going to stick to the, the globe model and what all this stuff. He's not going to just go making stuff up willy nilly.
Kosho's a great guy. I mean, compared, Zanuck pushes and pushes. Kosho never, Kosho's nearly one of us. So's Parks. And Parks was talking about religion and how he's moved from one to the other and moved from from position to position, and he's leaning over here right now. We could get this guy.
Yeah, he's usually about a day or two from switching. I could tell too.
Kosho concedes every now and then. He'll concede. But Zanuck, he'll never concede.
You remember my famous line?
Kosho's totally patient. I give him a ton of credit. I mean, granted, he might be medicated.
What famous line, Kosho?
I'm impervious to medication, but no, in 24/7, I used to say, what did I say? You can concede. What did I say? Yeah. You can concede and still be right, or something like that. I forgot what I said, but it was something along those lines. But
Isn't
you
that
can
just
concede
called
and still be right.
agreeing? Isn't that just called agreeing to disagree?
Or pacifying your person you're talking to,
Opponent.
in order to.
So now you're just deceiving him.
Right.
No, deceiving is the wrong word to use, man.
I mean,
it's called.
But you're right though. No, but honestly, sometimes I know Scott Beach. I know this was a long time ago, and actually it annoyed me a lot. But he would concede, or he would agree on things that I know he didn't agree with, just to get to the point of the argument that he was trying to get to. And I would always find that annoying, but I see why he did it. Sometimes you have to agree on the small stuff. Agree on the small stuff when there's a bigger
Describe
picture.
yourself, bro.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm not trying to call anyone out, but you're describing exactly who. Yeah, like. Oh, I was gonna say that's like a manipulative tactic.
Projecting.
Coach
It's just
is
a strategy.
a con artist with a conscience.
Just a strategy. It's a strategy so you don't get caught up in the minutia. That you can agree on some of the small details, so that you don't get caught up arguing like the smallest, the throwaway stuff that isn't the meat and potatoes of your argument.
Why don't you ever agree with my small stuff then? You fight me tooth and nail every time.
You got is small stuff, dude.
The thing is,
small fries.
Oh.
Well, I would say the thing is, ultimately, in my viewpoint, if someone's seeking truth and someone else is also seeking truth and they're discussing that, a concession, in my mind, is not really about conceding to that other person. It's really conceding within yourself. Because if they actually did have a truth that you were either unaware of or something new that you could become aware of, or whether you had to change your own perspective to arrive at that as well, then it's like they're like the spark for it, but ultimately it's you that's conceding within yourself as to what you think is true.
Yeah, okay. But honestly, that quote is not accurate to what I do in modern days. But in 24/7, where you kind of have to protect, it's kind of like being in Nazi Germany, or no offense to anybody there, or talking about another server or anything, but you just have to watch. You got to be very careful on making any moves. Otherwise, being banished. So that was kind of an easier way to just not get in trouble. It's just to concede when you don't have to argue.
I wouldn't want to go there either. If I was a Glover, I wouldn't want to go there. But I don't know. But here's Coach O's famous first words, not his last words. But I know, but.
Oh yeah.
Every sentence. I know, but.
Well, no, honestly, I mean, there's different ways of communicating with people, but one way of communicating or debating, arguing with somebody who's adversarial to you is to, first find a point that you agree on, or find what they said that you agree with, and then, elaborate on, what you find contrary to what they said, because otherwise they're not going to listen to you.
I think the difference, though, is that if you go to a server to where they hold you to the fire and they don't let you run off into these crazy, worlds like that are allowed here, I think maybe that's why a baller finds themselves more comfortable here than over there, because you'll get shut down over there. They don't let you run off and into fantasy world all the time like it does here.
I mean, there ain't nothing to talk about. If you shut them down right off the rip, you want to do the Black Swan and not let them. It's a wrap.
Yeah, but Jeremy, but then here they will spend 10 hours debating a truth. So it's like, that's the problem. Over there, they'll just shut up. You're lying. Shut you down.
Yeah, because here we're willing to.
Exactly.
Here we're willing to go.
discuss it and everything.
Because here we're willing to go through the whole depths of the argument into every nook and cranny. They're not willing to do that there.
Right.
There's women here who will fixate on one thing that somebody said years and years ago, and hold their feet to the fire.
You don't talk about
They
Zach
don't-
like that. Just kidding.
No, it's not. This is flat earther. That's a flat earther female. She's in here now, actually. But she was just speaking actually right before I did. But regardless, I don't know what I was saying. Oh right, yeah.
Wow, don't talk about Jared like that.
No, but yeah, but it is good. It is good to get down to the bottom of. I'll be right back. I'll be black shortly.
You said I'll be right back.
I'll be white black.
So
I'll be
somebody
black
said
shortly.
cabbage dish. Who said cabbage dish yesterday? With that whole food theme.
Cabbage dish.
There was like some food thing going on. It was awesome. Whoever said cabbage dish, I want to know who that was. You're dope.
That is the Cavendish snacking snacks.
Oh, was it snacks?
Well, he's the king of word salad. That's his only skill. Well, no, he plays sax good too. He's got two skills.
He does. He
Word
does great
salad,
accents as well.
saxophone.
Great impressions and great accents too.
That was priceless. Cabbage. What was the other thing he said right before that, though? He had another food thing. I forgot.
He's got this whole diatribe on Dick Earth that's really funny.
Probably said raviolis effect.
No. I think it was like two or three. It might have been two things before that even. It was pretty good. Somebody should have clipped that. Shit was hilarious.
Where was this other place that's supposed to be more fair than here that they shut him down? What was that other place called?
Fairer than here?
I thought he said it
They were
was.
talking about
He had to be careful there, tippy toe.
Where 24/7 they were talking about?
Yeah.
Wow. That's comical. You mean if you don't say that the dogmatic response to the certain question? Is that what somebody meant to say?
Yeah, but there are places, SC, where you got to be careful what you say, even as a flat earther, bro. It's like it ain't
Yeah,
just
no
globalist.
shit.
You got to tippy toe, fucking no matter what you are, bro. You got to go by the script and strictly by the script. You're gonna get fucking annihilated.
Dude, I don't stick to the script. I'm out the box all the way, baby.
That's what sets us apart, dude. In this channel, man, we
Hey,
all think outside the box, man. So
Brian, I got a message from Jaron saying he's going to unblock me now. I'm getting released from the moratorium.
You guys gonna kiss and make up?
It's not that. It's just that Bob went everywhere and pulled my wrenches and ghosted me everywhere.
yeah, because you was aggressive toward him, man, talking shit about him and everything. I mean, what do you expect?
You know nothing about that.
I don't.
How do I
You're
get
right.
on Jaron's
You're
show?
right. I don't.
How do I
I'll
get
give
on
you that.
Jaron's show? How do I get on Jaron's show? Because I want to pitch this Coriolis argument. He's got a lot of listeners.
Yeah, he shot my video down live pretty much, but it's all good. I mean, he gave reasons why he didn't agree. I did a video. He does Speaker's Corner, usually once or twice a week, but always at least once, and he'll give you a few minutes. But I showed a video where Fight the Flat Earth.
Where do I go to get on it?
Yeah, Jeremy,
Go to
he
Jeremy's show.
does live streams. He does live streams. I don't know. What is it, Brian? Like once, twice a week where he basically takes calls from
Every
people?
Thursday, and then sometimes
Phone calls on
Friday.
a phone number?
No, it's like a web link, and then you go to it, and then you can either be on camera or not be on camera. I think he does ones where like he limits it to 3 minutes, and then other times I think he lets people go longer. I've seen some of them where he's talking to one person for like 20 minutes or something, or even longer. So, but I think he's been trying to keep it more to like 3 minutes. But yeah, he does I don't know his exact schedule, but I want to say once or twice a week he's doing a show like that.
Bank on
how
every
do I
Thursday
know?
he does it, Jeremy. Every Thursday.
How do I know when it starts, though?
Just go to
You
his
gotta
channel.
subscribe.
He's got, what is the one? Yeah, Speaker's Corner is one of them, and then another one is Ask Me Anything maybe, and then he's got. Are those the two that I want to say that he's taking calls
Yeah,
on?
he
Yeah,
does Speaker's Corner, Geo, every Thursday, but you won't know unless you subscribe to his channel. And it's StreamYard. I think StreamYard, so you can and he'll let you share. He'll even let you play a little video. He's pretty fair. He even listens to Brenda's ass. It's hilarious.
He's been fighting hard to communicate because for several years he didn't get back to nobody ever. You know. So.
Yo, next time Jaron fires that up, somebody hit me up, will you? I'll be
Does it
here.
all the time. He's on almost every day.
Yeah,
I know, but
just
hit me
subscribe.
up.
Just subscribe to his YouTube channel, and then receive notifications, and you'll just see when he goes live with it, and you can just jump on if you were wanting to.
That sounds mad complicated.
Well,
I'll give you a heads up, Jeremy. I'll give you a heads up.
I mean, that way you just know when it's on. I mean, are you actually saying you want to go? You want to actually call him and go on there?
Yeah, I want to pitch this Coriolis. The Coriolis argument I have is fire, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure he would dig it, dude. Yeah, you should call.
If you want to communicate with him, it's Telegram for him these days.
Oh yeah, I'm in his Telegram.
Yeah. Same with Austin. Austin says that's the only way he'll read anything, really. I mean, so it's like, it's weird. We see Austin all the time, but the world doesn't. You know, he's an enigma still to everyone. It's a trip.
I don't even think Witsit checks my DMs that I send him.
You don't read none of them. That's a fucking bummer. I got one from the other day, and I was in shock staring at it.
Yeah, he checks them here and there. He just goes to them all. You know, when he gets them in, he just goes to them all. So it might be a few days, but you send him a message, he'll get it.
Yeah,
Both
no,
those
he has
guys-
hit me back a few times.
Both him and Jaron and Globebusters are looking to get that show back on track and communicate better and not, you know, really looking forward to us going forward with a lot less of the FE on FE shit that we've had going on. You know, it's fucking, everyone's gone. Robbie's gone. Patricia's gone. You know, there isn't IPS gone. You know, like there isn't all this like controversy right now. We can really take this energy and combine it with what we're doing with talking to more and more people of credential who question their own, you know, world too. That just because they're working in the field doesn't mean they're fucking hell bent. And we're learning that there's a lot of normies out there that we can talk to that aren't globies, you know. Just because they're normies, it doesn't make them globies. So we got to figure out like how to open up to them somehow, you know, and let them in on these conversations that they're not even flat conversations. They're just real life conversations. Gio, thanks so much, man. It's been a great week. Totally enjoyed myself here. Just thoroughly. Like, I was so dejected other times and had such a good time. And then I jump over to Gems and fucking rub it in to them. And I've been having a real good time with Flat Earth this week for some reason.
It keeps getting better, man. This is one thing I was going to tell Dr. Rob, is I was going to tell him when he asked about, you know, like kind of picking our, you know, seeing how flat earthers think. And I was going to say, man, I would put it to you like this, Rob. If I ask 1,000 people that if I have a little thought experiment, if I have a 20-mile line and it's invincible and somebody's in the middle, and we got it over a lake and somebody's in the middle and it's sagged down like 20 feet underwater over with a 20-mile line, if me and you are on opposite sides of the lake and we pull it tight, you know what's going to happen? And everybody on earth just about is going to say, then he's going to come up to the top. You know, even people, while simultaneously thinking they live on a globe, will give a common sense answer, knowing that even over 20 miles, there's more drop than that. And on a ball, it would actually pull them down. Everybody will simultaneously think they live on a ball, but still think practically in reality and think that you're going to, if we pull it tight, it's going to pull the guy up in the middle and save his life. Right. And that's how I was going to describe it. Like, so people are simultaneously living in reality but in their mind mentally living freaking on a ball in space.
Yeah, it's like there's a split between reality and then what some people think reality is, that it isn't. Like the whole idea of the outer space story, like that either is an actual physical thing, meaning you go up in the sky and you essentially start orbiting a sphere, or that's just not a thing at all. So it's a pretty dramatic difference. And looking at all the footage and everything they give us, oh man. I mean, that's a whole nother topic and everything, but there's so many problems with it. So the idea of it being real is already very poorly supported.
I was just listening on YouTube and jumped in for the conversation, so I'm probably a little bit lagging behind here, but I talk to a lot of people about Flat Earth, and I try to direct them to Discord, to this server. What I find is a lot of them haven't heard of Discord or don't know how Discord works, so they're not really interested in learning. And I find that when I send them to a debate, say a debate between Whitsitt and a professor, or, it doesn't really matter who it is, they don't understand the fallacies, so they tend to agree with the fallacies, and they say, well, what do you mean that Flat Earth is doing well? That guy just destroyed him. So what I've been doing recently is sending them all to Mindshock for Mindshock's logical analysis to try and get through. Otherwise, they don't understand the fallacies, and then they somehow think that other side is winning with those fallacies.
Is this Mindshock fella? Is this Mindshock guy? Is he going over the debates and pointing out all the fallacies?
For 11 hours straight, you have to watch it. He's incredible, man. He laughs at them. He says he can't believe right, wrong, or indifferent how we mop the floor with them because they make crappy arguments. It's fucking great.
It's Mindshock.
Yeah, it's called like a super cast. I'll get you the link, man. It's the best shit. It's the best flat air shit you've ever seen by
He
far.
literally puts up a counter, Jeremy, a fallacy counter on his screen, and the Globers will be like in the hundreds, bro. It's fucking funny, dude.
That's dope. All right. That's good someone's doing that, calling out all the fallacies. You
It's
can't do
beyond
them all
belief.
during
They
the
don't-
debate, because if you try to do them all during the debate, you can't debate anything because you just be bogged down with fallacies the whole time.
They don't say fuck all. Like, it's like he can't believe that they don't produce a decent argument.
So he's supposed to be a neutral platform. We don't know where he stands. His voice drives me insane. I think he's using a voice changer. That just drives me crazy. But
I don't know why he does that.
But yeah, the logical fallacies. I think there was one on Globebusters where that Bryant first came in and spoke with Jeranism, Whitsitt, and I think there was three of them, Dave as well. By the end of it, the flat earthers had one or two fallacies against their name, and Bryant was into the thousands, up to 1,990 something fallacies in that argument.
They should do like a fallacy to conspiracy counter.
I mean, I'm on this Mindshock page. He's going over like the OJ trial.
Yeah, go into
Fuck that. Here's the big
playlists.
Here's
jump
the big
into the
link. This is the one. It's like 12 hours long. It's like
jump into the playlists and go down to logical analysis, and then you'll find all the flat Earth logical analysis under that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
He's the same guy
It's
that
rid-
says
it's
Neil
ridiculous,
deGrasse.
Jeremy, to
Neil
be
deGrasse
honest,
Tyson is. He says Neil deGrasse Tyson is the Dunning-Kruger champion.
Jeremy,
The same guy.
I promise you, if you put
Yeah.
the time
Well said.
into this mind, if you put the time into this mind shock thing, I mean, I was so embarrassed for us when I first watched it because we just spend all of our time in ego and argument style, and even debate is junk because it comes with bias. If it's set up as debate, both people have bias coming in, so it's like it's never really a conversation. So listen to it while you're working.
I mean, this is 12 hours long, bro. This guy's no joke right here. If it ain't at least 5 hours, I mean, it don't count, but 12 is.
He says
Yeah.
we mop the floor. He goes, we mop the floor because we just are at least speaking from logic. And their emotional defense, like, M. Stone's still listening, like their M. Stone behavior is wild. M. Stone can't listen. He can't listen. He just needs to spout what he's already learned, and that's not a real conversation. And so
he does break them down into smaller chunks of videos if you don't want to watch the whole thing at once. And there is quite a few of them there, but he also did the logical analysis on Flat Earth Dave and Professor Dave, where they say that Flat Earth Dave got destroyed, and it was completely the opposite.
I mean, if this guy's calling out all the fallacies, I could do that too. I know all the fallacies. I don't know. He might have some ones I don't know, but
it's
I'm gonna
just
check 'em
interesting
out.
the way that he does it. And then, some of the arguments still, like I believe I know fallacies quite well, but some of them, once they're pointed out, you go, oh, wow, I didn't even
That's what I
see
mean.
that one.
He might have some new shit that I don't know about. Yeah, I'm gonna check him out.
I heard he's a Glober, but he's fair though.
he's laughing out loud at all of us, tell you the truth, because we do tend to bicker and not get the facts a lot,
Like I said, bro, I can even point out debates where it even appeared like the Glober won, or I could look at Toon debates or Fight Player debates where he got mopped or where he mopped him. So I can come at it from unbiased. Maybe I do have a little bias from a stance, but I can still see what's going on, dude. And anybody who says that PhD Tony or Conspiracy Cats and Sensible beat me and which, dude, they're full. They're full of it, bro. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to see that he annihilated him, dude, and we annihilated them guys.
Pretty much
Lately-
every argument that Katz made, he was just doing an egregious ad hom. Egregious. Like he even was like, he's like, can I share screens? And the guy's like, sure. He shares screens, and it's just this total ad hom of wits at like all these insults and all these like poisoning the well. It was literally a list of fallacies, and that was his screen share. So when he had time to like, show his point or show truth, whatever it may be on his side, he literally took it to just try to attack Witsit's character. It was one of just the lowest kind of vibrational I've ever seen in any debate, really. Like, that's your whole point. Like, your whole presentation is just starting right off with ad homs and attacks. Like, you don't even have any argument other than that. That was pretty wild.
Toon did the same thing.
That's what I mean, dude. If we pointed out all the fallacies, we would never talk about any topics because we'd just be pointing out fallacies the whole time.
And arguing whether they were a fallacy or not.
Yeah, then you're just arguing about fallacies the whole time. Like, you would never be able to talk about anything.
Well, but the goal is, though, if you have a good like set structure for certain fallacies that either will be called out, you can even do like a point system, or there's different ways of doing things like that if you want to even have fun with it. Because like if there is an actual fallacy and if it is called out, then essentially that point is like rescinded, in a sense, from the record. I mean, it would all be obviously like recorded and everything like that. But in terms of like the official where they're actually at in the argument, in the discussion of it.
Well, this is what Witsit's been talking about, getting these debates moderated by this mind shock dude, if he can get hold of him, I believe, because it'd be very interesting with him as a moderator.
If the moderator was calling out the fallacies, that would be dope. Yeah.
I'm already in contact.
Last debate, Austin actually spent a minute or two in his opener to point out, to try and teach these guys fallacies, and that dude Mark still just started stacking up fallacies, bro. Even after Austin pointed it out, bro, it was hilarious.
Fallacies are super important. It's like, it doesn't mean that someone's right or wrong, but it means that their point is completely irrelevant.
That's what I meant. Yeah, it's almost like struck from the record, meaning like if you're actually here with a point and then somebody's going to rebut it, if they don't actually rebut it, then it's because all they did was fallacies. Like if the first thing they do is a fallacy, second thing they do is a fallacy. If they just stack a bunch of fallacies up, even if they have some good information in between it, it's just like a string of faulty connections to where they can't actually assert a point that isn't fallacious. Therefore, they really haven't even rebutted the point at all.
That's right. I think that's one of the biggest thing that plague this community is like it drowns in fallacies.
And that's where I jumped in here, because you were saying, about talking to other people and how other people sort of get involved in this flat earth. And this has been my experience. If I send them to a debate between Austin and a physics professor, they will listen to the fallacies. And I've found that everybody that I've spoken to about a fallacious argument, not one person I've spoken to knows what a fallacy is. So when they watch these debates, they go, "What are you talking about? The flat earther got destroyed. Didn't you hear that guy?" So now I've stopped sending them to those debates, and I send them to Mindshock and say, "Well, here's the logical analysis of that debate and tell me who won the debate," because they just don't understand fallacies. We're not taught at school. We're not, it's crazy. I always say to someone, that'd be a fallacy. And they're like, "Oh, what's a fallacy?" And then you got to go through
They're
the
reacting to the emotion of it. They're getting the emotional
Exactly, bro. Exactly. They all, like, across the board, they all just ignore Mindshock. Have you ever heard any baller, like, honestly address the Mindshock evaluation? Ever?
Oh, not at all. Never.
Right.
I didn't even know
But
this guy existed till 5
But
minutes ago.
I'm not talking about the anti-flat earthers. I'm just talking about friends and people I speak to in day-to-day life. I sent my sister-in-law the last debate, and she said, "Oh, I think that Bryant's winning." And I said, "Well, no, he's not. Hang on, I'll send you another video." And then I sent her Mindshock, and she was like, I understand where you're coming from now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying, like, I'm only bringing the ballers up. I think anti-flat earthers don't really count. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but, like, they don't count. They're, like, a very rare situation. But, like, just in general, even them, like, you'll never hear them address Mindshock. In fact, they try to act like they don't like him because he openly says he's not a flat earther. So he's like, "I'm not saying what I think either way. I'm, like, undecided." And I've talked to him personally. Like, he won't even tell me anything. I don't even probe him for it. Like, he is very specific about being completely neutral on the actual subject. And
Is that his real voice? I got to know that. Is that his real voice?
I think he uses a voice changer.
Yeah, that ain't his real voice, bro. No, I hope not.
I've only talked to him via text, but he uses the voice changer pretty noticeably. But I don't know how much I can say. So let's just say he has some credentials that people would be forced to, like, recognize.
Acknowledge.
Yeah, and in this specific field of logic. So now find anyone that teaches logic and send them to debates.
What do they call him? A logician?
Well, no, like, there are actual logic courses in university.
Yeah, no, I think the title is logician.
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
I'm
I'm
sure.
talking like like, I don't want to say
Yeah.
I don't want to say too much
No
about
doubt.
his personal thing, but yeah, like, his analysis is correct. So I don't know. I think it's very interesting. I think it's wild that I've never heard any baller address it. They always try to say, like, "Oh, he's a flat earther, he's just pretending," or, like, they just, like, personally attack him, poison the well, whatever. They never address, like, the specific analysis.
I'm waiting for a logical analysis of FTFE.
I think he's gonna also do my conversation with PhD Tony. It's a pretty good case study, honestly. But
That
I
one's
probably
not
already-
even a challenge. That's a train wreck.
all the ballers said
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
that he kicked me around the room for 2 hours.
That's
my God.
total bullshit, bro. That's one of the most lopsided debates I've ever seen, even with a bias, bro. Bro, that guy humiliated himself, bro. I mean, he knows
Yeah.
that. He'll never go on that show again. They won't let him.
He was insanely fallacious.
Yeah, and, like, this is what I keep trying to tell. This is, like, a good-hearted piece of advice. I tell the ballers, I'm like, "Look, I get you think there's a ball. I believe that you do believe that 100%. Like, if you listen to people in this room, they 100% believe there's a ball. But it's like, if you truly think that, and you think so, then you would have to think, like, flat Earth is like patently false misinformation. So if you wanted to help elucidate that to people, you're hurting that cause by being so fallacious. You're literally doing the opposite. You're breathing life into flat Earth by being so fallacious. And, like, I can't even reason with them from that standpoint. Like, that's like a good faith interaction I'm trying to have, Like, as a baller, I'm giving, like, if I'm baller Witsit, like, the way people are behaving in public in these debates to represent the globe model is breathing life into flat Earth.
So you think people are changing their minds based on how somebody acts?
I think that what happened, like, well, I would
Fucking
say I
hell.
have over 1,000 emails that says
Yeah.
that the inability for anyone to publicly debate flat Earth as a globe earther without being emotionally toxic and fallacious is what caused them to look into it more seriously.
I would just hate to know that my view of reality was so weak that I could be swayed by someone else's behavior.
It seems like you didn't listen to what I said.
It is what your view of reality is
I
swayed
don't.
by.
I
It's
don't
not
think
necessarily
it's.
about everything in your own life.
It just
I don't.
You looked at the human beings around you since birth.
It's
and
not
took
that
their behavior, and that became your behavior.
But I
Everything you
don't.
do as a social, as the social fucking creature, human being, is definitely influenced by everyone around you. There's no way out of it. You're not Survivor, man. You don't live by yourself in the woods. Everything you do, even driving a plane, is influenced by other humans. You learned how to from other humans. They built the plane. You learned about the plane from them. What are you talking about, dude?
Oh, yeah, I mean, Left
That
Lane
doesn't
brings up
affect
the
my view
idea
of
of
reality,
scientists smarter than him every time we have a convo, but that's not even the point. I didn't say that over 1,000 people have emailed me or messaged me saying the Glober was so toxic, it made me a flat earther. I specifically didn't say that. I specifically did not say that. I said it made them look into it seriously because of the logic being, why can they not debate without logical fallacies? The globe should be a slam dunk on flat Earth. It should be so easy to debate it because they think flat Earth is so stupid when they go watch it, to then see a train wreck of like emotional ad homs and personal attacks and straw mans and lying and dishonesty and fallacies. They're like, wait, okay, maybe this guy sucks. So they go to the next one. Okay, maybe this guy sucks too. And then they go scour through the entire modern day debate channel and they can't find a baller debate me without being like that. So then they decided to look more seriously into it. I've gotten that
Yes.
email so many times, I couldn't even put a number on it.
So it's not their behaviour; it's the fact that they can't put forward any relevant argument or rebuttal to what's being put to them. So
Yeah,
that makes people want to look at it.
and they have to resort to like all these like tactics, like these disingenuous tactics. Yeah.
I met a dude a few weeks ago who said that he was a total baller, and he watched a debate thing that I was on, the middle ground thing, and it was totally, he said, the way that they offered nothing absolutely made him look further into it. And
Yeah,
that was
it's the lack of ability to offer like substantial, logically consistent evidence that makes people look into it. So if you're a baller, you would disavow that. You would check your own side. You would say, you're hurting our cause. You're making flat Earth a thing. You're breathing life into it. Get a hold of your emotions. Stop being logically fallacious. Stop using phrases like all you have is to call out fallacies, and stop using them. You know, that's what.
Yeah, their position should be the most fallacy-free position of all, because if they have the mainstream, all of the money, all of the government agencies, all of that on that side, they should be able to come with, just a solid, like they wouldn't need any fallacies if they just had the truth and if they had the evidence for that. And
The craziest part is I could be a baller, bro. I could pretend to be a baller, and I could slam dunk on a lot of flat earthers, like for sure. It's so easy to be a baller. It's not even slightly
I'll
difficult.
take you up on that one, Austin.
Oh, okay. I'll do. I mean, you're one of the rare people that wouldn't be. I'm just saying a lot of flat earthers, but like, yeah, I could 100% give you a run for your money because the globe is so easy to debate. Like, it's so easy to be a baller because you go in there with all of science and you can literally just name anything. You can name anything, and there's automatically a globe explanation for it because that's just an Earth explanation for it. Everyone's assumed the Earth's a globe, so everyone that tried to explain a certain phenomena explained it on a globe. So you already have an answer for everything, and you have thousands of people who have looked into it for you, who have debated about what the answer is, and has invested insane amount of hours in trying to explain it. It's the easiest position to debate ever.
I'll give you that. You're right about that. And I thought about that too. I'm like, dude, if I was debating on the ball side, dude, I'd do way better. And I'm not speaking as so much as some of the people in this room. You know, they might do good, but most Glovers, yeah, dude, I feel like I'd do 1,000 times better than them, no matter what I was debating, dude.
Austin, check out this delusion. I hassled Blue Marble Science about an hour ago, and he came back. I just put it in chat, and he said, "You got your ass kicked." That's what he said. It's like the level of delusion there. I mean, he was stunned. He was stunned, and everyone is stunned these days because they're not able to stump you because your depth is deep. You're deep enough. You know, they just fucking. It's beautiful to watch.
Oh, you're talking about the Professor Parks thing?
No, before that, Blue Marble Science.
Oh, when I talked to him.
Oh man, he was crushed. It was funny, man. It was just so good. He's not used to being challenged. He hangs out with full-on dumb shits. He is.
Okay, yeah, but just ask him. Ask him. Can you name one debate Witset's been in where Witset dominated the other person in the debate? And they won't even name one person, which is like that's how you know that they're lying.
See, I also liken this with them and their argument to something I experienced personally with my business. Now, when I first started my business, I had people in the same field or the same industry with other businesses attacking me. And I ignored those attacks. I didn't respond to those attacks. And while they were following me around and concentrating on me, I was stealing their clients from underneath them because they weren't servicing their own clients. They were too worried about me. I think in these debates that they've really got a bee under their bonnet about Austin, and it does become personal, and they don't have the ability once they get personal to bait on this logical level. It's all about, everything's about Witset. Oh, Witset said this and Witset did that, and there's a big target on Witset, but they're focused on Witset, not on their globe argument. They've lost their train of thought.
Yeah, I don't want this to come off like virtue signaling or anything.
Good point, AJ.
I promise it's not. But I was just talking to Kai about this. You know, because I had a couple glasses of prosecco because it's my birthday, whatever that means. Anyway, so I was talking to her, and I'm like, she knows that I don't really. There's a lot of this that I don't like. You know, and again, I'm not virtue signaling or something, but from my perspective, my genuine intention is because I think it's like a take one for the team kind of thing. I'm like, someone has to take one for the team, and I was just talking to her about this. How I don't understand why anti-flyers would spend so much time on Discord and incessantly talk about it, and the reason that I have is I'm like, well, I feel like for one, you don't have to know every answer about existence to know the Earth's flat, right? But I feel like Flat Earth does need one person that can kind of answer almost all the questions that they ask the Flat Earther. Because there's this weird spell that goes on where it's like the Flat Earther can just dunk on the Glober 100 times in a row, but if the Glober can get one little thing that the Flat Earther has to say I don't know to, they think they won the whole thing, right? And so we need someone that kind of obsesses over it and can articulate an answer for almost everything they can bring up and go toe to toe with all these different fields.
Are you volunteering to be the FE champion?
No. I'm just saying that
I think you're one of the best debaters ever for FE. If I'm not not trying to blow up smoke in your ass. It's I'm not gonna lie, dude. You consistently dunk on people every single day.
No, I appreciate that. But I guess what I'm saying is that's kind of why I do it, is because I feel like I think I could debate a lot of things I don't even believe in pretty well, just something I can do. And so I feel like someone has to do it. I think Bob was one of those people. Unfortunately, Bob was one of those people where you could bring up almost anything to Bob, and if he doesn't know, give him a day, and he's going to come back at you and he's going to slice you up. And we don't have him anymore. And so I feel like, yeah, that's the reason that I do it, but I think what that's evolved into is this weird infatuation with my opinion. And dude, I'll be the first to tell you, bro, I speculate a lot. I was talking to Professor Parks, I was speculating about the entire makeup of the universe. I don't represent all of flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? So I think that it's an advantage. The obsession with what I say is advantageous to flat Earth, kind of like what he was saying. It's like the analogy of, I know I'm talking a lot, sorry, I'm kind of buzzed, but it's like the analogy of like the girl that's dating a dude, but the dude's so obsessed with this other dude that she like cheats on him with that dude. You know what I mean? It's like the emotional vitriol is advantageous to flat Earth. And for some of the reasons we just lined up. So like that's why I'm like, yeah, I'll take the shots or whatever. Because I think that other people that are just chilling, they don't have to get into the weeds, they don't have to get all worked up. Like they have such an advantage. Like while the dude is just like, did you hear what Austin did? Like his girlfriend's texting me or whatever, you know? It's like, or texting you. Right? It's like you have the opportunity to reach all these other people because they're like, it's objectively weird that you're obsessed with a flat earther if you say flat earth is so stupid. It gives us like an in. Does that make sense? That's just my thinking, at least.
No, that is our end because they're triggered. You know, that we make people polarized. We'll get between couples. You know, we'll get in every nook and cranny of their doubts.
One thing that I like about what you're doing, Whitset, is that you've got people like what's his name, Nathan Oakley, who seems to win these debates all the time with no flat Earth knowledge at all. It's all just about calling out the fallacy. There's only so much of that you can watch, but what you're doing is actually looking into the other side and presenting an argument for the other side. You know, instead of gravity, it could be electrostatic. It could be this. It could be that. Now, whether that argument is right or wrong, for flat Earth to move forward, someone needs to be proposing those arguments. You know, if Einstein wasn't doing that back in the day, we wouldn't have relativity that we have, the general relativity that we have today. Someone needs to be challenging and putting forward other arguments other than just calling out fallacies or saying, no, that's not correct.
Yeah, like I think that's one of the biggest things that Flat Earth got caught up on because we're fighting like the misinformation from the globe. So all this stuff that's claimed to be science that isn't, we want to expose it, and so we tactically positioned ourselves to be like real rigid. But this is the thing, and I lean towards a lot of the ballers mentality with this. Ironically, like bro, you can't figure anything out if you're not gonna like try to like speculate. Like if you can't like try, if you know you don't currently know the answer and there's going to have to be new evidence discovered to figure it out. The only way you're going to get to the new evidence is to speculatively put pieces together and then try it. And like Flat Earth doesn't do enough of that. Now this room, we do that, but like Flat Earth as a whole, you know, like FED doesn't do that. I think that's super important, bro. Like we are resetting, and so we have to figure out where we live, and we have to figure out how things really work. And the only way you can do that is to like speculate and then test it. That's
bro,
what
we fucking get it in here, bro.
But also
we
for
do
the
it.
audience. Also for the audience, you know, you can pretty much turn on one of those FED debates and know exactly how it's going to go if someone turns up. Whereas I listen to one of your debates and I spend the next 4 days researching what you've spoken about, researching about electrostatics, researching about length contraction, who knows what it is, but it gives me, I've learned so much that I never thought that I'd be interested in or learning due to going and checking these subjects out.
See, that's what's cool, man. That's why Flat Earth is so dope. That's why Flat Earth is like addictive even for the anti-Flat Earthers. Because it makes you learn so much. It makes you realize that you don't know near as much as you thought you did. It makes you realize how incredible this place is and how like mind-blowing the physics of this realm really is. So like anything that doesn't tap into that, you're missing the whole point. And even though the Globers, they don't tap into it openly, right? Like the Globers will tell you that the electron is a material particle that bounces around like a little ball, that the photon is a little ball. They'll say mass attracts mass. They'll say all this archaic stuff that's out of date in their own paradigm. The truth is they enjoy sitting in on us being like, wait, did you hear what they discovered about the electron? Did you hear what they found out about cosmology and the galaxies, right? Like this is where they learn new stuff. There's something very addictive about it because I think we're like engineered to try to figure out what we don't know. The flat Earth should take that. We have such like flat Earth. That's what flat Earth is, bro. Who cares about the shape of the Earth? Who cares? Like the shape itself. Who cares? We don't even flat Earthers don't even make a claim about that, right? It's just like it's the fact that this place is not what we thought it was. There's way more to it, and let's figure out what it is. And like that's what flat Earth is. That's why we have a 99% retention rate. That's
But
why.
the funny thing is that when I was at school, I hated these subjects. I couldn't sit through one of these classes. But now when I have found out that yes, we're not living on a spinning ball, and these things are just so interesting, I can't get enough. I can't stop absorbing it.
This is the only place where all this useless knowledge in my head actually is useful.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the only value flat Earth has is its comedy value. Thank you.
No problem. I thought that about your pronouns in parentheses.
Yeah, if you would try to teach me about most of this stuff when I was a kid in school, I'd be like, this shit is stupid, it's boring, and now I can't get enough.
Yeah. Like all you get is like Jaren says it very well. And I don't know how to rephrase it where it's not so derogatory, but I'll try. So, say you have a group of people that grew up where they're just kind of say like mediocre intellectually. That's as nice as I can say. I'm not gonna, I'll just say like you have a group of people that like they never really fully understood what they were being taught, or they never really were to the point where they wanted to ask questions, or they never were
That was me, the dumbass. That was me.
Okay. So, but let's just say that there's a group of people that they lack the entire component of the brain. Not that they literally lack it, that they just compartmentalize and ignore it, so they don't use it because it's dormant, so it suffers from atrophy. The part of the brain that's like inquisitive, that wants to know what the truth is and wants to figure things out. Okay, say there's a group of people that just always wanted to fit in, but they didn't feel like they fit in. And I feel like I'm describing myself in a certain way, so I'm not trying to. I'm just saying. Say you had a group of people like that, right? When Flat Earth came along, they saw an opportunity, okay, to be in the superior position for once. When Flat Earth came along, now there's something that I can go talk down to. Now I am above them. Now I can laugh at them, mock them, ridicule them, gaslight them. Now I can, in this roundabout way, I can find my own self-confidence by tearing this group down. Okay, that's why they're obsessed with flat Earth. That is the truth. It's the hard truth. It sounds a bit blunt. It's not. It's generalized. There are exceptions. That is why. Like the comment that was just said is a perfect example. It gave people an opportunity to go in, and now they get to be the ones that are smarter than an entire group of people. Right? Now they saw an opportunity where they can find self-validation by tearing other people down. And so that's the crazy thing about flat Earth. And that's why there's an obsessive nature to it from both sides.
Well, that's what bullying is in general, isn't it? That they're picking on someone else to make themselves feel better.
Yeah, yeah. But flat Earth is that on steroids, because now people can people can say stuff like, "We know the seasons are caused by the Earth going around the sun," like a basic concept explained to us in 7th grade Earth science. They can now say, they can like try to remember, even if they have to Google to refresh, they can remember or recollect or repeat the basic part of seasons on a globe. That's something the flat earthers don't agree with. So now they can repeat remedial things and disguise them as intellectual superiority. Am I like making sense? It's a pretty profound point if you actually soak it in. It's obvious.
Yeah.
I like the profanity of the term flat earther. Just like how it seemed profane when our Messiah said, "Eat my flesh and drink my blood." People were taken aback.
Yeah,
Would it
what's
be
the
more?
better term for that? Yeah, but I know what you're saying. Like turns heads.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I feel like that was the point of it.
But in a negative way.
There's a word for it though. It's not flamboyant. It's like no one can. I don't forget it.
Like people dismiss it. There's like a
Well,
dismissal. There's like a dismissibility in the programming of that term. It seems where people just try to write it off instantly without even considering it as a possible and what it even is even referring to.
Provocative. That's the word.
And that comes along with instant anger.
Yeah, it's provocative, but that's like Karen B. That's Karen B's main critique against switching to True Earth. She's like, but Flat Earth, it turns heads. You know, Flat Earth is like provocative. It like shakes your worldview. It like makes you step back.
That's why I love it.
Yeah, Karen B agrees with you. I am of the camp that we should transition to True Earth because everyone in the world has heard the term Flat Earth already. So the shock value's already been attained across the board. So now we need a more accurate term that pulls the guard down a bit so people can at least be present long enough to hear it. But that's just my
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but in my everyday life, if I say it, people don't understand. They don't take it like people on here do. So it's not like the folks are. People haven't been desensitized to it like they have on here.
Yeah, for sure. What do you guys think about like actually prioritizing the stationary bit? Like if you're talking to someone in real life, just yeah, like have you ever heard the idea that actually the Earth is at rest or stationary?
Bro,
I
this
try not
Coriolis
to.
argument I got. This
I try not.
Coriolis argument. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say I try not to exactly phrase it as flat Earth, but I'll say that we're on a stationary topographical plane as an explanation. But I get both sides, and if you do say flat Earth, you do usually get what you think the Earth's flat. What's wrong with you? But I suppose if someone was to hear True Earth, they could go, "Hey, what's this True Earth thing? This could be something to look at. Wonder what they believe the Earth is if it's true."
Yeah, it's I think it's captivating. You know, it's like, wait, it makes you want to ask them what they mean. Like flat Earth, you can look it up and make up stories out what that means. But like True Earth, you're like, wait, what? Like these people think they know like the true Earth, like there's something they've uncovered that's true about the Earth that no one else knows. Like
Kinda like
it
truth theory.
makes you want to.
And at that point, it could still actually be the globe in their mind too.
Exactly, which is what you want. That's why I think stationary is also a good tactic. You want them to keep the globe for a sec so that you can actually have a conversation with them.
I've been through this a lot lately. I fought too hard to be a flat earther to turn on the term. The press, the fuckheads, they're looking for flat earthers. So I'm with Karen on this. But I do have a suggestion in terms of audits. I think you should expand audits before it fades. You know, NASA audits is going to be hard. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to mobilize people. And you now learned in the few weeks that you can mobilize animations to probably do more work than you can get people to do anyway. You could expand the audits theme into other things quickly and just bring the points out for us since you're so fucking good at it. You know, it's continue to bring the points along from each place we go and just diversify already, but don't change flat earth. Diversify. Go ahead and diversify, but leave flat earth because we need it to get their attention. Bad.
Personally, I look at flat earth the same way I look at the word Christian. Like I believe in the scriptures. I've had like very powerful personal experience, and I went on a quest to debunk them, and I ended up empty-handed. But when someone asks me if I'm a Christian, I say yes.
I
Immediately follow
I
up with a
feel
qualifier because I don't believe in modern Christianity at all. you're not going to find like modern Christian doctrine that I agree with. So, but
Yeah.
I'm never going to run away from the term. I think flat Earth is kind of the same.
Yeah, I was about to say that Christians do follow a false doctrine because they say that the law has been done away with, and that is not true.
Yeah, yeah. But like if someone asks me if I'm a Christian, I'm not going to be like, no. You know, I'm going to be like, well, well, that means to follow Christ. So technically, yeah, and you know, blah 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 blah. Like I'm not
Yeah,
going to run
and
away from it.
sorry, I just like you, I've looked into the translations of the names and stuff, and there's some pretty compelling arguments that that it's really important to look into what the actual names are. So I've done that, and finally, I think the last time I talked to you, I hadn't. So here I have now. So
Nice. Labels are used to marginalize groups. So it's a marginalization tactic, and it's almost assuredly, I wouldn't say pushed out by the CIA because I've found books like from the 1800s that use the word flat Earth, but the phrase, but it's very useful tool to marginalize the position.
that's true. Just like me wanting to keep the Sabbath, I've had people in my everyday life, like loved ones, who are like, "You're not a Seventh Day Adventist, are you?" I'm like, I don't know, probably not, because they probably follow some sort of doctrine just because they have a label, but they do keep the Sabbath, so
Closer
they
to
do
the
that
truth,
right.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
closer to the truth. It's like, the truth is anyone that is open to the stories about space and our current understanding of space and the Earth being different than what everyone thinks, they're on our team, right?
Well, they are,
Essentially, that's
but
our whole point.
well, everything that has to do with the globe Earth and the universe being this ever expanding and all of these other planets or balls, and that all comes from the Kabbalah and the Zohar. I think that people should really look into that because they say that it's not a religion, but it stems from a religion.
Yo, so for that true earth term or whatever, I like that shit because like I'm more of a subscriber to the water world, that it's water above and water below us. But anyways, with this whole true earther term, I think we should like instead of going like focusing on water level or like things like that, I think we should just go full force like coolest shit first. Coolest shit at the tip of the spear. Like Aether first. Like first things first, here's gonna be Aether, and then second class is gonna be like fucking non-physical nature of reality and how causality works and stuff, and then like literally we start with like the shit that's like cooler and not so polarizing first to get them in on it. You know what I mean? Like kind of like an appetizer, and then you can serve them with the fucking with all the FE proofs with the hard fucking shit after. I don't know. I feel like that would be a better tactic.
No, we should focus on the stationary part because this argument, this Coriolis argument I have, is no joke, dude. They took a peanut or an olive out of each salad they served and saved millions of dollars. If they're doing goofy shit like that, they're definitely going to fly less of a distance if they can.
That's a good point.
Definitely like the stationary part. That's for sure.
Bro,
That's a really
people
good point, dude.
Bro, my friend literally got here from Guam or whatever. I mean, not Guam, Japan, and they stopped in Guam. Like, this doesn't even make sense, dude. These flight paths do not even make fucking sense.
Yeah. Also, if people just consider that the Earth isn't moving, then it just starts their mind down the process of like, oh, well, then what could that mean? How's the sun moving, the moon moving? Without having to like ask them to that it's or tell them it's not a globe. At that point, they don't even have to really confront the curvature and the globe part. They can just confront that like deep logical sense, common sense awareness that we're not spinning. We are stationary and the sun, moon, and stars move above us. Just that visceral, very real, complete and total awareness and consciousness experience of being on a stationary surface with everything moving above you. And then perhaps, because the curvature thing is also a little more nuanced and there's more components to it, but the fact that we're not moving. So yeah, I agree. That is a interesting way to kind of get someone's mind thinking.
Yeah, I mean, you heard me talking to the PhD, right? And he brought up like his rebuttal is like parallax. Oh my god! And then that quickly turned into, well, how could ellipses happen within a toroid? I'm like, oh, you're just conceding. Like you just don't know that you're just so. I mean, that's a PhD. You have veteran in the weed debaters in here, right? But there is no actual exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun. That's reality. In fact, the truth is that the test designed to show that didn't show it. It changed all of physics, introduced this entire new version of gravity. And now the belief is, yeah, the Earth orbits the sun, but you could never actually detect it from the Earth. That's the new belief. It's like it's going to look stationary. To quote Einstein, everything occurs on the Earth as if the Earth were at rest. That's the current belief. The average person has no idea that that's true. And then if they hear a conversation that I'm in on MDD, they'll think it's not true. People will just lie and misrepresent it, right? It's like that. If you can get that out to people, like, whoa, did you know that like it's changed so many times over the years to where we are now is everything's always going to take place like the Earth's at rest, and you can never actually detect the Earth orbiting the sun from the Earth. Like most people don't know that. They don't know
And
that.
also that the speed of light was the frame of reference, right?
Well, I mean, light's always absolute in all frames of
I
reference.
know, but that was supposedly the frame of reference that you would need to have to detect motion
Yeah, but even
or
then,
rotation.
it didn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's been arbitrary since then. They've changed what the speed of light is.
But they'll say they just refined it. But the point I'm making is that the average person does not know that the current model was updated many times to its current version, which is that you can't tell the Earth is orbiting the sun, and that it's going to always appear to be at rest from the Earth. Like they don't even know. They don't even know the history of it. They don't know why. They don't know any of that. And then they hear people come in here and defend it. It's like that's what I find disgusting. Like how when you ask like an anti-flat earther why I do this, some of them will say that it's like they're combating misinformation because it's dangerous and we're telling children and all this nonsense like BS virtue signaling. The irony is they're the ones spreading misinformation. They're not letting the people make the true decision about like the actual current model accurately represented and then the alternative. They're misrepresenting the model to make it sound more definitive, to trick people in to continuing to believe it. That's the misinformation, right? Like that's the disingenuous, dishonest tactic. It's lying. You're like lying to deceive the people into staying in the cult that you currently believe in.
Agreed.
That's the true dangerous misinformation, is the people that misrepresent the current model and still say mass attracts mass and says that Newtonian is just as good as relativity. And then they say that, yeah, you can definitely prove that the Earth is moving around the sun from the Earth. That's the real misinformation. They're not even accurately representing the globe model. So you're tricking people. That's disgusting to me. If the Earth really is doing that, there should be no reason to do that.
It should
I have a
be
problem with
easily
the
proven.
parallax argument. They say that they're measuring backgrounds against backgrounds, but like, wouldn't that mean you need an original background to measure it from? Like, if I don't know the distance of the moon, and I don't know the distance of the stars, how am I measuring the parallax of the moon and stars and getting the distance to either of them? I would just get a ratio, how they are relative to each other, not to myself. So, like, I don't know, dude. A lot of this shit doesn't make a lot of sense to me logically, what they say.
I thought that their parallax that they argue is, uh, the supposed wandering stars, planets, are moving in a different pattern than the background stars.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't know the distance to either, how are you going to look at them and look at their parallax and then say, like, oh, yeah, this one's this far and this one's this far? You have no fucking idea how it moves. They're just
Well, you can
assuming.
actually track the wandering stars, and they move in a distinct pattern, whereas the other background stars just go, in their cyclical motion.
Right, but does that tell you their distance?
Oh gosh, no, you're right.
Then, yeah, that's my point.
Still don't like to deter from the fact that no one can point to the curvature. I know that the stationary Earth is a very good point to point out, but they can invoke refraction all they want. But to say something is refracted, they need to be able to distinguish what is being refracted first.
Well, they've created up. It's all unfalsifiable pseudoscientific religion. So, like, even with parallax, for one, I have a Harvard paper that explains from astronomy department. It explains that when you get negative parallax measurements, just make them positive. Just make them positive. Pretend they're positive. And then when they don't have, they have a prediction based on the orbit of the predicted parallax value. The people in this room will try to tell you that it always matches the prediction. That's patently false. It almost never does. But they have a fix to make it unfalsifiable, which is the proper motion of stars. And so they say, well, there's a proper motion of the stars as well. They're not stationary. So this can cause a deviation from our predicted value. So whatever it is off from the predicted value, that's how they determine the quote unquote proper motion. Right? And then, of course, they also say stuff like the atmosphere and all this other crazy stuff. Like certain types of stars can affect it based on gravitational interactions. And it's like insane. It's insane that the average person thinks the parallax. They're like, how could the Earth not be orbiting? The Earth's orbit predicts a parallax, and then we measure that parallax. That's not what happens. We don't measure the parallax, and then that's how we determine the alleged proper motion is the difference in the predicted value and the consistently observed quote-unquote parallax that sometimes we turn from negative to positive. It's like it's a house of cards. Every single subject, there's like a linchpin in it that can be pulled. And if you just anti-flat earthers, you'll never know what the linchpin is.
What do you say there's no parallax when there is parallax?
Did you not just hear me specifically state that the predicted value is not actually observed, and that's how we determine the proper motion?
No, the proper motion is over many, many years compared to parallax, which is measured 6-month periods, right?
Dude, wait, no. The proper motion happens all the time. Constantly.
Yes, very constant, but very, very tiny. So it has to be like quantitatively, it has to go over many years.
No. Like parallax itself is very tiny. The predicted value of parallax itself is very tiny. Like 89.9999999 degrees from 90. And then sometimes we get negative measurements and we make them positive, according to Harvard Astronomy Department.
I actually have a pretty good video about this taken from my drone. So, like, Parallax, like my drone gets pretty good video. It's not like great for zooming in on like stars and shit like that. But and I'll admit right now I'm getting wasted. But no, here's the thing.
I was about to
Parallax
do
is not relevant. It doesn't get shown. Like the stars and the planets and the moon and all that stuff all gets like they move at almost the same pace. So by parallax, like things that are very distant stars and shit like that, they would move really slow. They would apparently not really move. But if you were to compare them to things like the moon or more near bodies, those things would move very, very fast by parallax. But no, they all move in a blanket. So, and I can post a video, but like this happens over and over again. So like the stars are, I would tell you that the stars are approximately the same distance away from each other. They're in a blanket. There might be a certain depth to the blanket, but they're not very far away. They're not as far, like with trillions of light years and shit like that. They're not that far away.
The truth is that the measurement, it's like it falls within this huge window of instrumental error, and so they oftentimes get negative. The truth is that they don't ever get exact measurements, so it's not exact. So when it's not exact, they claim it's parallax, and it goes both positive and negative. And they say when you get a negative, just treat it as positive. It's such a joke. It's so dumb.
I wish that astrophysicist was in here still. Or wait, was he an astrophysicist or
PhD in astronomy.
Okay, astronomer. I wish he was still here. I wanted to ask him something, and I've just kind of been listening in and out because just having my Shabbat with my family and a couple of loved ones.
Shabbat shalom.
I wonder how many folks actually study history and the events that happened in a sequence. Because if somebody wrote a letter like Albert Pike that predicted the world wars and when they would release the nihilists and how they would do it, I guess we can see now how that's being done. I wonder if they would think the same or they would discredit it or discard it or what. This isn't something that people can just, not contribute to history. It's there.
Well, they just have like a long list of like things that they write off each of their measurements that don't match their prediction. That's it. It's just stupid. It's just a religion. Like, oh, noise. Oh, instrumental error. Oh, negative, make it positive because it must be noise. Oh, proper motion. Oh,
But they
astronomical.
are the nihilists. They're the nihilists that are being released, whether they know it or not.
Now, when you say religion, what do you mean by religion?
A belief system built upon the doctrine of men void of empirical verifiable evidence.
Exactly.
But like you say it like a derogatory way. It's like just a religion.
The reason
Well,
it's
it's a
derogatory is
man-made
because you guys
religion.
pretend it's not a religion.
But I'm just trying to understand, like, why do you use it in like a derogatory way?
Because you guys falsely represent it as if it's definitive scientific fact when it's in fact a religion. If you would openly admit it's a religious cosmological belief built upon a philosophical
Yeah.
bias, then we'd be good.
No, it has more to do with the fact that they think they are atheists, but in fact they are subscribing to a religion, and just stating such a fact. Sorry, I understand that I'm like way fucked up. I've been drinking whiskey tonight.
Yeah.
Sure
enough.
Like,
But
I
it's just
understand that.
observation, and measurement. I mean, I don't
Where's this
understand where
observation
the
that you've
problem
made
is.
of curvature, buddy?
But I'm just
You
saying, like,
haven't made any.
We're talking about parallax. We're just stay
Doesn't
on
work.
topic.
The predictions don't match the actual observations.
Is it bad?
So
to
how do you say that?
I just explained it.
No, I mean
If
you explained
according
it,
to the
but
globe,
surely you've got some evidence of
Yeah.
something that you've read or some paper that supports what you're saying.
Yeah, are you gonna actually read it if I go find it? Are you just gonna waste my time?
Yeah, I'll read it. Yeah, I sure will.
Okay, yeah. It's Harvard Astronomy Department. They say whenever you get negative measurements, which is quite often, just treat them as positive because the noise itself, you can never get a perfect measurement, and it could just completely make it negative. It can make you think parallax is where it's not. Just treat it as positive, average it out, try to figure it out. We'll combine it to the previous data charts, and we'll try to see how close it is. We'll combine that to the orbital prediction. We'll also factor that into the proper motion assumption, and then we'll factor that into a noise based on the time, based on the other different variables that we assume. We'll update our characteristics that feed into the noise of the measurements. Then we'll also look into the instrumental error. We'll also factor that in, factor in the proper motion. We'll factor in astronomical refraction.
Okay. Are you sure that you're not only talking about the extremely far stars, like the farthest stars we can do parallax?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, well, I'm certain that you're not sure about that because the only stars that you get near zero parallax are the stars where they do that. Is because the uncertainty, like you said, they're within the uncertainty. So statistically, it's likely for either one, and so as a standard, they just choose positive parallax for the reason why when they look at the whole thing overall. They can later determine which one is actually closer. But it's hard to tell when you're doing parallax with things that far away, which of the two stars is actually closer than the other one.
So wait, are you claiming that the closer stars consistently match the predicted value based on the orbital position?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that
Why
it's
don't they
much
match?
easier. I'm saying that it's much easier to do parallax with those stars, and they're not within the uncertainty. Whereas ones that are very close to zero, they obviously can be above or below the negative value. I mean, negative parallax, determining which one is closer out of two stars. So
Okay, so if the
it's
closer
just standard.
stars are more accurate, how come they don't consistently match the prediction based on the orbital position?
I said they're more accurate. Doesn't mean they're perfect.
Here's the thing.
But the other ones, there's no. The other ones are in. The other ones are within the uncertainty. Dude, Lou, just don't do it, dude.
No.
You'll have a chance when I'm done. If you interrupt me, dude, I'm
right
just not going to participate, dude, because bullshit, dude. I'm not
No,
going to
I'm
try to
impaired right
talk
now,
over
but
your
it's not
drunkenness,
bullshit.
dude.
Like, it's
All
not
right.
bullshit. Check this out.
That's it.
He's muted.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I don't remember what I was saying. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just a negative parallax. This is arbitrary because it would be a guess if they said otherwise.
Okay. So how many light years can we be sure about our parallax measurements? And what is close to zero?
That's what I wanted to ask you about the range in which the stars that your paper was talking about regards, because I'm sure that it's only the furthest stars that can do that. I'm not sure what that range is. That's what I'm asking.
So you don't even know. So like
I don't know.
In
Can
reality,
you tell me because
there
it's
are
your
very
paper?
famous stars that are very close that don't match predictions and change consistently. The parallax.
Okay, but
parallax shouldn't change though, according to your model. The parallax should be
Okay, but-
consistently predicted based on the orbital position, but it's not.
are those stars within the realm of the ones that you're talking about that they can either pick to be negative or positive parallax?
I don't remember the specifics of that paper. I was
Okay,
addressing.
so you don't know then. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
so you're freaking out because you just got exposed.
Because you just did that to me. Just don't talk to me like an asshole, and then we'll have a
Well,
regular
not gonna
conversation.
expose you because you just made the claim that they're not close to zero and that the ones closer do work. So I said, okay, what is closer and what is close to zero, and you don't know. Okay, because
No, what I said was
under 1 is pretty close to 0.
Okay, what I said was they only do that to the stars that are furthest away that they can do parallax with, because those ones are all very much close to 0, very much close to 90, and so it's arbitrary for them to pick negative or positive because they could easily they're within the air bar, they could easily be on either side of it and be closer or further than the other star. So as a standard, they make them positive until they know for certain. Those are for those stars, though. The point is they don't do that for the closer stars. Stars that you say that they can get wrong every now and then. Yeah, sure, they can still get those ones wrong, but they just don't do that to them.
Okay, well, what I did was address the entire phenomena of parallax. Now, you wanted to take it as if I was specifically talking about only the ones closer when I made like 10 different critiques of it. So now I'm going to introduce specificity to the conversation, which is where you will drown because you don't know. So you said it's not close to 0. I just said what's
I'm gonna
close
fucking
to 0?
drown.
What's close to 0, Crypto? What's close?
Dude, listen to me. I opened up asking you if you were talking about all the stars, right? Or if you're talking about a specific region of stars, a specific range of stars, right? So before we talk about specificity, I was trying to bring in the specificity. And you don't gotta talk about drowning or talk to me with any of these other kind of bullshit ways that you're doing, dude.
Okay,
It's not conducive of a conversation.
Repeat myself. So I listed a bunch of different problems with parallax in entirety. You picked one of the list of 10 and then asked me about the whole list of 10 and said, am I talking about all of them? Yes, I'm talking about all of them when I listed off like 10 different problems with it. And then you took the yes, I'm talking about all of them, picked one of the list of 10 and said, no, that doesn't apply to the closer ones.
That's not what I asked you about. Was specifically about that. I specifically asked you about the. Yes, I did. I specifically asked you about the negative parallax ones. That's all I brought up.
No, first thing you said was, are you talking about the ones super far away, or just close?
It was in context of what you were just talking about,
which was like 10 different things. I listed multiple things. Okay, and when you asked about the further ones away, right, making the seemingly accurate point that to flip it from negative to positive, it's going to be really close to 0, and the amount that you're measuring is going to be real small, so it's just arbitrary, and it's also scientific bullshit, and then thus you'd be agreeing you can dismiss all of those. Those are complete nonsense and complete pseudoscientific bullshit. But like my point, when you brought that up, I said, I don't remember the specifics of that paper, what the exact distances are. Right, when you actually specified about the negative part of the list that I gave, which was way more than just that, then I specifically said, I don't remember specifics of the paper, right? Because like logically speaking, if you're just going to arbitrarily determine negative and positive, it would be closer to the margin of error, close to 0, which means they would be farther away. The actual
it's fine that you're confused. You don't have to explain to me why you're confused on what I was asking about, but you were literally just talking to Left Lane about it. It was one thing. I wasn't obviously not going to ask you a question about 10 things you said. I asked you a question about the last thing you said. I thought it was clear that I was asking about that.
So now you're just going to lie. Now you're going to
lie. I'm not going to lie. I obviously was just talking about that one. And what I said was actually in context of that. Like you could tell what I said was in context of just that topic.
No.
Right?
No.
Yes, clearly. Because they only do that with the stars that are farthest away. That applies to nothing else that you said.
Yes, it does, actually. So when it comes to proper motion and astronomical refraction and all the other things that I listed, it does apply to the ones closer.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying to you. It does. What I said only applies to the ones furthest away. So it's clear that it only applies to the ones that are negative and positive parallax, which is the last thing you said. Which is why I was asking about it.
No, and you just lied and said that I was talking to Left Lane specifically about the negative. No, Left Lane was just talking about parallax in general, which is why I was
asking about the.
Hey,
you literally were just talking about that.
If parallax is caused by the orbital motion of the Earth around the sun and our position relative to the star, based on us changing position in orbit around the sun, then how come the parallax changes to closer stars and doesn't match the predicted value?
It depends on which star you're talking about, and there's always going to be, even if it's outside the margin of error, that they calculate or whatever, it doesn't mean they can't get it wrong. People get stuff wrong all the time.
In layman terms, we're talking about that, like the wandering stars, the planets, with the parallax with the background stars, right?
No, not quite. The only background stars in the proper motion. But
So there's parallax with the background stars, is what you're saying?
Right. Right. But yeah, and for the most part, we don't. It's like you can say we get it wrong sometimes, and that's true. But for the most part, those numbers just we refine them and refine them, but they're not changing by very much. It's like there's some stars that we've famously got wrong, like the Polaris one that you always bring up, or
Polaris is super far away, though.
well, not comparatively.
Well,
Comparatively,
400 light years away is pretty far. I'm talking about 4 light years away.
okay.
Okay,
And which
yeah.
one are you talking about for Alpha Centauri that we got wrong?
Proxima Centauri, or however you pronounce it, is one of them. I don't remember all on the top of my head. It doesn't matter. I know I didn't make it up, and I'll get the list for you if that's what's needed. But the point is that doesn't make sense in your model at all. It makes sense in our model, though, because we say that the difference in the position of the stars is just the stars themselves moving differently. So them to change and not match a assumed orbital position, to constantly fluctuate and like to be their own thing, that makes perfect sense. It makes 0 sense in your model, though.
Well, there's more nuance to there's more nuance than what you're describing. Like for
See, I pulled a plug on you.
I was pressing the wrong button. My bad. No, but for parallax of Alpha Centauri, because that's a 3-star system, and I remember that. Because I honestly, from as far as I can remember, it's always been 4 billion light years. Not 4 billion, 4 light years away. If that's changed, then okay. But
About
regardless,
the distance. It's not even just about the distance, though. It's about like the change in its position.
right. Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a 3-star system. I think that wasn't always known. Like that smaller star, I don't think was as apparent as it is now. But then, yeah, like I said, in my memory, it hasn't changed. So I'm not sure when you're talking about it changed.
We find consistently that it just changes. Like it changes like year to year, like based off it changes from the predicted value.
Hey, there's somebody that is writing messages in my name, guys, in the chat. It's not me. I did not write any of that. What is going on?
I don't see what you're saying.
I don't see what you're saying.
Everything in the I did not write. Oh, never mind. I'm so sorry. Never mind. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. So yeah. So again, if the quote unquote parallax measurements, which I'm not even trying to open up the can about the entire methodology of parallax measurements themselves, which is shoddy in and of itself, but if we see parallax, quote unquote, that title presupposes the globe model's claim, of course, right? If there's a stationary Earth and the stars are slightly changing their position, it makes sense that what they're doing is just individual to each star, and that if that was the case, this is real like scientific type of thinking. This is like logical thinking, right? Like this isn't actual science because it's not hands-on in space, but this is logic, right? So like if the Earth's not moving, and then the difference in position that we observe from the stars over time is actually because the stars themselves are individually changing position. It would make sense that the change would vary based on that individual star. In the globe paradigm, it should not vary. It should be strictly based upon its distance and our orbital position. Yet we see, if I grant you the methodology of parallax measurements, we see that they change close to us. So that debunks the heliocentric model's claim. Should be consistent. Should not be changing individual to each star. Should be changing strictly based on the orbital path of the Earth.
Hey, what's your debate with that?
What'd you say?
What a shit.
You have a date set already?
For what?
The debate with that geocentric guy?
Oh, Robert Sungenis.
Yeah.
I, to be honest, I I think he may have like looked into me more and got kind of
Backed up.
well, yeah, we're in like a group text, so I guess it started with the convo with Dave. Dave was like, "You should talk to my boy Witsit." Got put into a group chat with one of his good friends that owns a channel and Robert. And then we're going back and forth. Robert starts off the group chat in response saying a specific date that he's good a week before and after that date. I said preferably the within the week after that for me, but I'm flexible. Then the host came back and said, "What about the 28th, which would be like a week before?" I'm like, "Sure, that can work for me. I can make it work." And then Robert hasn't responded. And the guy said Robert question mark and he still hasn't responded, so I don't know. I think he may have like looked me up, which sucks if he did. Honestly.
I bet he's probably I mean, because he is, he is kind of somewhat in a general kind of not. I don't want to say woke, but like knows about the. He might be doing a trying to do some research on the flat Earth stuff and looking into your
Yeah, what if
stuff.
he's like falling down the flat Earth rabbit hole again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, he's like, damn, I do not need to go on here and debate this. I don't know. I mean, it could be as simple as he just, I don't know, busy for a couple days. So. He was texting back very quickly at first, though. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if I have a debate with him, I'm going to be like super respectful for him because I think that his documentary is very dope.
Yeah, sure.
I do just sliced relativity up. And even like not just a documentary and like works he's like, published.
Yeah, that one dude that I think MC Toon's friend on Modern Day Debates, and he wiped the floor with him.
Oh yeah, heliocentrist. I'm sure
It was hard for him to. It was hard for him to debate it because the guy was so not up to date. It's like one of us would have a harder time debating like a new anti-flat earther than an old one, because it's like, damn, we ain't heard some of these arguments in forever. Like, we got to go back to the drawing board and with the old ass arguments that are, and a lot of lay people might not recognize a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? But that's what the way I took it. Like, he's way ahead of this guy, and this guy's like not even caught up with the actual debates. Threw him off a little bit, but I think he exposed the guy. I think. Like when they talk about dark matter and shit, dude. I mean, do they fail to realize that all they did is with dark matter and dark energy is name the hole in the math. Basically, they did the math, made the prediction. It was off by a certain amount, and they named it. That's nothing more, nothing less. They named the freaking math problem. Their problem with their mathematics. They just gave it a damn name.
Dude, I almost wanted to jump in with Zeno's paradox. I'm telling you, that shit is fire, bro.
What is that?
Bro, every time you travel somewhere, there is a half of the, like, say you want to cross the street. You got to go halfway before you can go the whole way, right? There's always going to be a halfway point to your destination. So you go halfway across the street. Now there's another halfway point. and then you go that distance, and then there's another halfway point. There's always a halfway point in between you and a thing. Like mathematically, you can make it look like you will never cross the street. You can mathematically never cross the street, but in real life, we know you can cross the street.
That's good. I thought it was. I thought he was going to say the one about like the infinite apartments, like or the hotel, where there's like an infinite amount of rooms with a finite amount of guests or something, or a finite amount, one or the other. And but it goes like, or maybe they're both infinite, but you can't have infinity because you can always, one guest checks in and everybody moves over one room. You know what I'm talking about? I forgot exactly how it went, but it was a trip where it's like a infinity paradox where it doesn't work in reality. God, now I brought it up. I'm ashamed for not remembering it, but it was cool because it was like something like where a guest checks in and every single person moves over one room, and the paradox was something like, like you can't have an infinite amount of guests or something, man. I forgot. Damn, somebody's got to be able to help me.
How do you use the
Probably
word?
along the lines of you can't have an infinite amount of rooms and an infinite amount of guests. Because as you continue to place a guest in the rooms, there's always going to be an empty room. You're never going to fill the hotel. Is that it?
I mean, that sounds better than what I proposed. I'm just saying. Like when I'm arguing with somebody, man, and I hear you, I back off every time because you always represent the arguments. Like you have a good ability of taking what I'm thinking and trying to put it into words and bringing it down to earth. You always have a good example of what I'm arguing. I do appreciate that. I recognize it all the time, bro.
Appreciate the kind words. I don't know. Lately I've been getting frustrated, which isn't my normal style, but been up against deadlines at work, which is stressful, and then people wasting time, stressing me out. But yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, it's bad,
I
frustrating.
get aggravated when and I need to put a lid on it a lot, man. But I get aggravated when I hear something from a established glober, like with Ruhip earlier, like he broke it down and showed me and everything that it's not declination from no damn magnetic pull like I thought. It took me a debate, it took me a lot of studying, but he proved it, and I had to bite the bullet on that, and it went against a lot of my debate points, but he showed me that the magnetic declination is it varies, and there's no point, so I'm trying to tell them this is your own guy, like why. And if I'm trying to get to a point and I'm just throwing something out there, but I have a point to make because of the fact, and then the damn fact gets denied. Something I've learned from them, and they deny the damn fact, and I don't even get to my point because now I'm back to the drawing board trying to argue the damn fact that they fucking taught me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, whole lot of that. Whole lot of disagreeing with something that you say to then just reinforce exactly what you said as if I don't know.
Dude, think about parallax, bro. These people have drink the Kool-Aid. It's like, oh, there's this like blob of light out there we can only resolve so well. And we have a prediction of where it should be moving. And the radius of this blob is a little bigger than that. So we're going to try our best to speculate with our measurements, arbitrarily placing the arrows on the actual blobs of light to determine where the center is. And even when they try to arbitrarily determine the center, they have all kinds of discrepancies. And then they just pick and choose, take an average, and then compare that to the prediction. And it's such a small amount that they're able to like kind of doctor it because they have a predicted value. It's supposed to be doing a certain thing. Crazy that people bring that up as evidence. Like they have never actually researched it. I think that's the biggest key here is like there's two fundamental different aspects of research. One, research is critically, and one research is to confirm bias.
You know, I'm telling you, the Great Circle route kills them. If they're flying in Great Circle routes, it's over.
Yeah, I really like that argument.
That is the longest. Yeah, that's the longest path you could possibly take. The non-inertial path is irrelevant. That's the longest path. That shit's fire, bro. It's a wrap. The guy took an olive out of every salad for his airline to try to save money and save like $1 million, bro. They would do anything to fly shorter distance. I'm going on Jaronism. I tried to go on Oakley today. He's not having a show or something. See how that goes over.
And you notice if you plot the routes on a non-globular surface, they straighten the hell out, right? So if they were intentionally if they were actually flying a great circle route, meaning taking this bend that looks from the outside perspective to be the incorrect route, but based on their, whatever, or from an outside perspective looks like the right route, but based on spin, it would be completely incorrect. If that was the case, technically, you flatten that globe out, and their great circle routes become the route that you would take if you were not leading the target, if that makes sense.
By the way, just in case anyone's wondering, first you guys should throw this in your chamber. I'm dropping links that specifically point out the inconsistency and the bias and the parallax measurements from hostile witnesses. So that was West Virginia University, University of Lubbock.
Cool.
Just to shut it down.
Wanted to throw something by you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Taking azimuth angles and elevation angles, no matter how you're slicing that, you're taking angle measurements to things that would be in a spherical manner, right? So if you've got something like the theodolite or something like that on a swivel, and you swing it from one side to the other, yeah, you might get what you call an angle, but you're always going to get an arcing angle based on how you view the world, kind of the way you do celestial navigation, elevation angle, and an azimuth. That's always going to draw it out onto the celestial sphere or your sphere of vision. So if you're drawing things out based on this arced pattern, aren't you always going to get something that would be drawn to a spherical surface, not necessarily the surface below you, but what you're viewing?
Yeah. Yes. In my opinion, yes. Yes. If I follow what you're saying, yes.
Yeah, Fly on the Wall just pegged it like it's an infinity paradox, like it's a infinity hotel where everybody moves down one room. There's always going to, or a limiting paradox, I don't know, but there's always going to be room. If anybody could check in, there's always going to be room. They just move down. But man, I wanted to tell Jeremy, like be careful with the Coriolis. Like I made a video to show on Jaren's, and he showed it, and he gave me a critique, which is fine. I'm not bitching like that, but he said I showed a video where Fight the Flat Earth said like a few different times that nothing rotate or the globe doesn't rotate underneath anything. That's not the way it works. It's not the globe rotating underneath things. And then when he was arguing with Jen, I put him contradicting himself, saying that the globe literally rotates underneath the Foucault pendulum. And to me, that's a contradiction. Like if something's just floating in the air or whatever, like a balloon, or it's gonna if the Earth is if Coriolis is the way they say it, I feel like it should turn underneath the balloon the same way it does underneath the pendulum. But Jaren kind of stuck up for it and gave us critique about it. But that doesn't really line up with your argument. But I'm just saying.
No, the Earth spins underneath the plane. Right, like, you know, I can't imagine what Jaren's saying, but it spins underneath the plane, and the death blow is actually meridian flights, north to south flights. The death blow, where it's a
Dude,
great.
it's so stupid the way they. Dude, I don't see how they could buy this. Like, if you're traveling from, say, the North United States or whatever, traveling toward the equator, and let's say you're in space or whatever, and you're watching what's happening, and the globe is rotating from it's rotating from west to east, and then so you're seeing the plane, and it's entering a region that's rotating faster, so you're going to drift to the left. You're going to drift in the direction of the rotation because you're getting outpaced by the other part. So actually, you're going to drift to the right, or one way or another. When you cross the equator, it switches. So if you're drifting off to the right, and then you get to the equator and past it, then you're going to start drifting to the left. So just with a straight damn flight. And I've never liked that. But then you look at some of their shit, like their air currents, their eclipse models. When you see them, they all do the same thing. But then, even when they're not crossing the equator, they seem to do that zigzag thing. Like even the ones that were below the equator seem to do that same, sine wave looking pattern, man. And which I have a problem with. But I have a problem with anybody believing that. If I'm flying south, in a straight line, I'm going to curve off one way and then get to the equator and pass it and start curving off the other way. That's just ridiculous in my mind.
Maybe I'm just like, you seemed like unsatisfied with my answer. Like what, like even on a flat surface, you're taking arc angles. You're gonna have like that intersection relative to the theodolite. You have the arc angle, so you're gonna have like the two great circles relative to the theodolite, like intersecting, effectively giving you what you would map out on like a celestial, quote unquote, surface, even on a flat Earth, because you're taking arc angle measurements. So I mean, is that your question? Did I misunderstand?
Yeah, and you have like an equator and a meridian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
are you asking me?
Yeah. You just seemed like unsatisfied with my like one word response.
Oh, I just didn't say anything. I mean, yeah, no, I've tried to elucidate that idea in people's minds recently, and I just don't know if I articulate it very well. But to me, it makes sense that if you're doing a sweep from left to right in a fixed position on a pivot, that's going to give you an arced angle measurement.
Yeah, you're taking arc angles, and so you're gonna have an intersection. You're gonna map that out. You're gonna get a quote unquote sphere, the perceivable portion of that.
Yeah, because there's always the extent of how far you'll be able to see or perceive in the environment, which will create a natural sphere around you.
And to me, the extent in which that arc angle is going to be exaggerated into what you would consider spherical axis would be the further that you try to shoot that distance. Like the further the objects are, the more pronounced that arcing is going to be. The closer you actually get to the outer limits of your perspective, the more pronounced it's going to be.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was talking. But yeah, I think that people don't want to understand it, bro. It's just a thing that happens. It is what it is, and I wasn't trying to step all over your point either, Brian. But yeah, I just didn't want that to get lost. I don't.
Well,
Yeah,
well, to be
same
fair, I
thing.
mean, you guys were talking about that. I mean, Brian, you did kind of come in and kind of like almost monologue a whole bunch of different points, which I mean, it's not that they weren't good points, but it makes it kind of hard sometimes to have a conversation.
I realized that. I realized that when y'all started responding, I thought they were talking to me, but they were, I guess, you expecting a response. So yeah, I apologize about that.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, like to be fair, Jeremy brought that up. We were kind of talking about that, and then Napalm brought that up. I responded to that. Then you brought it back to what Jeremy said. So it's just one of those things. But yeah. I don't know why people. I don't know. Even with some flat earthers, there's like this huge gap in understanding. That we see in like a dome. But I don't know why. Right? Like we have limited or bounded visual space, and we can turn 360. And so if you have a limited visual space and you're taking measurements as you go up from that point to above you back down, well, I mean, you have arc angles, you're going to get a dome, half a sphere, you know.
I agree. We absolutely see in a dome.
Yeah.
And why are people like phobic to that? Because just because they were told the light years and you can see you're looking out into space on a globe.
I don't know. I think that even flat earth, we two different reasons, of course, but for flat earthers, I think that they heard the idea of like a personal atmospheric dome back in the day, and it kind of got ridiculed, and no one really stepped up to the plate and like drilled it down. So flat earthers have kind of like formulated arguments outside of that. And for globers, yeah, I mean the reasons are abundant. They've just been engineered to believe they can see forever in perfectly straight lines from billions of miles. So
Yeah, I mean, I've used
Some of
the
our arguments might be threatening to their normal everyday to day arguments, possibly.
that's correct. But like as flat Earth grows, flat Earthers should grow.
Like, how about this? When Sky Free started having a couple live streams, I think he quit because of Awake Souls, like Ronnie and Mike. I know too, but they're on there and they're sitting here saying, he's sitting here talking about what's possibly going on with refraction, like maybe it's upward, but the fact that we see shit hidden sometimes, a lot of the time, really, depending on where you live. But and they were denying that, like they're like, you're crazy, and I was like, wait a minute, y'all are denying that we don't ever see like half a building or something like that, like denying that. And they were completely denying it. Like they've been in this shit for a couple years and they're denying that phenomenon even happens at all. And that's pretty common, especially with mirages and shit. But even without obvious mirages, it happens sometimes, dude. It's just a fact of visual shit. And then a lot of times it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? And they were just even denying that fact. Like it was weird. So if you tried to give an argument about refraction, they would fight against it all the way because they would just it threatens their point that you could zoom in forever. I think they're still under the impression you could just zoom in and zoom in and zoom in and bring shit back forever every day, which is not the reality of it.
Yeah, no, there's definitely things that take place visually within the atmosphere that don't allow for just a matter of zooming in to be able to bring objects back. Like, I think everybody should understand that at this point. But I've used the optical argument for a very long time. And I mean, that was one of the things I really started throwing myself into was once I started looking into this was, trying to figure out even more about how we see visually, right? From the philosophical standpoint, from a reality standpoint, from everything that I could try to get my hands on to just kind of figure out what all goes into how we see. And what I found out is there is a plethora of things that are taking place, all of which you could spend a lifetime on just one of the topics and still probably come up short in 100% understanding it.
To completely explain it. But then you have MC Toon who says that you can't bring nothing back by zooming in and stuff. And I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? I've heard him say that like 3 or 4 times. And I wish would have said that to me, bro. I just showed him simply the black swan, bro. You zoom in halfway, bro, and all you're seeing is the body of the crane and the damn. I mean, there's a million examples, but and then you don't see the legs at all, like not even a little bit. And then you zoom in halfway, and you still can't see them. And then you zoom in all the way, and boom, there they are. So him acting like we're zooming in and bringing nothing back is goddamn ridiculous.
Well, if something is visually obscured from the bottom, then no additional zooming will allow it to be visible. Because it's actually a conclusion of the place at which the ground and the sky meet. And just zooming in won't change that. But yeah, other ones where the angular resolution is too small, you can zoom in and definitely see a lot more of it and see it at all. Because in some cases you can't see it at all when you zoom in. And in that case, yeah, because now you're like raising the angular size as you're zooming in.
Yeah, like the boat going off in the distance, right? If the boat goes off in the distance and it just becomes too small for you to resolve, and then you get binoculars or a telescope or whatever, you can bring it back in because you're increasing the angular resolution.
Right, but they would call that Earth curve, though.
Some people do, yeah. But then there are the optical effects, right? That you have lensing that takes place, stuff that Travis has talked about for a long time, stuff that Bierman, I don't know if you've had the ability to hear out a lot of what Bierman has done in the realm of visuals, but he proposes like various different lensing effects that take place throughout the optical corridor on distance, which can give you the effect of magnification plus extreme foreshortening just with a slight like temperature or pressure change in a specific area in the corridor.
I loved hearing about that because it makes perfect sense, especially when you look at the pictures when explaining it, because it's like the different, depending on the distance you're looking through, basically it's a different lens and different angles, different lens. I mean, it made perfect sense. We didn't talk about that enough, guys.
Yeah, he's got some pretty good research into the visuals. I mean, I think he still thinks that it is a ball, just maybe not of the proportions that we're being led to believe. But I think he's kind of a geocentric guy. So he's very open-minded, and he's definitely trying to find the truth, which is, there's something to be said for somebody that seems like they're honestly searching for the truth, regardless of where that takes them, even though they might be, holding on to something maybe longer than others would. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, anybody who can question mainstream science, bro, is on the right track, despite their thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I think I really need to sit down and invest some time in really trying to draw out some of my concepts that I talk about a lot as far as like visual space and how it all works out and what we can attribute to certain phenomena that we are seeing visually.
Yeah, because when I think about it, like everybody sees the Earth through some spherical field of view. Now I know the astronauts are claiming they're out there, floating above, but that's a whole nother story. What if they're even doing that at all? So, like, even if you always just see in that spherical range, field of view, even if you're at 100,000 feet, you're still going to see in that. Now, granted, you're up higher up in the atmosphere and in the Earth, above the Earth, so certainly you'll be able to see further and have like unique effects to that, like when you can see the sun up there and the moon and all of that. So definitely like an altitude, it's going to be different, but you're still just seeing in a limited spherical field of view. So it's interesting to think about how like the idea that every single human has only experienced the Earth in their in their personal field of view at any one time. Like the idea that nobody has actually gone up there and seen anything different. Like we all just experience it this way. We all take it in through just that like field of our experience.
We got to draw some more diagrams, man. It's all about the diagram.
Well, we just draw some cartoons, then maybe they'll start to figure it out, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
To me that the whole topic of the visuals perspective, like I've done photography for a very long time, and like art and things like that. So to me it just seemed like super intuitive to comprehend what's taking place, but to be able to like put it all together and articulate it perfectly for every single scenario is just dang near impossible. And that's what always happens, is the minute you start to elucidate one specific point, then they'll move you to something else and move you to this and move you to that. And it's hard to get a good clear picture of everything.
So easy to be a baller, dude. Like I think I could literally like chug a bottle of Jameson, come on, and be like the baller MVP. Not even joking.
Dude, that wouldn't go over too well. But hey, are you an accountant, Napalm? Or is that somebody else?
Yes.
I was remembered. Did you first come in here and like was asking questions like still a Glober? Or was that, am I thinking of somebody else?
That was not me.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Austin, I don't know if that'd go over too well, bud, man. But
I could literally just Google. I could be so drunk I can't even like really walk. But as long as I can Google, like, bro, I could crush, bro. Like, I just Google and I would just say the things like I'm teaching the flat earthers, no matter how basic this stuff is, and I would just say it like it's a fact. And then if they have a good rebuttal, I'll say, just because we don't know everything, that's how science works. No one said it's completely perfect.
You just don't
How would that
understand,
be?
man.
How would that be different
Fallacies.
right now?
That's all you have to do. A little bit of Google and then just write in just a string of intermittent fallacies throughout. Oh man.
So it would almost be fun. I can see why maybe some of it wouldn't be fun because I would feel gross. I feel like I need to take a shower or something, but
Just make sure you call them delusional. Everything they say, just call them delusional.
Sprinkle in some of the, I could understand why you might think that, but what's actually taking place is X, Y, and Z, and we know that because of A, B, and C. But I can understand why you might not fully comprehend that.
I just don't see how you could deny what we already know about blah blah blah.
Bro, how about PhD Tony, bro? He's literally, every time you brought up a paper or evidence, his response is, "You're delusional. You're delusional." Like, bro, respond to this evidence and quit calling him delusional, bro. That was hilarious, dude.
Dude, he asked me for a paper supporting what I said. I gave him the paper, and then he said I was delusional. Then he said because first he said it's never over 1%. It's always under 1%. I said, no, that's not true. I have a paper that specifically talks about a time it was like 40%, 30, 40%. He said, show the paper. You're lying. You made that up. I show the paper, and then it's like I'm delusional, cherry picking the paper before he reads it. He says that it only says 7%. Then he gets in the comments the next day, and he's like, your paper only says 30%. You lied about your own citation. So first it was always under 1%. Then it was 7%. Then it was 30%. And what I actually said was 30 to 40%. Because if you do the math based on the range of the data, it's exactly 30 to 40%. So pretty funny, man. I don't know. It's just so
Dude,
easy.
in this arena, you say a instead of an in a quote, and people are gonna correct you forever, saying that you lie, you misquote things, blah blah blah. Like literally, you get one word wrong or one jot or tittle incorrect.
This is the craziest part, right? So it's like if the Glober script incorporate something, like they'll never change it. So like for example, like I'm a good example. So like they say I use word salad. So like none of them have ever been able to articulate one specific time I used word salad. They all use that phrase incorrectly.
Oh,
And
I know.
but they're always gonna say it no matter what because they've already decided that's part of the script. They all say that I cherry pick the quotes. So they're all gonna say it no matter what. Every single time they try to bring one up specifically, I refute them.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where I think that literally half of the people in text chat are the same person because they say the same things.
Crazy.
Especially about you, Witsit. Especially about you.
Dude,
It's
even they do that
constantly
with
the exact
everybody,
same
bro.
thing over and over again.
With Nathan Thompson did a MDD debate not too long ago against that same dude Mark, and he did good too, man. I'll give him that. And but Mark, he was debating about the moon landing or why NASA's bullshit, and he's sitting there and he shows the clip where it shows all the astronauts and how it shows Massimo and Pettit saying that can we see stars on the daylight side of the Earth? And they're like, yeah, we could see stars. You know what I'm talking about? And we could see the Magellanic Clouds. All that. He showed that clip, and then he showed
The Magellanic
Armstrong.
Clouds?
Exactly. And he showed Armstrong saying, we could never see any stars on the daylight side of the moon or in Sicily, the area between the Earth and the moon. And then he showed the quote where other astronauts said it's a deep black and you can't see any stars and all that. And then he showed other astronauts, but he had all them astronauts contradicting each other. And Mark accused him of cherry picking and cutting and doing edits for the astronaut to say that. I was like, I couldn't even believe it. Like this dude is so desperate in his arguments. Like he literally is just accusing bullshit when the clips were right there. What could you possibly cherry pick
Yep.
about them describing vividly what they're seeing in the fucking sky?
Dude, the more fascinating part of it is that all of them would repeat what Mark said now, like for months and months and years. They're all gonna say that any flight earth that brings up all those clips, they're taking them out of context and they're cherry picking. That's the part that's fascinating to me. Not someone like on their feet, like making stuff up desperately, but that like once a narrative is stated, that they all say it like religiously for years, bro. No matter how many times you go through it with them and show it's not true.
Dude, how many of them still think that Bob took the ring laser gyroscope readings?
Yeah.
Seriously. How many years has it been?
A lot. Yeah. And
And they
dude,
think it?
think about this. Like if I brought up Einstein saying everything occurs on the Earth as if the Earth is at rest, and that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth, and that no terrestrial experiment can, they'll say,
cherry picking.
So yeah, they got a couple things. Like they'll say that I'm cherry picking the quotes, that I'm misrepresenting them. Einstein disagrees with me. Einstein thought the Earth was a ball that revolved around the sun. That spins.
Did Einstein think the Earth was flat?
Yeah. And then another thing they'll say is,
No.
I'm just talking about optical experiments, specifically about Michelson-Morley. Which is not true, right? I mean, he says one of the examples is Michelson-Morley. He said like all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. All attempts of this nature led to a negative result.
Yeah, and how is Michelson-Morley even optical, bro? I mean,
Oh,
it's
he
fucking
says-
interferometry.
Well, that's what it means, optical, like using light. But he says one of the most notable of these attempts, which attempts all of them, and they'll say he's only talking about Michelson-Morley, like basic reading comprehension. They'll just deny it. And then there's the other quote that says terrestrial experiments, like all terrestrial experiment. And they'll say that he's just talking about the optical experiments from Michelson-Morley. Dude, it's like wild to me. Like I don't understand like how you can tell some of these people in here aren't like just the worst people in the world, Like some of them. So it's just really weird to me. I don't get it. I don't get how they'll just still say that stuff.
Well, I find it funny that I think you had stepped away. I don't know if you were still listening, but professor guy that was in earlier, started talking about Michelson-Morley and talking about the red shift and blue shift that they detected in Michelson-Morley.
Wait, what?
Oh, he equated the fringe shift to Doppler shift and was talking about like red shift and blue shift in relation to Michelson-Morley.
The other sec.
I have a question.
No.
So all of the ISS footage, what is your guys' explanation for that?
I don't need to
Welcome
explain
to Flat Earth. I say
I don't
welcome.
need to
Go look
explain
at it.
anything about footage. What do you mean? Explain what?
Well, like the zero gravity apparent.
Zero Gravity. Have you seen the movie Gravity?
I'll find something to post for this guy to look at. He sounds like he's new into questioning things. I'll post something on ISS blunders. We
he's
tore
not
it to pieces, guy. It's such a joke.
But I'm
How do you
wondering,
explain
like,
something on
how
the
do you,
internet?
how do you like?
How do you explain Sandra Bullock floating in?
I mean, he's asking a specific question, and y'all aren't answering him. Y'all are talking about all kinds of shit, but the
How do you explain a giant monkey climbing the Empire State Building?
Let's see. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, it's a very vague question, Left Lane. He's saying, how do you explain the zero G?
Well, he's talking about the apparent uncut, long-term videos of them being weightless in a vessel, that they claim to be as in the ISS.
Yeah, like they bring water and like paper towels and like drink it as it floats through the air. Like, how are they like continuously weightless for extended periods of time? And like,
How long
all
is an
around
extended
them are-
period of time?
I'm sorry.
How long's an extended period of time?
Well, this clip that I just watched, it was like 6 minutes long. I haven't watched like all the. I don't know how many hours there are. 100 hours, 10,000. I have no idea how many hours there are.
They don't do anything with hours at all. You don't get anywhere close to that. And you have cuts in anywhere over a couple minutes. And you should look up videos of them doing the exact same thing on a parabolic flight with the water. The exact same thing.
They don't do the same thing as they do with wringing
How
the
do
water
you-
out and,
Yeah, they do.
and stuff like
How do
that
you
on
have a
the
6
parabolic
minute
flight.
long parabolic flight?
How long has the ISS been up there?
20
Does
years.
that
Over
have
20 years.
Over 20 years, right?
Yeah.
Well over 20 years, right? It's been 90s. When did it go up there?
Yeah.
So you're asking us, how do we explain the water? Are you saying when they drink water up there?
Wringing the water out of like a towel and stuff, I think is what he's saying.
So how can you validate that? I mean, you're asking me a question to explain something that you believe in. How can you validate that, Paradolia?
No, he's talking about.
Ask him a question. Ask him a question.
Yeah.
How
Well,
do I
y'all
validate?
still haven't answered this specific question
Hey.
of the long-term videos that can't be done in the parabolic flight. I mean, a video that's 6 minutes long, uncut, of apparent weightlessness. How do they? I mean, what's up with that?
Are you serious? I mean, like that could do this. You could even watch freaking. Go watch Gravity, dude. That movie Gravity, dude. They did that for hours and hours. I mean, I can't validate the video. You can't validate them doing this actual live or if it's a pre-recorded, was it filming a Hollywood video in the basement or something. You can't validate that. You can't validate anything they show you on video. Otherwise,
Well, I mean,
man, Gravity
You
is
kind of
true.
can though. You kind of can though, right?
Okay, validate it.
Well, what I'm saying is like they'll go up, right? And then they'll be like time stamped with a date, or they'll talk about the news like after they go up, right?
You think they can't do this?
You have no validation of them leaving the Earth and getting to some place you think is 250 miles in the air.
Well,
You have
I'm trying to think it out. I'm trying to like
think it out.
see it from your point of view. You know what I mean? Like we see them get on this rocket, right? Like we see
You
them.
see them get on it.
Yeah,
Were you
like
there? Were
You
you
see a
there?
video of them going in it.
Yeah, you see a video of them going
Okay.
in, right?
How you validate
Mhm.
they actually went in it? It wasn't a prop. It wasn't something that they just saw. You actually wasn't there looking at them getting inside. Nobody actually is in there other than the people that are supposedly in the space crew. But you don't ever see them exactly going into the rocket because it's all covered up in this weird tunnel, right? Isn't it? Isn't that?
Actually, that's not true. You can definitely
You see them going into the actual rocket yourself
Yeah, it's SpaceX. You can watch them go in there.
through a camera.
Yeah, like you can't like
Okay.
teleport yourself there, right? You have to.
Right.
see
I
it through
mean,
camera.
regardless if they go in, I mean, doesn't
Binoculars.
even if they go in,
you
didn't they
can't
say
see
they
them.
have like this super eject shit that they could just go?
Anyway, hold on.
Hold
So
on. Be question.
you
Let
can
me just rebuttal with this because don't they have? If doesn't NASA has this like this thing that they could just eject and go through this weird tunnel that puts them in the basement somewhere?
It's an
So
emergency escape route.
you watch them get in the rocket, right? And
you?
they shoot a rocket into space. Okay, cool. They're not in the rocket. They just shoot a random rocket. They didn't get on it. Cool. So they didn't get on it. They shoot a rocket that we don't know where it goes, apparently, and we don't see it land. And then we
Correct.
see them a short time later in this 0 G environment. And then like sometime later, they somehow get in a landing craft that falls out of the sky with a parachute, and we see them like rescue them from that. Is that like how did they get in that falling skycraft with a parachute?
What was that big ass plane that drops tanks and shit? I mean that big ass plane that dropped tanks. What is that?
It's a
Hercules.
Oh, okay. Maybe I thought it was.
Is
a
it
C-130.
Hercules? I thought it was
It is
like
a C-130 or something. They call it the Hercules.
Man, wouldn't that be easiest to throw one from there? Throw something like that that's not even the weight as much as a freaking tank.
Aren't there more entertaining things to watch? I mean, why would you watch that? Who cares?
No, to me, it's pretty damn cool. I like it.
Why would I watch people outside of the Earth in space? Yeah, totally boring, right?
Yeah, why would you watch that?
Yeah, totally not something that's normal, right?
Pareidolia.
No, I'm asking why you would watch it. Like, aren't there more entertaining things than that?
Than people being outside in space.
Yeah.
But I get it. Like everybody's entertained by different shit, right? I get it. But Pareidolia, do you think that we lack the technology to present to you a scenario that isn't actually taking place?
I think that in some instances that's true, but in this instance, it's definitely not true.
Right. So you're saying we lack the technology to, through specific means, patch in a object that somebody could appear that they're playing with, but isn't actually physically touching that object.
In this instance, no.
Ooh.
Wow.
Can I provide you? Have you seen the one
Dude,
of
he hasn't
the
even validated
Russian
yet, bro.
female
I mean,
astronaut?
funny thing is,
what?
Napalm.
Have you seen the one of the Russian female astronaut where she plays with a stuffed animal? Could that stuffed animal be CGI'd in?
Yeah, that one
I don't know.
actually is that
haven't
one's set up that hey Napalm, they set that up as something that for us to call out, but they admit to it being CGI in that instance with the stuffed animal. So
Yep.
it's kind of like, oh, that's the one they admitted to. So you're calling it out means nothing.
Exactly. They tell you exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
All the time, but they say they're only doing it this one time.
Hey, Pareidolia, scroll up above that, right above platter test, where I put the Pooper's Delight, where she's showing the bathroom. This is just like a common sense test. You see the toilet, there's no seat. That means you have to hover and hold the cone in front of you to pee in, go to the bathroom, right? So there's no seat, and you don't sit down on the little pipe hole, right? So you're having to aim. They don't say that you. I mean, obviously, you don't sit on the pipe hole, right? So and poop would float, right? Because of the microgravity, like her hair. That's obviously hairspray. What about this? Do you think? I mean, the challenge is just for a week, actually for a day, use just a little pipe hole, a 3-inch pipe hole, and try to aim and get it all in there with gravity. I mean, can you imagine explosive
Do you
diarrhea?
feel
I mean,
like
this is
that's how
just
it works?
total gaslighting.
Do you
That's
feel
how
like
she's
that's how it
showing it
works?
works. That's how she's showing. There's no seat.
So
Just
she's
a pipe
describing
hole.
exactly what you said.
Have you watched the bathroom tour?
There's like no sort of vacuum that would assist.
Even if there was a vacuum, it doesn't matter. I mean, even if there's a vacuum,
It doesn't
even
matter
pulling it,
if a
if you have
vacuum would
explosive
pull poop.
diarrhea, you're going to have to aim, make sure that it's all. I mean, it makes no sense. Why wouldn't they just have a seat
You're
with
right.
straps like they
You're
have in
right.
the new one?
There's definitely no vacuum in the ISS in a weightless environment. They
Saying
decided
that.
to
Look.
rely on aiming into a toilet your poop.
Well, that's
That
what she's
was
showing. There's
that's
no
what they.
seat there. How else would you do
You
it?
caught him. You caught him, bro.
Hold on.
And there's no seal on the door. So I didn't. I'm not saying I caught them. I'm saying what she's saying that they do is ridiculous. Why wouldn't there be a seat?
The point is, guys, there are tons of shit like this, and we have spent hours literally meticulously combing through and found hundreds of their little errors. I just posted in live text one just a little tiny piece of all their nonsense. And I mean, if you want to appreciate us doing the work to show you all their horse shit, or if you want to just try and defend them, that's one thing. But at least give it a look when you get a minute, because we've spent the time
and you can't figure it out.
pointed out the bullshit.
I have.
And just to make my point
Hold
further,
on. We heard your
at the
point,
end of
yeah.
that bathroom tour, she says, "Well, it does get a little messy in here. Things get a little out of control." I mean, she's totally gaslighting you, literally.
What's gaslighting mean?
So
you don't know what gaslighting means?
Well, I just asked you. I didn't
that's
say I
the
didn't
problem. That's your problem. If you knew what gaslighting means, you would get everything we're saying.
know. No, I'm asking you to tell me what it means.
Just look at their hair. Look at the fucking hair, bro. As a joke.
Can I? So the image that I posted, the GIF. Can you see that, Paradolia? The GIF.
Yeah, with the girl holding the globe.
Right. So NASA admitted that stuffed animal that they beamed in there, that is a CGI'd stuffed animal.
Okay.
So
but it's seamless.
When you look at this image, had they not put the little fake beaming thing in there, and that stuffed animal was already sitting there and she grabbed it and would be moving it around, would you think that that was CGI?
I have no idea.
Well, you see, it's seamless. There's
So
no cut.
if you have,
it looks like it just appears, right?
So if you have no idea whether it is or is not CGI, and you say you've looked into a bunch of ISS stuff, you could obviously be fooled because NASA's telling you this one is fooling you. So if you
Right.
can be fooled by one where they're admitting it, why do you think, why would you trust anything that's coming from NASA that looks like they're in an environment that nobody's ever really experienced? If they're admitting to being able to give you an image that is looks so real that you can't even tell that it's computer generated. So I asked previously how long the ISS has been up there, and it's been quite a few years, right? Like 30 years or something like that. Do you have
40, I believe.
Yeah, what year did it go up there?
I don't know.
But I would be curious as to whether they rang out paper towels in front of the camera in 1992. Do you think they did?
I don't know if they did. Why?
Do you think they had little water droplets floating around that they were drinking from within
Probably.
the first year that they were in the ISS?
Probably.
Because most of the footage you find And as you continue to move forward in the years, it's almost as if they've gotten much better at showing us a lot more things on the ISS that have become way easier to do with computer generated imaging, utilizing technology that's similar to VR, to where the astronauts better know what to grab. Some of the early shit's ridiculous. Go look at Skylab footage. Skylab was the predecessor to the ISS.
What you're saying is you feel like this is all CGI.
Did I say that?
Well, that's the impression that I'm getting.
So did I say that
Man,
people
you
were
still haven't even
CGI
validated now.
for certain things?
Paradoli, you still haven't even validated that it wasn't CGI or real or filmed in the ISS. You know, you still have not validated any of that.
Right, and I just showed you a perfect example where NASA admits they're using CGI to do something, and you said you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference whether that was real or CGI.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. It's a still shot or it's a GIF that you're telling me.
You can find the video. You can find it on YouTube. It's still out there. I think it's under the ESA instead of NASA. It's there for school children too, actually, which is kind of the messed up thing about it, right? Because they're doing a lot of these live streams to little children.
Why is that messed up?
Well,
messed up.
They're doing fakery that they even admit to after the fact.
They put a CGI doll there, and that's messed up. Is cartoons like messed up?
No, they're blatantly lying to the children, right?
That a doll's there?
Did the children understand that? Did the children think that that doll is floating in space with an astronaut who's an Russian hero?
Do the children believe the cartoons are real?
Yeah, a lot of them do.
What about Barney, the purple dinosaur?
But this is messed up, and the cartoons aren't.
Yeah, what are they teaching them with that feed that went out to them? What were they teaching them?
In the ISS?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Just a child level entertainment program for the children on the ISS.
Yeah. You got to catapult the propaganda. You got to drive it into their heads real early.
The conspiracy?
Oh, it's a conspiracy?
The grand conspiracy?
Yeah. You sound like a conspiracy guy.
I do? Do I talk about the CGI that NASA's been pulling over our eyes for 30 years?
No, you are not talking about that, which is why you sound like a conspiracy guy.
That makes no sense.
I think the conspiracy is that it's fake.
No, the conspiracy guy is the guy who can't actually look into things with any type of discernment. They just ridicule anybody that does without actual investigation of anybody's ideas.
How is that the conspiracy guy?
With the term conspiracy. So you're the conspiracy guy. I never said the word
Paradolia.
conspiracy.
You know what? It's the craziest thing. Paradolia, check it out. I zoomed in on that globe she was holding, and it's kind of small, but they have something written on that little tag that's on the globe from that GIF.
Did you have time to Google what it meant? What you were telling me what it was?
No, I guess they put that on there. It's real small, but you have to zoom in to see it.
That's a weird way to say yes.
Paradoli is a conspiracism guy because he's always talking about conspiracism. That's his. It's like it's typed it so many times in the chat.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
like they're
You're
trying
right.
to
I
say
am.
racism, racism. They're trying to like make it like racism, racism.
How many times has he typed conspiracy into chat? I know he says that a lot.
Probably more than all of us combined.
It's funny.
But we're
when
the conspiracy guys, right?
When I say someone's a conspiracy theorist, or I'm met always with a no. It's a grand propaganda scheme they're pulling on us. I'm definitely not a conspiracist.
Conspiracist. I mean, we went through this the other day, didn't we? About the whole conspiracy thing, and you're bringing it up again. Actually,
Yeah,
I think this might be
I
the
am bringing
third
it up again.
time.
And in the future, it'll be even more.
Well, if somebody said like, if they were trying to describe something, like say Geo is like we don't know what the sound is outside, right? And Geo has a theory about what the sound is outside, and he's very confident about it, right? And if I come and I say, no, I think the theory is this, right? Actually, my theory is it's this. Then he calls me a conspiracy theorist because his theory I don't believe in. Now, all of a sudden, I'm a conspiracy theorist because he had a theory that I think is wrong. So, therefore, my theory is conspiracy theory.
Well,
That's
all
like
the
it.
stuff
If
we've
these people
shown.
are saying this is what they think the globe, they think that we live on a globe, and we come along and say, no, we think that it's flat. All of a sudden, we're conspiracy theorists because what we're seeing is that it's flat and stationary, just like it seems. It has nothing to do with what they're saying necessarily.
To me, once you've seen all the evidence and you don't think that it's possible, or if you see all the horse shit we've showed on the ISS and bullshittery, then you got to be a coincidence theorist. If you
Well,
think all the shit we're showing you is coincidence.
Brian, you think a lot of this stuff is evidence. That's the difference. I don't.
You think that squeezing water
has
out
no
of a
evidence,
towel?
according to you?
You think that squeezing water out of a towel is evidence that they're in the ISS, and then I show you that they literally put in a stuffed animal, and you couldn't tell the difference if it was CGI or not. But for some reason, if they squeeze water out of a towel in the ISS, that's evidence, right? Rock solid evidence.
I asked
if
you
we were in a court
why.
of law and all you could present was that image and I could present my image, right? Would there be a definitive beyond a reasonable doubt?
So if we
that
cherry
there's
picked the
people in the-
situation and took it out of context, is what
that
you're
the
saying?
water that the water
You'd have
can't
to
be
come up.
CGI?
Yeah, you'd have to come up with an explanation of why the water acts the way it does, apparently weightless up there. You
Here's
know?
my number one.
If we
dude.
Why does the
CGI,
stuffed
that's the
animal act
explanation.
the way that it does weightless? You realize we have all of this technology.
My number one.
Yeah,
was when that
actually,
bitch was
speaking of
scrutinizing-
water, real quick, speaking of water on the ISS, somebody mentioned that the other day, so I went and looked at that a few of them, and there's this one where he's got the water all over his face. I'll post it right now, and I caught a mistake. You can see that there's a couple drops that go off to the left, right, and those drops just disappear in midair. You have to look up, zoom
And
in
then
on
bling
it.
bling.
It
That
just
one.
disappears.
That's a good one. That's a very good one. Hey, are you going to post that one?
I just did.
Okay, cool.
The
And that one
drops
bling
just
bling. This is a
disappear.
long time
It's
ago.
like a total digital cut, and you can see it.
Check this out.
So there you
Bling
go.
bling. This is one of my favorites of all time. Bling. That lady bling bling. I ain't seen anything from her in a long time, but this was probably 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. She was scrutinizing some of their footage, which she did a lot of good work. It's the devil's in the detail, but there was a fly on the window, and she found it, and it's most definitely a fly. And here's what they did. Like about 3-4 weeks later, they come out with an article where they're doing a fruit fly experiment, like like their damage control a month later was they're doing a experiment with fruit flies on ISS because we literally found a literal fly on the window of the freaking ISS, bro. That's one of my favorites of all time.
Except that the fruit fly experiment was announced way before that video came out.
No, it wasn't, dude.
Yes,
Why
it
would you
was.
say that?
There's a list of experiments of which ones are flying.
Hey,
Okay,
Brian,
show
has
me.
someone already, the one I posted with the face with the water and the drops disappearing in midair, like a absolute digital cut, someone else brought that up before, or did I find that on my own as well as other people, or what? Have you seen that before, where the drops just disappear?
I never even heard of that. Never seen it or
Oh,
heard
look
of
at
it.
the one I posted. You can just zoom in on it, and you can see that there's these drops go off to the side, and they just disappear. The total digital cut. I thought you said that's a good one, as if someone else had posted it already. But this one shows how definitely it's not what they're showing it. You can see that there's a cut where those drops that go up in the air, they just cut and they disappear. So I don't know how you guys want to explain that about the water.
Whoa, dude, that's crazy, bro. No, that's I got it, bro. I got this one. That's
What I'm saying?
another pocket of gravity. How about early
No, not
on
on
the
my own.
early mission where all of them just flew off to the damn left? They called it a pocket of gravity.
So what do the ballers have to say about that right now?
What is it? What now?
Zoom in on the GIF that I put, where the guy's got the water all over his face, and that's how water acts. They must be showing us something real because of the water on the ISS.
Okay.
With the drops that go off in the air,
Okay.
right? And they just disappear.
Yeah, give it a look.
Yeah, I'm waiting
You
for
don't
the
even
zoom in
have
here.
to play a video, dude. It's all.
You can see that it's
tap
cut.
on it.
All right, let me.
Bro, there's literally we could just keep going on and on and on and on. 5 years worth of shit.
It's a cut. It's a different scene. You guys don't see that it cut scenes to another clip. It cuts to another clip. You guys don't see that?
Why
How
would
do you
they
not
have to
see
do that? They're showing a continuous thing of this guy with the water on his face.
It's a
Why do they have
clipped
to cut?
GIF, bro. You don't see that? I mean, come on. This is what
Zoom in
I'm
on
talking
zoom
about.
in on
You
the
guys,
gaslighting
you
tag
guys
again, please.
call this evidence, and I just showed you that's a clip GIF.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't clip the GIF. I didn't make the GIF. You're saying they showed us a clip GIF? That's what they were showing us.
He squirts it, the two drops pop up, and it cuts to another scene.
Oh, really?
Yes, because humans don't magically appear in a new spot in one frame, so it is a cut GIF. Obviously, does anybody dispute that?
They do on the ISS, bro. They blink out of existence. They glitch out. They go by in the background, and their harness wasn't quite blocked out. They grab at nothing, like they reach and grab nothing, hand nothing the other hand, and then set nothing off to the side. I mean, they do all kinds of shit, bro. So I wouldn't put it past NASA for anything, dude. They do all kinds of shit on camera that's retarded muck ups.
Also, I watched that video, that napalm with the bear. That bear's real. I don't know what you're talking about.
Now he's gaslighting us.
Totally real, man.
And there's a whole video of the bear in the like. This is what you guys do. You post that stuff, and you're like, "Explain this." I hope you don't.
Sounds
look
like a
up yourself.
conspiracy theory, bro. Sounds like a conspiracy
You were
theory.
telling us to explain the water. The water must be real on the ISS because how could they do it? They don't have any kind of graphics. I mean, yeah, the movie Gravity show.
Hold on,
well, who cares? It must be real on the ISS.
So you're saying that what I posted, that GIF, that scene did not take place in the video?
It did.
Okay, then what's your point?
The bear is real.
Oh, it just
So you're trying to imply that you're
appeared
saying
and
that it
disappeared?
wasn't a real stuffed animal? Or
So,
are you,
so hold
are
on,
you
hold
saying
on.
it's a real
Dave.
bear?
So what are you saying?
You said that it wasn't real.
It's augmented reality, bro. Admit it.
It's CGI. It's admitted
No,
CGI.
it's augmented reality. That's what they even admitted.
No, he's trying to imply that you think that the bear was never there, right? Like there was no stuffed animal at all. Instead of the fact that they made it appear, and then it's just like seamless in the way that she picks it out of midair. And now he's trying to imply that you're saying that it wasn't even a stuffed animal at all. It wasn't even there.
There never was
Trying to
anything there.
confuse it.
It's augmented reality, bro. Same thing when the guy grabs at the hat that wasn't there. It's a glitch. So they each have their
No,
own
there
screen.
could be a
Brian, you
there
don't
could be
know
a bear
what you're
hanging that
talking
she
about, bro.
grabs, right? But there was a cut between it not being there and it being there. So there could be a real bear that she grabs. But the point is, they can seamlessly make it appear just like anything else they could do
Well,
on a
not
high-end.
seamless because it was poorly photoshopped when they made it disappear. You can see the outline of the bear.
But you don't think that they could do that with the technology we have? All of
I mean,
this in the
they
movie
just
Gravity, they did all of this. Is the
they just
point?
tried and they did a poor job of editing it. You
Wait,
can
but
see
you're
the
saying
outline.
they couldn't do
They
it?
they have, bro. Listen, it's augmented reality, bro. There is nothing there. It's the same thing where the guy goes to grab the hat and they twirl it, and it's in their budget, bro. Augmented reality
Ryan.
shit. But hold on. They the guy goes to grab the hat and it wasn't there. See, they see something on their screen, and it doesn't always work, bro. It doesn't always work. So he went to grab the hat and go it off and set it off to the side, and there was no hat. And even if it looked like he grabbed the hat and they're twirling it shit, there's no hat there. It's augmented reality. It's where their eyes look funny. If you zoom in on their eyes, you can see they got the contact lenses in and shit, dude. It's not brand new technology.
Yeah, they can obviously do anything they want. That's the point.
No, they
And they
can't.
can make mistakes on purpose and make it look like they don't know what they're doing on purpose to make you think, oh, well, they're not very good at it. So why do you think that this is fake? Like you were just trying to
They're
imply.
limitless to their possibilities. They can do anything.
Well, you get $63 million a day. That's a pretty big budget if you're not actually doing what you say you're doing and you just have time to pay graphic artists or
No sorts of
people to make it
audits
look
to
like a certain
determine
way.
what's taking place.
Hold on,
What?
scrutinizing the
You're talking
spacewalk.
about audits.
Dude goes to grab one of the cords, and it's clearly showed before his hand even gets there. The hose starts repelling away from it, dude. It's so obvious they're underwater. I mean, besides all the bubbles in space, we've clipped about a dozen of them, and the ones that are obvious bubbles. But that one cord, the dude goes to grab it on one of the spacewalks, and it repels away from his hand before his hand even touches it, bro. They're underwater, bro. Just saying.
I wonder, like the pod that they fall out of the sky in, if it's not like re-entry debris that's damaging the vehicle. Do they just like? Is there like some lab somewhere where they like paint like burn marks on the bottom of it?
What burn marks?
On the
Yeah.
re-entry vehicle.
Shouldn't it cause steam when it hits the water? Where's the steam? You know, when we see them, and they show them hit like in the ocean, shouldn't there be steam around it if it's so hot and burnt? They don't cover all their mistakes, bro. We're flat earthers, bro. We nitpick, bro. We look for
what-
every little thing, bro. They can't get nothing past us, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know they can't. For sure.
Well,
What's
you
the
nitpick globe
temperature?
stuff. You never nitpick your own stupid theory.
What's the temperature of these thermal plates on the outside when it touches the water?
Matthew coming in hot.
Hey,
Matthew, are you gonna sizzle the water when you hit it coming in hot?
I think it probably cools off some while it's floating down on the parachutes. I don't know.
They probably wouldn't use any sort of conductive material to do that, though.
Yeah, to answer your question, I think they do paint it up. Yeah, they put black streaks and shit on it, make it look like it was in space. Yeah.
People believe it too, Gio. It's kind of funny.
I believe it wholeheartedly. They're not lying at all.
Do you know it, or do you believe it? At
I
least
mean,
you
you can
admit
really
you
say that, Matthew, wholeheartedly. I mean, there's so many things that are obviously questionable. You can't at least be honest enough to admit that it seems questionable.
He said believe, Dave. He
Yeah,
doesn't know.
No,
He
yeah,
believes.
I believe it, and I don't
Wholehearted.
find any of it questionable. Not even a single thing.
Come on now, Matthew. Haven't you seen those videos where the wire in the ISS was like kind of out of the frame a little bit with their
Because I
hand?
believe they're in space, I think there's reasonable explanations for all of those.
I guess you believe we've been to the core too, then, right, Matthew? And restarted the core, the center of the Earth. The spin with a few bombs.
No, that's a movie.
Matthew, take,
But it's the
with
same
Rose
shit,
colored,
man. It's a
use the
video
Bible.
showing you that stuff. So, I mean, if they did it in movies, why can't they do it with the ISS? I mean, that's just, dude. I think that's just 100% proof that they can go to the center of the Earth. They have been there, and they restarted. They restarted the core.
You know, Matthew, you said there's reasonable excuses for all of it.
Right.
I'm pretty sure, with rose-colored glasses, you can give a reasonable excuse why everything has a rose tint to it, right?
Sure, and I would respectfully submit you guys do that even worse than we do with your flat Earth stuff.
What's the difference between the ISS videos and that movie, The Core, or Gravity movie?
One was made in Hollywood with the intention to tell a story.
I'll say that one more time because I can barely hear you. Kind of low.
Oh, really? Hold on.
It might be me. Give me a second. Yeah, it's me. Go ahead.
One is made in a Hollywood studio with the intent to tell a fictional story, and another is made as a document of what's really happening.
It's potentially made that way, but how can you validate it is?
I trust the people in Hollywood that they say they're making a fictional story, and I trust the NASA people that say that what they're providing us is non-fictional. So I trust
so
people
naive.
who produce them.
It's like reality TV, right, Matthew?
I don't trust reality TV producers. No,
But they're supposed to be
What?
real life. That's supposed to be documentary of persons, people, living out their lives and whatnot.
yeah, but that's made to entertain.
No.
This is simple stuff. You have to have a reasonable epistemology here. But
Then why would they lie to us and call it reality TV?
to make money and to entertain.
Interesting.
So they're conspiring to take money by lying to us?
I don't think that they're lying. Big Brother, it's a reality TV thing, and everybody knows how it works. So I wouldn't call that a lie. It's just
Everybody knows, so everybody's in on it.
Oh,
Is what you're
there's
saying?
some stupid people who don't understand it, but I would say most people do.
Matthew, the WWE is fake. Therefore, all fights on TV are fake.
Ooh, I like all or nothing fallacies.
You mean like
I
all
agree,
videos
you do.
fake?
All or nothing fallacies are fantastic.
NASA
So your
poorly
validation. So your
photoshopped this bear. Therefore,
you still haven't validated that they are there, man. All you have is trust and in person.
He saw a video on the internet, man. He's got proof. Aside from a video on the internet, Paradolia, what other proof do you have that they're there?
I seen it with my eyes.
You have seen people in the ISS.
I will hope you would
You
see with your eyes and not your ass.
Yeah, I used my zetetic reasoning, and I flew to outer space, and I looked at them through the glass of the ISS.
Nice. Sounds plausible.
So did you see the fly while you're looking at the glass? Bro, a fucking fly flying around on the glass at ISS, bro. That's just unbelievable, dude.
The doctor knocked
Don't
me
worry.
out for a medical procedure, but I didn't believe him because I didn't witness it.
You didn't witness the doctor injecting something into your vein? That's weird. I always when I get knocked out for procedures, they always stick something in my vein. I actually feel it too. It's kind of weird. You didn't feel the thing going into your vein?
You can actually taste some of it.
You didn't feel it though? You didn't feel the thing go into your vein?
Well, he said he did a procedure, but I wasn't there to witness it.
What are you trying to imply with that?
I'm
You
making
walk into a
making a
doctor's office.
dig on zetetic reasoning.
They physically put something into your skin. So if this doctor procedure back to what we were talking about with your lack of proof of the ISS. So how would that equate to your experience with people being on the ISS, aside from the internet videos you've seen? Can you put yourself in the operating room before the procedure? Can you give me some physical presence that you had with any of these individuals, or the crafts, or the things that they were manipulating? Any of that?
I don't know what you're saying.
No. So you're just stuck with internet videos. Is that what you're saying? Is that your proof?
Therefore, it's false.
Well, is that all you have? That's my question. I never said if that's all you have, therefore it must be false. I'm asking you, is that all the proof that you have? Is that all you're bringing to the table is internet video?
Yep.
Okay. Doing things no other human being can do.
No other human being can do what?
Doing things other human beings can't do. But you saw it on the internet though, right? So it's definitely the best proof.
There's definitely not crafts we can go look at.
Yeah, have you done that?
There's definitely not
I have.
people who have been to
I also
space we
watch
can
them
talk
shoot them
to.
off too. I've seen the crafts. I watch them shoot them off. Have you done that?
I haven't been there in person.
I feel like I've been closer to these things than you have.
And?
I mean, you think that the story would definitely make sense to me, right? I mean, I've been there. I've seen launches.
So if you see them, then they will make more sense to you if you've been there in person. Does that enhance your ability to make sense of something if you are close to it?
I mean, I've physically seen the launches take place.
Yet
I
you
know
don't.
that things go up into the air. You know what I don't see? I don't see people get on those things. I also don't see where they wind up.
Does your confirmation bias prevent you from seeing that?
No, you're not allowed to
Definitely
get
not.
close enough to see them. Have you? You obviously haven't been around a launch.
So you
You were
haven't been
saying
close
that
enough to see.
you
Hold
could
on.
see the people get in
You
the
haven't been
ship.
close enough to see it, and then you said, "You know what? I've never seen. I've never seen anybody get on it because I haven't been close enough."
Correct.
How are you going to make both of those statements?
What do you mean? I've been close enough to see them launch the rockets off. I have not been close enough to see anybody board them.
You said, "You know what? I haven't seen anybody get on them."
Correct.
And then you said, "I haven't been close enough to see anybody get on them."
Also correct.
But why did you say, "I haven't seen anybody get on them"? Like it was some proof that nobody went on them when you couldn't see
I didn't say
anybody get
that
on
it
them.
was. I didn't say that it was proof because earlier you said you've seen people get on them. You said we see people get on them.
Yeah.
I've been to the launches. You do not see people get on them.
You can see them through video.
Ah, the videos. But we saw a video of it.
We're back to internet videos.
So all video is unreliable. Let's cast a shade of unreliability on all videos.
No, there you go with your all or nothing fallacies again. You like those a lot.
You're
That's
the
all you
one.
have is
It's not all
You're the one
videos.
that
Especially not the laser test videos. We can't like throw that out.
maybe GIFs are more reliable. You guys like GIFs.
I'm not bringing what am I bringing as evidence of something being factual? What videos am I referencing? What video am I saying? Look at this proof of this video. This is proof that this actually took place.
Did you provide that?
No.
Okay.
That's my point. So I guess we're back to square one. You still don't really actually have any validatable evidence for your claim about people on the ISS, right?
Except for like 3,000 hours of video of them on the ISS in zero gravity.
Yeah, but you can't look at all 3,000 of that. You just have to pick out random GIFs of 3 seconds long here and there of them doing weird things. That's the only thing I'm allowed to look at.
Matthew, you might know this. When did they first put the ISS up there?
And by the way, there's hundreds of hours of analyses of things. Just because people have posted 4 or 5 GIFs doesn't mean that's the totality. There's literally hundreds upon hundreds of hours of analysis going with fine-tooth comb through tons of NASA stuff.
Yeah, and all that analysis is pure bunk, I think.
Pure
Very
bunk.
low
So it's
quality.
Like the year 2000, I think, somewhere around there.
2000? Okay. Do you know when they first started squeezing water out of tiles on the ISS in front of the camera?
They did that in response to you flat earthers saying that it was fake. Is that what you're going to say? I don't think that's true. But
No, I'm just asking you if you know when they first started doing that. Like if within the first couple of years that they were up there, if they were doing that.
I don't.
And either way, like now that I think about it, if it was 2000, I thought it was earlier than that. I thought it was in the 90s, like early 90s. But if it was in the 2000s, definitely had the technology.
So you're telling me that they had to specifically write a script for what you labeled as a flat earther? That's how important flat earthers are.
No, I was
making
making fun of the idea that they would have responded at all to that. I don't think they did at all. I was being sarcastic.
I never put forth the idea that they did. That was your straw man prior.
Right. That was my straw man that I was saying earlier.
At least you admit it. That's cool.
I think like a lot of footage from like inside the ISS became like extremely popularized because of Chris Hadfield, right? Like he got really viral on the internet and stuff. And then I think since that there's been a lot more like events on the ISS to do with the public, like public relations and stuff like that. From my perspective anyway. Like before that, it wasn't really too public.
No, it's a good point. They kind of turned him into like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of astronauts or something, where he was always on the being interviewed on the news, and yeah, he was kind of one of the front guys there for a couple of years.
He even did a concert. Remember that?
Oh yeah, ground control.
Oh, that is so cheesy.
Major talk.
Yeah, and there was like no delay in the footage.
What do you mean by like delay?
Yeah, what do you mean by no delay?
They mean confirmation bias.
No, he's playing along with the other musicians that are on the ground, and there's zero delay. But there should actually be a delay if they're actually in the ISS. It was a dead
Yeah.
giveaway.
How much delay?
Couple seconds.
A couple seconds.
hmm
From how do you come at that conclusion?
NASA admits it.
Yeah. Well.
There's other times they've done that too, like the one where they were talking to Donald Trump.
And they accidentally spoke too soon.
They were like timing it every time they spoke. They were like 1,000, 1,000. But the one time they forgot to do that, and it showed the delay wasn't actually there.
Oh, that's interesting. Why do you think they have trouble like that? Like if it's just a studio, right? Should be a pretty
Yeah,
easy.
they're not very good at actors. I mean, to get
no.
the best of the best
Not-
actors, they don't have the best of the best. They've got B level, C level. They don't really have actually skilled people in some cases in terms of the actor side of it.
Yeah, they're horrible. Even the makeup people, when they do the hairspray hair, it's kind of hilarious.
Okay, cool.
When you investigate it, though, you'll determine the reason which was omitted.
Why do you think it is they've got bad actors?
Wait, they admit that they hairspray their hair to have it sticking straight up?
I think they do it on purpose. I think the whole thing's a gaslighting operation. They do it badly on purpose, so we'll be arguing about it like we are right now.
This reminds me of like when I was a kid and my brother told me that pro wrestling was fake. And I could not believe it. It's like there's no possible way. It took me a long time before it really sunk in.
How does this remind you of that?
Just a similar kind of scenario.
I know you probably get asked this all the time, but what do you make of like people that get footage of like a transit of the ISS, stuff like that?
Yeah, it's cool. What do you think about it?
Well, I'm just asking you the question.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's cool, but like, what do you make about? Do you think you could, make some sort of assumption, or do you not? Do you just look at that and think we have no idea what that is? Something's in the sky, or something's not in the sky, or what?
Oh yeah, there's definitely something up there for sure.
Yeah. So there is something up there moving at sort of a constant rate.
Up there, yeah, in the sky. Yeah.
Right. But you don't think that is where they're filming from? You think they're filming from like a separate location?
Oh, I don't know. Are there people filming in that thing that's up there?
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
Oh, do you have proof of that? Like,
no, I
evidence?
asked you the question.
I don't think there's any people in there. I don't know. It just looks like a thing in the sky.
Right.
What I don't understand about the satellite theory is the balloon deal. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That part doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't make any sense about what? What are you talking about?
Because balloons exist, therefore satellites can't. Something like that.
No. Flat earthers think that they're on balloons, right? They don't.
Yeah.
They don't
That's what I
deny
mean.
the existence of satellites. They just think they're on balloons. So, but satellites travel too fast for them to be on a balloon. Like they travel like 4 miles a second. Some of them, right? They're in different layers of orbits, and they have different characteristics of those orbits. But
How did
some
you
of them-
clock them?
How did you clock them?
Mm-hmm.
You can like ham radio operators can track them across the sky. You can.
I said clock them, their speed.
Yeah, with radio.
You can. Radio waves.
Cool.
So I just don't understand that part because they travel too well. I don't know.
Travel too fast? What do you mean travel too fast?
You know,
How
a
fast
balloon
are they
that can go
traveling?
4 miles. You know, what's the 17,000 miles per hour? Is it?
Yeah,
In
4
low Earth
miles a
orbit.
second. If you had a balloon that was that could lift an object, and that it had gas in it that was less dense than the surrounding air, the air resistance. How do you remove air resistance from an air balloon to travel at a bullet can't travel at 4 miles a second, let alone a massive balloon.
You don't think things can traverse faster as there's less air?
I do. I agree with you there. I totally agree with you. But I disagree when you factor in a balloon, because the balloon has to rise above less dense or denser air. So you have to have dense air for the balloon to be there, or else it wouldn't be able to lift it above it. It wouldn't even work.
How high have you been up there? What's up there?
The principle of the balloon allows me to not need to, be 50,000 feet physically looking at the air, right?
Could I interject with a question, maybe, just on top of that?
So hold on just a second.
Okay.
So satellites that are moving quickly is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So the rate in which they're traveling, are these communication satellites that you're talking about?
Communication satellites, observation satellites.
Okay. And you said you tracked them, or you clocked their speed. How did you do that again? Radio?
Yeah, ham radio operators can do that. They can trap.
How does this process take place to where they get a speed? Can you explain to me what they're doing physically?
Yeah, you can send a radio wave to them, to the satellite, and back. You can determine their position in the sky via radio waves, just radar.
So wait, ham radio operators are sending a radar signal?
Well, that's what radar is, right? Just radio wave.
Yeah, but in a different format. Ham radio is not set up like a radar. That's like saying somehow you're getting a radar signal with a CB radio or something. What's the physical process that the ham radio operators go through to track speed?
I don't know if they can actually track speed.
You said that they did, though.
They can. You could use a ham radio, like a radar if you want.
Can you explain to me the process?
I haven't done it myself with ham radio, but I imagine it's just, I don't know if it's within regulation or anything, but just pulse modulation, I guess.
So you just have something that you guys just made up, and you both affirmed each other.
It's not made up. I work with radios. I know you can.
So how do you do it with a ham radio? How do you physically track the speed of a satellite with a ham radio?
I could get you an article on it, so I don't butcher it.
So you don't know, now you're going to try to find something on the internet.
I don't think it matters what I know. I think it matters is what is.
Trying to find things on the
Doppler
internet is
effect
bad.
also is like a big.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
You guys are.
I can't remember which server it was, but someone went over it. They done they shared the screen or whatever, and they had their own radio observatory, and they showed the obviously the Doppler effect. They had like a graphical user interface, right, for the radio observatory. If anyone can remember who it was, or if anyone was present.
Actually, it's worse on a flat Earth. Like if you're tracking a satellite that traverses the entire sky on a flat Earth, it would be traveling much faster than it would be on a globe. So.
Yeah, and you don't even need radio to track the speed. You just get two people in different cities. If it
depends on
ISS
distance,
goes over one city and then over another city, time the distance between that. See how fast it's going.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. I never said that the ISS was on a balloon.
There is a dot in the sky that
nor did I say
matches where NASA says the ISS is, and that dot in the sky moves 17,000 miles an hour. So we have a good explanation for it, but I haven't heard any explanation for you for that dot in the sky.
That things can move quickly throughout the
Yeah,
sky.
yes, the things can move 17,000 miles an hour. It's not possible on a flat Earth.
You have a story without validation, Matthew.
Oh, we have a story that
Matt.
explains the observation. You do not.
Yeah, it's just a story.
And you don't
I'm
have
supposed
any
to believe
story.
what you tell me? Okay.
So your suggestion is to just not have any explanation at all? I'd rather have a story than no story. Like,
Well, the most honest position, if it's not validated, is to say it's not validated.
yes, but it's there. We can see that it's there.
Okay.
Yeah, so you could speculate if you want
see a
to.
light?
Yeah, you could speculate.
Well, if you go to an observatory, you can see more than a light. You can see a light with your naked eye. If you go to like any university or observatory, you can see the ISS in detail.
You see something up there, yeah. Okay. Now what?
Now
You
what?
measure
After you've
speed?
seen the ISS in detail, nothing.
You see it something up there that looks like the ISS, or it might be something that. Now what? What can you tell me about that? Are you telling me there's something up there?
Yeah, it's
What more
evidence that
validation do
the
they
story
need?
is right.
Like what criteria via validation do you require? Like can you make like a sort of brief to give to somebody and say I want this
Validate it. In other words, how can you validate what you see up there? I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, what
there's
they can't
people
even
up there. How can you tell me anything?
what
they can't even
qualifies as
confirm
validation?
the distance to it, right? So distance would play a large role on how
determine the distance.
fast it would be going based on it traversing the sky, right? Like if something went from horizon to horizon but was a light in the sky, like I don't know, even a laser. I'm pretty sure I could get a laser to go across my sky very quickly. Right? Does that mean it's going 17,000 miles an hour?
You can time a round trip radio wave to determine the distance.
What are you doing? Timing a round trip radio wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd send a signal wave for the signal to come back.
Okay. What's your point?
You said they can't figure out the distance. You can send a radio signal, bounce back, and you can determine the distance via the time it takes to return.
Who's
Like
they?
you could bounce any people.
Who's you? Anybody can? Who do you know anybody that has bounced a radio signal off of the ISS
If I
and
haven't,
received it back?
does it make it not possible?
I guess you usually have to try napalm, right? Because even if we had, we could be lying. So you've got to do it yourself, you know.
Do you know of anybody that has, that even claims to have done a bounce,
I could say I'd
like
have right
the
now, right?
alleged moon bounces or whatever?
Does it? Would it matter?
It wouldn't.
What do you mean? Would it matter?
Would it matter if I knew someone that did or someone that didn't?
What does it change, napalm?
Yeah, I would say it would matter, because if I knew somebody that had the ability to do that, I could certainly talk to them, probably check out what they're doing, for sure.
I can introduce you to someone that has.
Dude.
But I don't know what it would change, honestly.
I just don't understand that line of reasoning.
Yeah.
Like you can meet someone that does it, just because you don't immediately know someone that does it doesn't mean that the ability to do it is no longer there.
Do you have an example of it being done?
Yeah, you can send radio waves
Do
to the
you
moon.
have an example of it being done?
You can check out ham radio.
Do you have an example of it being done?
Yeah, I do. On the ham radio wave operators track satellites to the sky.
We were talking about the ISS.
Okay, well you can determine the distance of the amateur ham radio satellites.
Okay. So the distance and speed is acquired by ham radio operators of satellites.
Distance. I don't know about speed.
Yeah, like I was saying before, you don't even need radio. You can just get two people in different cities and time it that way.
Have you done this, Matthew?
What channel can I link stuff in? Is it Livestream text? Is that like the place to go?
Yep.
There are
If you haven't done
ISS
it,
trackers, that you
Matthew,
can
then
go
it's
to.
impossible.
I'm gonna link a guy that's does some pretty interesting.
Did I say that it
web
was
regarding
impossible?
stuff.
First of all, these are all your guys' claims. I never said that there wasn't anything up there. I never made any claim that satellites were all on balloons, right? These are all your guys' straw man.
It's not a straw man. It's what other flat earthers have said, and I was just critiquing what they said. I never said you said it.
I've heard other globe earthers say ridiculous things. Does that mean I should attribute anything that somebody who believes that they live on a spinning ball, I should attribute anything that they say to you?
No.
I just posted some videos where it shows NASA Glean Research where they do launch satellites on balloons. I don't know why it's so hard to wrap your mind around, that being a thing that they could be doing is putting satellites on balloons. But as far as getting, the speed of the ISS, we would have to trust and believe that the distance that they claim it is away is in fact the distance that it is away.
No, you don't need that. You just have to have two people in two different cities and time it.
But you have to assume the speed, or if you go by the distance
don't
that it
extract
is
those
away,
service matches,
because the
right?
closer it is to you, right? If it's further away, or if it's closer, to you, if it's not as high up in altitude as they claim it is, then it's
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the altitude. You get two people in two different cities and watch when the ISS goes directly overhead, and it doesn't matter what the altitude is. You can time it and see that it's going 17,000 miles an hour.
Yep.
it's going to appear to cover a different visual distance, due to with our
Right, that's why
perspective
you
when
use
we're
it
looking.
straight. That's why I said straight overhead. If you do it straight overhead, then the altitude doesn't matter.
You never see it horizon to horizon. That's one thing. Just a little side thing.
Yeah, because it's easiest to see when it's in the sunlight.
But it does matter. Am I wrong with this? Like where am
No,
I
truth,
having
you're right.
a
If you're
malfunction?
looking at it at an angle, then it matters how far away it is. But that's why I was saying if you're looking at it from two different cities and it goes directly overhead one city and then directly overhead another city at a different time, then the altitude doesn't matter in that case.
You know what's trippy? That actually that way you actually don't even know it's the same light.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's a different light, but I'm not saying it's Outer Ponders. I'm just kidding. Where's New Perspective? I'm not saying it's Outer Ponders, but it's Outer Ponders. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just saying that you don't really have a way to track it that it's actually the same light. I'm not saying it is a different light, but you don't really see it from horizon to horizon. You just see it pass overhead, like in your, from like 40 degrees up or whatever. You just see it pass through. But I mean, but you can't validate the distance of it.
Yeah, you can. If the two cities are like 90 miles apart, and then you can both watch the same dot in the sky the whole time. You both see it the whole time, and at one point it goes directly over one city, and then 90 seconds later, it goes over. Well, no, it'd be like a fourth of that. It goes over another city. Then you can measure the speed.
No, I don't doubt.
Yeah, I know, but we're saying distance is what you can't validate. You don't know what distance it's at, just because
right.
Just because it's tracking that speed.
Can we agree that we're all in agreement that you can work at speed out that way though, right?
Right.
And no one objects to that. Currently, we've ironed out some of the creases there.
But I don't disagree that they've put satellites on balloons, but they just haven't made them go those speeds.
I think the balloon one's weird because, just because nobody denies that NASA operates balloons, they're a cheap way of getting some particular set of data. But just because those balloons exist doesn't then completely relegate satellites to being fake. That it's not one or the other.
Well, here's what I don't get. Why is it so hard? Just
You're asking me if it's hard to believe.
none of us can verify any of these things, and and it doesn't mean that it's flat or globe. If they're lying about the satellites, it doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth. It just says that they're lying, right? If you get verified, I don't know why it's so hard. Like if someone says, well, they could be on, we don't know, they could be on balloons. Oh, it doesn't make sense, or it's not logical that they would use balloons. And then, like, they show launching them on balloons. They've crashed into people's yards on balloons. But why is it so hard just to say, well, no, I agree. We can't really validate it, because we would just have to, have faith in the information that we have to work with, which is what they give us, because we can't validate any of it.
But we can evaluate it. We can validate it. That's what we're saying.
We've just agreed that we can validate the speed of the ISS. No one.
Yeah, you're validating the speed of a light that an app tells you that it's going to be in the sky at that time in that place.
Well, no, you
Right.
see
And
the
we
light.
have a good explanation for what that light is, but you have provided none.
You can bounce a radio wave
Yeah,
up.
sorry, I don't want to fill you with stories and lies. I have no idea what it is.
Except that it's there. I mean,
Okay.
it's an observation that requires explanation. You're just gonna
Okay, it's
give up.
there.
How fast
Am I supposed to just make up shit because I see it there in the sky?
No, you come to the best conclusion you can.
Well, the very
Okay,
first satellite.
there's something in the sky. There you go. You want something
I'm
else?
not satisfied with that.
Well, that's your problem then.
So the very first satellite was literally a balloon. The first satellite, communication satellite, was literally a Mylar balloon.
I don't think
It
that
was in.
qualifies as a satellite. I think in that case, would it?
What's that?
I don't think it would qualify as a satellite in that case, would it?
It's
Nope, it is a
literally
satellite.
It's literally NASA's first satellite. It's called Echo 1. It was a Mylar balloon, and it was in geocentric orbit. How fast are you going in geocentric orbit?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Slower than low Earth orbit.
All orbits are geocentric.
Yeah, it was
Stationary.
That's what he meant.
it was in low Earth orbit.
It was in low Earth orbit or geo.
Yeah, it was in a geocentric orbit.
Geocentric means the Earth is at the center. All orbits are geocentric.
Correct.
You mean geo?
Low Earth orbit. It's a geocentric.
Geosynchronous.
Low Earth. Or no.
I just posted a video about Echo.
Jesus.
Nobody uses the term geocentric. What are you talking about for orbits?
Geostationary.
Does he mean geostationary?
It's geosynchronous and
No, he just made up geosynchronous. I mean geocentric.
Geocentric. Low Earth orbit.
Nobody uses that term except for you.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard of that.
Okay. Does that change anything about the fact that a alleged Mylar balloon was in the same relative area as the ISS? I was just told by somebody that that's impossible for a balloon to go those kinds of speeds.
What speeds did it go?
It was in low Earth orbit.
Yeah, who knows what technology they could have. I mean, the thing about believing all this, like, it's coming from the government. Do you trust your government? Do you not have
go there, Geo.
Yeah, I mean, do you not?
That's the all or nothing fallacy, guys.
I mean, even if you just have, well, no, because it's coming from that source. I mean, if you want to be extreme and say it's a genetic fallacy, I guess you could make some extreme case for that. But I mean, this is the government, the most corrupt, vile organization that any of us have ever seen in our life, that has been involved in world wars and God knows what other atrocities. I'm not saying that you have to deny everything that they do, but the fact that it's coming from them, why should the baseline be? I trust that they're honest, upstanding.
You're saying I'm not saying this, but you're also saying it. You can't. You guys are honestly trusting the government. I'm not saying you can't trust them.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm not saying that to deny every single thing they do. That necessarily, I wouldn't see that as a wise approach in my viewpoint, to just outwardly deny everything. However, when they have been caught in so many corruption, so many different deceptions, corruptions on all levels, from the president to the military to the big pharma, the big oil, the police, I mean, all of it. So I'm just saying, to have like a default of like, I trust that they're upstanding, excellent people that are out exploring space for science. It takes quite a splitting of the mind to think that they're just all upstanding in, NASA.gov, but in all these other areas, they're completely corrupt and driven by money and deception. Like, they're criminals in all these other ways, but in the space thing, yeah, they're really upstanding. They're, A+ integrity in that one.
We trust them. Yeah. They give us a good explanation, a good story. For me, I believe the story. What can I say?
It's like if Al Capone created a space agency, and you're like, yeah, it's on the up and up.
Did you guys hear about the they predicted that a meteor would not collide, I guess, but like break up in the atmosphere, right? It would impact or something like that over Western Europe. They predicted it, I think, a few days before it happened, or like a day before it happened. Sure enough, like people went out with their cameras, like, okay, let's see if we can see this meteor like re-enter, or not re-enter, I guess just enter. And sure enough, it happened, and a lot of people were able to get handheld footage of it. What do you make of that? Like the things like that. I can link a reference to it if you need to. I think there was another one as well before that, which was the first one of them being able to predict a meteor like entry, and it was, I think it landed either in Egypt or Sudan. I can't remember. It was somewhere over in like the Eastern Sahara, and they predicted it was going to land in a specific location. Not very, not hyper accurate, but sure
Yeah,
enough.
what about that Soviet asteroid?
Chelyabinsk. I think 2013, Chelyabinsk. Thank God for Russian dash cams.
Yeah, Russian insurance fraud dash cams.
Yeah. Yeah. If it wasn't for insurance fraud in Russia, then I don't think we'd have nearly as much footage of that meteor. But stuff like that's interesting, right? Being able to predict something like that, or being able to predict, like solar weather events. Being able to say, there's going to be you're going to be able to see the auroras at this date at this time, and then sure enough, it happens. How do they sort of procure this type of information? Obviously, the official story is that they've got instrumentation that's able to, predict for this, but of course, you guys can't exactly be in agreement with that.
Well, if you're having a conversation with someone who's not willing to even question it, and is going to just like immediately, just hand wave it, or just say, well, argue that, if you don't have evidence, or, I mean, these are things in the sky, ain't none of us got any evidence. And I can't believe I said ain't.
But somehow there is a organization out there that is able to predict, these events.
The reason I say that is because there's some interesting things about, the things that move in the sky and crash down, make, or thing that they claim crash down. We saw the one in Russia, but what are they? I mean, what are they exactly? So the interesting thing about comets, asteroids, or whatever, the meteors, is they all come from the same general area in the sky, and I don't really have it. I wish I had it. That's why I really shouldn't have even mentioned it. But if Jimsy's in here, he used to post it all the time.
The general area.
I got it from. But they have like these magnetic. You can see like energetic triangles or whatever. It makes like energetic triangles. So I don't know if it's the EMF or what it is that they're sensing, but they've seen like these areas in the sky that makes these anomalies on. Hang on just a second. Let me see if I can find it. I'll just post it. Because I don't even know the equipment or instrumentation that they use. I don't know what they're measuring, but whatever they use and whatever they're measuring, it shows like the 3 areas in the sky that they see this energy, and then it makes like a pyramid or a triangle, and where
Right.
these three points are, and where it makes that triangle, that's the general area where they always come from.
Could I ask
From
you a
what I
question?
understood. But my point
So
is there's a lot of interesting things about it, but if you're not like willing to explore the possibilities, it really does no good. Like, because it takes a little bit of work for me to find it, because I don't have it. I've wiped all my stuff. I've lost some
yeah,
of it.
no problem. In
So
your own
I'd have
time.
to PM someone, and I'd have to get them to send it to me and so forth and all that.
So can I ask you a question on top of that? Is
So-
you're talking about like, oh, you're not willing to sort of look at this information, this instrumentation that people have to measure these. I assume you're talking about the meteors. Why is it then you do not apply the same criticism you have of instrumentation that's able to predict these things actually occurring? The
Well, it's
criticism you apply
cycles.
to
I mean,
that, you don't apply to anything else.
isn't it just reoccurring cycles? Is that
No,
not all it is?
no. Some comets, right? Like reoccurring. In terms of.
And
Uh,
here's another question. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm talking about predicting like anomalous events, as in a meteor actually entering and breaking up, and like when you see, I don't know if you've ever seen a meteor, but like when you see it's like a bright, it looks like a flare like shooting across the sky, right? Like one of them. And then obviously at the extreme scenario, you have Chelyabinsk, where it was
Well, I mean,
it was
I've
large
seen
meteor,
something.
big, bright, so brighter than the sun almost. It might have actually been brighter than the sun in magnitude. I'm not sure. Creates shadows, and then shortly afterwards, the sonic boom, shatters windows, sets car alarms off, all that type of thing.
I'm not saying
Predicting those
there's
specific events.
I'm not saying there are not things that do fly through our atmosphere, like, whatever it is. I don't know, because I mean, I had my own experience where something flew, kind of went across my house, and it just looked like a white fireball, like a super large, like the end of a sparkler. It's exactly what it looked like.
Yeah, that's kind of what
And
one of them look like.
yeah, nothing hit the ground. It's like it just kind of like vaporized or disappeared.
Yeah.
Or whatever it did by the time it got to the top of the tree.
Majority do.
Treetop levels, right? But has anyone seen and like when it happens, has anyone witnessed it happen and actually go and find?
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about in terms of when they were able to predict. So the first one they were able to predict, I think I'll have to pull up some sort of resources on this, but I'm pretty sure it was in Sudan or Egypt, like I mentioned. They knew that it was going to enter the Earth's atmosphere at that location, and it might possibly make an impact. And sure enough, they sent a team out to investigate the impact location. And if I recall, they did find fragments.
I don't know. NASA does some funny things. I mean,
yeah, but they're
they
able to
claim
predict
that
this.
well, they think Uranus smells like farts, and I happen to agree with them.
Does it smell like sulfur or something?
Sulfur fluoride or something like that. Sulfur hydride or some shit.
I guess it's just like a joke, right?
Hydrogen sulfide.
It just so
no,
happens
it's
that
not a
there's
joke. It's like a real.
sulfides on Uranus, and it smells like.
It says it smells like gas because it's what that stench is hydrogen sulfide gas. So
okay,
yeah.
So
I happen to agree with them that Uranus smells like farts.
yeah, well, if you've ever smelled like sulfides, they don't really smell. I don't think they smell like farts, honestly, unless like I don't know, your
But
farts smell.
that
like
means,
sulfide.
in order for them to say that, that means they had to create a lab of individuals to smell the sample of the gas and then smell a fart.
I think it's a
see if
joke
it's
because sulfur
identical.
smells like egg.
Then that's not real science, is it?
I think it's just a joke.
And
Like
another thing, if these things are,
I'm not saying what's on Uranus or what, but because they might say we found sulfur here, immediately someone goes sulfur, haha, that's so funny because sulfur smells like egg. Egg smells like fart sometimes. It's called Uranus. Oh my goodness, what a good joke. And then okay, Uranus smells like farts because it's got sulfur there.
they always come, like anything that's ever witnessed goes at. I mean, it's always traveling at an angle. Right, and it's coming in. You never see him come straight down, and you never see him come up from the horizon.
You know what's interesting? only time you'll ever see, well, the most frequent time for meteors to enter the atmosphere, and you can detect meteors entering like with radio, right? The most frequent time for them to enter, I believe, is between 12 a.m. to 0600, like that time period, like from midnight to early morning. That's the most frequent time period for that to happen. Why do you think that is? Does anyone have any ideas of why that might be?
I don't even know what that time would be locally.
That is locally. Wherever you are locally, the most
No, it
frequent time
wouldn't be
you'll
wherever
see
we
them
are
is that
locally.
time.
I know that you'll
Wait.
happen to see actual meteor streams and meteorites during these meteor shower times when Earth supposedly passes through these fucking tails of comets and shit.
Right. But I'm talking about just in general, like say like last night there might have been, I don't know, 50 instances of meteors entering wherever, like above my location type of thing in my general space. But in my local time, the majority of those will have happened between like midnight to early morning. I'm just putting it out there if anyone can sort of use their intuition and figure out why that is.
If
Because
that were to,
It's moving
if that were
towards
to
a
be,
meteor stream.
if
Yeah,
that
yeah,
were to be,
got
if
to
that
do
were
with
to in
direction of
fact
where
be
we're
true,
facing.
if that were to in fact be true, then at it like there's so because our time from midnight, it's all based on the sun, and it's like different times, different areas of the earth.
It
So
doesn't do
if that were,
much
if
about the sun.
well,
At
if
6
that
a.m. the sun is up
if
for
that
me
were
where
to,
I am.
yeah, but when it's up for you at 6 a.m., it's not for me. Well, it depends on where you're at. So if these,
Yeah, it
and
depends
we
where
all
you
share the same earth, and we're traveling through the same space, and these things are just out there in space, and they're on orbital paths or however they're flying. It doesn't matter. If they're out there in space and we're sharing the same earth, then it really shouldn't be dependent upon the time. That you wanted to know what we'd say, what we would think.
Yeah.
This is what I think immediately. Right? I think it's based on some it's energetically based, or it's dependent upon it because the sun is electrical, and if it's always between that time, then it's definitely not when the sun's up. It doesn't happen because it was about 4:30 in the morning when I saw one that I experienced.
So think
And
about this. The best analogy I have to describe how this works is, say you're in a car, right, driving through like a woodland, and it's like bug season. There's mosquitoes everywhere. Where do the mosquitoes impact your car?
Come again?
It might be like a accent thing. Like you're driving through like you're driving your car. Where do the mosquitoes hit your car when you're driving your car fast? Like
The
where do the
grill?
bugs splat?
But
Like the
are
front
you
of your car,
saying
right?
are
The
you
whole
are you
front of your
saying that
car.
are you saying that the Earth has a front to it? Isn't
No,
it spinning?
you could drive your car in reverse and get the same
Anyway,
uh,
this
same answer.
little G posted what I was referring to.
I'm gonna go along with my analogy basically. So whichever direction that the car is moving, the front face of it, which the face of which it is moving, will be impacted by these bugs, right? And the same principle applies with Earth.
So you're saying Earth has a face? Yes, that's an admittance, guys. Face means
I'm not
something
saying it has a
flat.
face. I mean, you could do the same thing with a sphere. You could get a sphere, you could fire it in a cannon, right, through like a swarm of bugs, and then whichever side of that sphere is facing, the forward, like prograde, right, will
Okay,
be
let me.
impacted by the bugs, and the backside of
Yeah, I
that
see what you're saying.
probably won't be. So why are
Let
you trying to twist my
let
words and
me
say the
translate.
Earth has a face
Let
without
me
an admittance?
translate.
Is that not a bit
What he's
dishonest?
saying is the insects that are in the sky will cause a bullet to deviate.
What? Right, you're dishonest. That's whatever, man. You want to twist my words like that? Go ahead.
Well, you're saying bugs, and I'm like, bugs? What?
It's an analogy,
I was like,
you
okay.
want to try and twist my words and stuff like that. Go ahead.
So try to twist your words. So what are you trying to say? Like, are you sitting there saying that a sphere will impact more stuff at like high noon, or like directly coming down straight from it instead of glancing off at the side?
Yeah. Whichever whichever side of that object is facing into its motion,
Except
its
for
direction
these
of motion.
objects
It's
don't.
prograde, if you know what I mean.
But these objects don't really tend to strike us full on straight from the top. They usually it's a glancing blow. Usually, it's
Yeah,
random
yeah.
angle.
Again, that doesn't really affect or change anything about that.
So perhaps it has nothing to do with speed and everything to do with some sort of a stream. I mean, I don't know. I've never been to space. Have you been to space? I don't think you have. Otherwise,
No.
we would know more than we do, right? So we're kind of fucked because we have to go based off of what these governments say that is up there.
Not
And that
really.
is if
We have
you
evidence,
trust
though,
the
right?
government. Evidences and evidences. These are just evidences of facts, which are things that occurred, an event that happened.
Right.
I don't know. When you said striking the face of it, a face is usually not curved. A face is usually flat. At least my face is pretty much flat. I don't know about
I
yours.
might have misspoke when I said that.
Yeah, but you know,
But I hope the brevity of the
you were
situation
trying to say the
understood what I was
surface,
saying.
right? Yeah, I understood. No, but you were trying to. I believe what you were trying to sit there and say the surface because the car has a surface, and you don't really see them on the windshield. You see them on the perpendicular things
Hmm.
that are coming in at like 90 degrees to the object. So, yeah.
Yeah, again, a mosquito could be flying like horizontal relative or perpendicular relative to your vehicle, right? But it's still going to impact your car if you hit it. But I don't really see what that changes. About the analogy, the same thing applies. If the meteor is in an orbital plane that happens to be perpendicular or whatever to the prograde of the Earth, then it doesn't really make a difference. If it impacts, it's going to shoot across the sky horizontally the same way. I get it might be a visualization issue. I could try modeling it out maybe, if it helps.
Except for there's like one major difference with that model, though.
It's just a visual aid model. It wouldn't be anything serious. Don't worry. I'm not using it to predict anything.
The surface of the vehicle isn't like completely cratered by the insects either.
Neither. But I think we're taking this
Look at
analogy a
them.
bit too serious as an analog of what Earth actually is.
Analogy? Oh, what do you know about analogies?
Apparently not much.
I heard they're like literal.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard the analogies have to be like a one-to-one analog of the thing you're actually talking about, so analogies are rendered useless.
Unless you can witness an analogy with your own eyes, I mean, can you really?
Can you mail me an analogy in a box so I can touch it and inspect it? But yeah, I do think it's worth having a thought about how these organizations are able to predict these events, because they are anomalous events. And if you have to conjure up some speculation that is quite far-fetched, then maybe you should maybe like think about why you have to do that.
Has anyone ever read up on conspiracism?
I heard that people can get addicted to it.
I wonder if the
I read a
judges
brief
and
article
lawyers.
about that.
I wonder if the judges and lawyers and investigators that investigate people for conspiracies to commit crimes. I wonder if they suffer from conspiracism.
So I was wondering if it's like traits that you're born with, or if it's environment.
Nature or nurture.
It's called wisdom.
But I mean, we're born on a spectrum for many different things. So I was just curious if that was one of them or not.
So what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that anyone who questions these things have some like shortfall in or illness or whatever? Because there is I mean, I'm sure there's probably some default or defect that would cause someone to just believe everything they hear too. I don't know. It's like I wouldn't go there though, because I prefer not to do that. It's like I'm not sitting here trying to like belittle anyone or claim that they have a mental illness just because they want to question something or because they believe, because we all have had many years of our life where we've trusted the things that they've told us and believed. Right? Then that would mean that we were all mentally ill.
No, I think conspiracism is like natural to human beings, but I feel like some people are more heavily into it, right? So I'm just
It was not. I wasn't referring to conspiracies. I was referring to that last comment you made because you didn't. You didn't say conspiracism then. You were talking more like things, people being predisposed to things when they're born, or like environmental, or like it's a default, like it's a defect, like it's an illness, like it's a shortcoming, like it's a bad negative thing. Belittling anyone who, pretty much, it was a dig at anyone who questions it.
No, I'm not
Like
trying
calling
to say
somebody a
that.
Bud Light drinker.
I'm genuinely interested in what causes it, essentially.
Causes what?
Conspiracism.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what she was pointing out. You're seeing conspiracism as this defect that we have. Like, we're
I
just
don't say it's a defect.
conspiracists, right? That's why we think there's something wrong, right? That's the only reason.
You think
It
there's
couldn't be
something
that
wrong
there's
with our
actual.
motherboard, son?
It couldn't be that there's actual reason to totally not believe the globe. Couldn't be that. It has to be due to conspiracism, right?
No, I feel like they are legitimate reasons, and I feel like they're well-founded.
Good. Yeah, there are lots. In fact, it's impossible that it's a globe in many
But
ways.
I think that conspiracism is natural for humans. I just think that some people tend to do it way more than others, and that's what is more interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the dog don't give two shakes of his tail where the food comes from as long as he's got kibble.
Right.
So possibly humans are the only ones that would think of anything to begin with and have any kind of thought for like conspiracies or things aren't exactly right with the world because I can see with my eyes.
I would say it's more natural to conspire than to be a conspiracist.
I remember when conspiracy theorists were going off and everybody was being called or calling them crackpots and fucking weirdos and all that stuff when they were talking about aliens and UFOs. And now it's like commonplace. It's all over TV. So, I mean, it just depends on what the zeitgeist is. CIA is the ones that actually coined the term conspiracy theorist.
And they
Well,
also
it's actually way older than that.
and they
That's
also
what I was
probably
fixing to ask.
propagated the whole UFO conspiracy from the start too. So like the whole thing's been like, give them something to believe, give them something to argue about, make it unbelievable on purpose so they'll argue about it, then make it real. It's just constantly this game that is being played with controlled opposition and people on both sides and all kinds of games being played. If you
So,
can't see that by now, I don't know. You haven't been paying attention.
Well, the thing
so
is,
let me ask you this: do you think it's wise to question these things when the information's handed to us and these things are told to us by the agencies, formed by the government? And one of those three-letter agencies, I thought Josh was going to say what the term was, quote was, but when they quote and say, we'll know that our misinformation or disinformation program is complete when the American public, everything the American public believes is a lie.
Yeah, that was said 40 years ago, guys.
I think there's a set of people that feel that way, and I think there's another set of people that views that as an impossibility. So
Well, I mean,
feel like
come
there's
on.
two different camps.
You got to admit, though, it's a three-letter agency that said this, that's established by the government, that we don't
Yeah,
vote
this is
these
the
people in
CIA
either.
director that said exactly what she just said.
Yeah, I know.
And they say that.
Yes.
So
What I'm
do
saying
you
is, there's two camps. There's a camp of people that find this to be compelling, and then there's a camp of people that find this to not be compelling.
Well, do you think it's wise to find it compelling enough to start questioning things that those people tell you? Which camp are you in?
I would say that some people would say that it's very evident that it is an impossibility. I would say that some people are more moved by such thoughts, and they might not see those impossibilities as evidently as others.
Wait, okay, let's just take it. Okay, so are you doubting whether the CIA director actually said that? Let's get past that
No,
first.
I'm not doubting that.
Okay, so then what did he mean by that?
I have no idea. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Wait, did you not even hear what her point was? Why were you making a comment back as if you knew what she was talking about? Can you say it again, Truth? This is the quote from the CIA director.
Said everything, we'll know that our disinformation program is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie.
So now what do you have to say? If the CIA director actually said that, what's your interpretation of why he would say that? And why would you think that people wouldn't be taken back by that?
I don't think
compelled, as you put it.
I don't think that people would be compelled by things that others are. That's what I meant. I think that some things that maybe some people in here find compelling, some other people might not find compelling.
But that's beside the point. Did you hear what she said? The quote.
Yeah, I did.
So do you think he didn't say that, or let's just say he did?
I'm sure he did.
What would you think about that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not interested in determining it.
You're not interested in determining. You're just interested in talking to us about our conspiracism, but you're not interested in anything that we have to say.
Oh shit! 1981.
I am interested in what you have to say, but
well, that's a point that she made. Where the CIA director
My
said
whole
exactly
life.
what she said. So that's a point she made, and you're not interested in that point, which would be a very strong one. If you
I've investigated a number of points and statements and claims, and they've all led me to the same place. So I'm not interested.
Which is what? Oh, you're not interested. Okay, so nothing we say really matters. Why should we even talk to you? Because you've already investigated enough to know that everything we say is totally just a hand wave dismissal, right? Might as well just go away.
Is your only point in talking to me to convert me to your side, or is
I don't give
a potential?
I'm just talking to you because you're here, dude, and you're actually having a conversation. If you actually mentioned something for me to look into, I would take it into consideration. I wouldn't be like, "Hey, I've already seen it all."
Talking to you because you're an individual and you have ideas, perspectives, and viewpoints. If you're not interested, it's like, and not being genuine about it because you're not interested.
Yeah, it's a waste of time, bro.
And those viewpoints aren't going to be organic, and they're not going to be genuine.
Yeah, why would we waste our time talking to you? Like, not even what she just said. If that CIA director said that, and it means nothing, and it's nothing you'd even be interested in looking into or even finding out if it's true, then why waste our time talking to you?
Would it be
Yeah,
valuable to
that's
you to determine
former
if what you
director
believe is
Casey.
true?
Wait, somebody else is trying to talk. Who else is that trying to talk?
That was the former director Casey.
Yeah, William Casey.
I mean, like, so if no matter what kind of proofs that we provide or anything like that, or testimony, you're still going to sit there and say, well, that doesn't compel me to look into it or look to it any longer because it doesn't hold my attention. Well, I'm sorry, we don't. Maybe perhaps we should start making cartoons or like animes or like car shows with women that are scantily clad with big booties, like educating you on this stuff. Maybe that would be a better idea.
He's just here to analyze the condition of conspiracists.
I know. Well, since okay, pareidolia, for instance, let me ask you a question about pareidolia. When you look at the craters of the full moon, does it have any kind of resemblance to you? Like, do you see anything in the shape of the craters? To me, I see a rabbit.
I don't.
Other people see other things.
Is that the reason for your name, pareidolia? Because you think people see things where there aren't things to see?
I just found it an interesting concept.
Oh, that's it?
Well, it is because, well, do you know why they say pareidolia exists? They say it's more beneficial for us to believe that the rock is a lion or a tiger than it is for us to believe that the tiger is a rock.
Pattern recognition.
Yeah. So this pattern recognition thing, right? What if that's what we're really looking for when we're investigating the conspiracy? We know who the players are. We know what they have done. We're trying to reverse engineer their plan and the things that they've done and why they've done it. That's trying to establish a motive. Now, it's very difficult to establish a motive. Usually, motive is not established in a murder case. So it's like you have to. I prefer the term conspiracy scientist because it really does take a detective to get to the bottom of certain aspects of things on why the events occurred. So pattern recognition is a good tool that we're able to see certain similarities in techniques throughout the time. And when you start looking at it like that, everything points back to the heliocentric cult. This cult of sun worshippers. So
Don't waste your breath. He's not going to look into anything you're talking about. He's already seen it all. He's just here to analyze why this conspiracism is so out of hand.
yeah. He's pretty much he might even be one of those individuals, like I don't want to put words into his mouth or anything, but perhaps one of these individuals that says it doesn't matter, we're in a simulation, because I've ran into a couple of those guys in real life.
That's not me, but I find that interesting. I don't
Interesting
think
that I
it's
would think
possible.
that, or the holographic universe thing. I
Yeah, I
think
don't
it's
think
more
it.
of an electrical thing in nature, positive and negative charges.
I think people that think it's a hologram don't have no like. They're not very. Don't really understand neurology or human nature.
and coyotes and owls. You can't
So
handle
Josh,
the truth.
yeah, they can't handle the
Sorry.
truth. I've been sharing some of the stuff you sent to us or posted for us the other night. Since then, the Iron Mountain and the Trump quotes about flat Earth.
Yeah. What
I don't
about
know
them?
how that got past people. It's funny. I made that meme that was the April Fool's joke, and it might be true. 2024, flat
Yeah.
Earth, first flat Earth president.
Yeah. So, and then I heard that there was this, that WNBA player that went over to Russia with a vape pen
Yeah.
with
Hmm.
cannabis oil in it. Well, they got
Yeah.
busted, right? So we
Right.
traded a known terrorist, Russian arms dealer, the Angel of Death or something like that, and
Really? That's
traded
for
him
her.
for that NBA player,
Really?
right? Or WNBA. So that the Merchant of Death had sent a message to Trump sitting there saying that his life is endangered, that Biden probably won't let, he's not going to let you like get in there, so they're going to try to assassinate him. I was like, what? So, yeah,
They're gonna try to assassinate Trump. He sent a message to him that they're gonna
yeah,
try to assassinate Trump. Well, that's
yep.
supposed to be
He
in the
said, watch
playbook.
out. Yep,
Yeah, that people have been talking about that for a while. Like he's supposed to have the seemingly fatal head wound, so he'll fit the Antichrist portrayal even more.
yep.
Yeah, so we can expect that in the script. That's interesting. That's part of the script, in fact. That the whole thing with her supposedly getting incarcerated and who knows if she was even like in jail over there, if that was just part of the whole thing that they set up for this. And what'd you call him? Like he was the angel of death. The angel of death
Yeah, the
getting
Merchant
released,
of
and
Death.
then he said we happen to be privy to the message that he sent Trump, right?
Yeah.
So scripted.
So, like, I know world events is something that we really don't like talk about on these channels, but the whole situation with China's getting pretty bad right now.
Yeah, that's what they're telling us. Even though they're all on the same team, and it's all a psyop on us, on both countries, all of the masses of people. What's the latest though? What are they saying?
Sent like 2 weeks ago, the president of Taiwan was over here in California, and China was getting awfully nervous. And since then, they've been trying to make gestures and double up their forces on their military man-made islands they have all over the Pacific. And it looks like they're about ready to put the chokehold on Taiwan. And we're supposed to defend them. And China's already sat there and said that, they'll defend their nation of Taiwan against all invaders and repatriate it. So pretty much they're saying if America comes by, we're going to open up fire on them. So there's that aspect. I wouldn't be too worried about the whole Ukraine thing because Russia's not a problem.
Yeah,
But
they're
if
setting up
this
the World
China
War
thing goes
III
off,
scenario.
yeah, exactly. And that's in the cards. It should have been done already, to be on, in all honesty. It should have been done for March 22nd. March
Why is
22nd, it
that?
should have started.
Oh yeah.
It's 322.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
322 on 23. You know, so but yeah, American dollar's going to fall here pretty soon, or at least half.
Yeah,
And we
that's the whole plan.
really, then we're screwed because we really don't produce anything here anymore. Everything is produced overseas. And then they're going to
Yep.
call in their debts and squeeze the rest of the money.
Or they're going to play the Trump card.
Well, they're going to try to flip us over on the digital currency
Oh my
Right.
god.
in like 3 months.
Yep.
All these bank closures, and when they sit there and they say, "Don't worry, there's nothing to worry about," that's the time to make a run on the bank and pull all your money out, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like, wait, don't worry, everything's fine. Oh, I guess we were wrong about that.
Bank of America's failing right now. Oh my god, it's like the depression all over again. And I don't think anything can be done to fix it like they did the last time by playing with the gold standard. This one is going to take a world governing body to control the flow of cryptocurrency and authentication so that we can't create robots to automatically make money for us through investments. Like you have to sit there to do a transaction, have to authenticate it. That's what that patent is about.
They have to make it a
So,
1-to-1 ratio. People aren't going to understand digital currency if it's 0.001 of a Bitcoin or something. How are they going to do that is the question.
well, like if you look at like individual coins, like I'm not into like tokens or any kind of polls or anything like that. But when you look into cryptocurrency, you see that China has one, Japan has one, the United States have one, Canada has one. Like all these different countries have one. Like even the UK, they have one of these things, and it's called one one cryptocurrency, and those are 1-to-1 to their currency, so they'll be different compared to ours. But like one US coin or whatever it is going to cost $1. But the
Yeah,
problem
they have.
is through inflation and all that, it's still going to cost $1, even when the dollar's like worth only 50 cents. So they're going
Yep.
to have to do something to change that. I mean, it's still
I was
Wild West days
somebody else
right
was
now,
saying
guys.
that they're going to try to keep control through the digital currency, and that'll be the reason people go for it. Like because it's produced here or something like that. Like it'll be like
Yeah.
a way of saving. I don't know. I still think they're going to try to make Trump look like the quote unquote savior somehow. I don't know how they're going to do that. But not that it's going to be real, but it's going to be some kind of like, I don't know.
You know what I learned through all of this? When it comes to public office, criminals, people that have felonies, can be elected to office.
Yeah, I saw where a convicted felon was sheriff, got elected sheriff.
Yeah, yeah. So vote for me for sheriff. Fucking joke. But yeah, man. All it takes is a dirty thing.
Well, if you watch, John Stossel did a show about, he said that it depends on whether or not they want you, because everyone could be charged with 3 felonies a day. Just living their daily life if they, like, I don't know. John Stossel, if you look it up, John Stossel, 3 felonies a day on YouTube, you'll find it. Just so if the people vote him in, it's like, I don't see a problem with it. I know it can happen real easily. I'm not saying that because I'm a felon. I'm not a felon, by the way. If I,
Somebody was telling me that John Stossel was Freddie Mercury. Not to go down that road. So what do you think? What do you think they're going to do? I don't know. We'll see. It does seem like the whole world's dependent on the dollar is the problem. You know, I mean, it's going to be a rough transition for everyone. Just
Yeah,
like,
but
you know,
China, Japan, Brazil, they've all started trading in their own money. Um, so
yeah,
like really Canada, United States, England, a couple European countries are the only ones that are left still using the American dollar for oil purchase. They started using their own currency. And I knew when peak oil happened when we were producing more than we can consume and it sold for a negative price. That was on my birthday in 2020 when it sold for like -$7.
well, if they follow the blueprint laid out in Iron Mountain, their end
Yeah.
goal, ultimately, there will be no private property rights. Nobody will have any private property. All private property, whether it be it land or whatever, will be eliminated. See, and I've considered this when, when we entertain the ideas of starting up communities, which most people just, they just mention a community. And I believe if anybody were to do that, they'd have to be like many smaller communities and then let them grow, because when there's many of them, they try to, paint a narrative with one and make an example out of them, like they did in Waco, Texas. It's harder to do if there were like 20 Wacos, right? Then they couldn't put them all in the same basket. You know, all the gun owners and whatever you want to call it. Like it's just a narrative. There's definitely a narrative that came out of it, but with the communities, I believe there needs to be many of them. And when they set up the communities, and I don't know why I'm laying this out there because it really doesn't matter about this. I just think it's a good point to make. So I'm going to take the opportunity to make it. But I believe with many communities, they'd have to also be active within the community and let the community that's not part of, you know, the public around the community, right, to be interacting with them and have good standing with them. And I'm not saying it's not good to set up a community and just totally isolate yourself and everybody else is an outsider. And, because if people know you and if the public know you and they interact with you and they know you personally, right, and a narrative cannot be, painted by the community or whatever. But I've considered this when it goes to, the property rights, because that's what they're trying to do. And that's what they've been trying to do for a long time. And then I just didn't know that they actually had blueprints laid out that you could read or listen to where they actually state that they want to eliminate all, property rights, private rights, or whatever. I don't think it matters if that's what they want to do. I don't think it matters if, individuals, a large piece of land, if they want to take everyone's land and make it public, right, to where, or owned by them, where they can, choose where you live and what you can have and what have you. Now, if it were going to be, I don't want to go into it too long. I'll take a break and let someone else hop in. I think it's my go anyway, isn't it? So I've got a lot of opinions about it, a lot of ideas. But I'm just wondering how worth it will it be, right? If people do that and they sit at those. I mean, I don't know. They may not even do it, really. I mean, it's like, I don't know. See, I laugh when I say that. They may not even do it, really. It's like, it's just funny to even say it because, they're definitely working towards that direction. They're going to do it. But it's not just that. It's like all health care products, medical supplies, food supplies, all of that. Confiscate. Control. Think about that for a minute.
Guess the question is, what can we do about it? I guess take your money out of the bank. That's what they're saying not to do. But You know, what if the dollar's not going to be worth anything anyway? When you take it out, does it really mean does it make a difference, right?
Well, it's important for each individual to have their freedom. I mean, if you don't have your freedom, it's like it's the hope of that freedom that keeps you going. Because if you, I mean, no one wants to live if you're not free. If you're told what to do, what you can have, where to go, like all this stuff. But if even if it does get to that, like it wouldn't even be that bad if it wasn't such a tyrannical, corrupt system already. You know, it's if it were people with good intentions and had, you know, everyone's well-being in mind, and you know, everyone, you know, had something. Everyone had food. Everyone had clothing, housing, and all that. No one ever went hungry, and there wasn't, you know. I could think of all kinds of, you know, good things that could come out of it. But the only way that's even possible is if, you know, it's good intentions and not having a corrupt government, you know. It's, world government, it can't be as corrupt as it is. It's already too corrupt to even consider anything like that. It's only getting worse, so I don't know if it's inevitable that it's going to happen. I think it's important to get rid of the corruption. Because well, the corruption needs to be gotten rid of, even if it's not going to happen that way. I was really surprised to see what I saw in Iron Mountain. I mean, if they wanted to overpower us, they could do that at any time. You know, with might. If they wanted to, I think it's more. They want the minds of men more. They want control of the mind. And they have a lot of control right now over the mind, but they still don't have enough. They want more. They want to be able to control the mind to the point to where they can tap into the consciousness. That's my opinion. That's what I think. I mean, think about it. If there is power in your thoughts, and we know that there is power in your thoughts, power of the mind, they are, okay, so all of these things that they give us, this information that they give us that are lies. Think of how many individuals hold those thoughts in their mind. It's a lie, believing it's true. Right, so if a mere thought has power to it, and then it's amplified by having so many sharing the same thought at the same time. What if everything everybody spoke and everything everyone believed were true? And what if the thoughts that they held in their, I think they're just feeding off of our energy. I think they're feeding off of the energy that we emit through the thoughts that we have due to, you know, the propaganda.
The propaganda.
Yeah.
Jinx. Yeah, that's the power of the controlling the major media sources. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. You just got to say it's true. Everyone believes it, and then it manifests itself.
Has anybody ever heard of this right here? I posted these videos. One of them ran across my YouTube feed, and it's talking about world beyond the ice wall lore and xenesthesia. I don't know if it's like a fantasy thing, like part of a game or a book or something like that, but it seems to be by a creator that has some sort of understanding that world's flat.
Hmm. Sucks, but like I always say, their perfect plan is to use flat Earth right now. To say the Earth is flat. Drop. That's the A bomb of the information war.
Yeah.
Outer Ponder psyop invasion. Give people, the whole God thing. I mean, not that God's not real or anything, but it's the perfect thing, like revelation of flat Earth would make people very biblical all of a sudden, as well as, it's like it's just gonna suck really bad. Give them the fucking flat Earth, like perfect timing.
Okay,
Like I
there's
said,
5
that
episodes
quote,
apparently.
huh?
Apparently, there's 5 episodes.
I'll check it out. And these guys do such a bad job defending the globe. I mean, it'd be funny if these guys were agents coming in here not to actually defend the globe and get people to like believe in it again, but just to do a poor job for the spectacle of it, so that more and more people will become flat earthers. Because that's what's happened. I mean, it's like maybe the trolls that right. They're just doing a bad job because it's obviously not the case. So they have to make the spectacle to make more people see how ridiculous their side is, so that there's more and more people that'll be able to comfort those that are just learning it out of nowhere at some point here pretty soon.
Well, flat Earth is pretty powerful, but it's not the most powerful. So I think maybe I don't know. They would need to have some that they would have to monitor the conversations to see how much we do know, see what kind of information we do have, and this conversation. Aside from getting directly into electricity or energy, it's the one more closely related to it. So I don't know. Maybe they're wanting to just, who knows? I've tried to figure out like because I know that it seems to be a controlled release.
Hmm.
Like what that purpose would be, what the end, what they're
Well,
trying to gain
that's why.
from the controlled release portion.
Well, like I always say, perfect plan surrounded by outer ponders. Also, like that, I was just about to say a minute ago that clip from Trump that I can't find. It was just like on the news. Oops, I got a car alarm going off here. Try to mute. Shit, sorry. Yeah, Trump was on the news. It was just like a passing. I was just watching the TV, and he's like, "We're gonna get people to believe in God again." Like, oh, that's why they rolled out flat Earth. That makes sense.
See, the only way that they can get the populace to believe that we're a rock floating out in the middle of nowhere is to go atheistic for an atheistic civilization, an atheistic lifestyle. And we pretty much have, most Christians are all lukewarm. They're not anything what they should be. Um, so when you start looking at things, yeah, nobody's perfect, but they've done their job pretty good. I mean, they've inverted everything that's good and made it evil. Um, it's just a horrible thing, and most people are ignorant to it. So of course, it only takes like 100 years or so for them to start talking about something for it to become considered, what do you call it, canon, infallible. How dare you go against this? We've been talking about this for 100 years, and that's pretty much what our modern understanding of all kinds of sciences have come from is the last 100 years of schooling where the general public has been able to read. So they've been able to create a way for the general public to, the layman, to have a certain narrative, a certain religion of the land, a new religion, which is one of the things they said they would have to create, a new mythos. And it's dependent upon that. And that's where some of their control comes from because we're the ones that opt for the government to have the power that it has. If it wasn't for the people to go along with it, the government would not be what it is. So
That's if they
that's
if they
where,
actually count the votes, like, instead of just appointing people and make it seem like we voted for them.
yeah. So it's when you have like places to where, well, like look at Myanmar, Burma, right? They just had a revolution and all that, and then they had a coup right afterwards, a military coup, because the revolution was a corporate takeover, and they weren't coming down with that. So they were going the way America went with a corporate takeover, and they didn't like it too much, so they called the military in. Um, so you just have to sit there and look at stuff like that, try to learn from history instead of repeat it. And what do we know about history? Most old cultures, pretty much every single culture there is, talks about a flat, motionless realm that we live in. It's not floating through space.
Yeah, I just think they've just been faking it poorly on purpose for this reason, the very reason. The new religion will have to be the out of pounder, you know, defense religion. I mean, I'm not saying it was out of pounders, but it was out of pounders.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what the whole Warner von Braun was sitting there saying too. Is watch out for the final card. Watch out for the final card. The final card is the alien card. So
Yep.
like the whole thing is
Extraterrestrial.
about creating this external threat,
Yep.
so that we can have world peace.
Yep.
Because we need to band together through some sort of a universal outside threat, and all of our differences would be forgotten.
Yep.
Reagan said that, didn't he?
Yeah. He called it extraterrestrial, outside our lands. He didn't say outer space.
No.
And like that thing I keep posting, like even the 2001 Disclosure Project, that guy that said there's 57 different species amongst us, he says, well, the only thing is we don't know how they can look so much like us and come from other planets. He said that in particular, like they're setting it up from there on, like that's the perfect plan. Like psyop them with the space, psyop them with the UFOs, have the UFO, but the twist is they're not from space, they're from outer lands. And we're surrounded by outer pounders. Now what? But the
Yep.
earth is flat, so people believe in God again. Wait, Jesus, come back. Jesus was an outer pounder. That's why he's living thousands of years.
So, how likely do you think that it is that the majority of the world will believe, if they try to pass it off, is that these beings from outer ponders, if that were to be the thing, or if they were to just present someone as an alien or a being from an outer ponder, and whatever they present it as, if they present it as like the creator of all of mankind, how many people, like, what do you think? Like, what percentage?
Who knows? It doesn't even
Do you
matter. They
think
could
will
just
buy it?
say this many people believe it. As long as they say the majority believe it, then the majority believes it. That's the beauty of the propaganda, like we were just talking about. It doesn't have to be real. They just say it's real, and then most people say, "Oh, well, everyone else believes it. I guess I believe it too." Whether they have directed energy weapons, so UFOs with directed energy weapons, flattening a city or flattening a couple buildings or whatever they need to do for everyone to see. That's the other thing about the return of the Messiah or whatever. Like, isn't it supposed to be something everyone can witness, right? Well, how's everyone going to witness it if you're not on a flat Earth? That's another big part of the thing that would be necessary for it to be an event that everybody sees. Well, that doesn't work on a ball.
This is a warm up one perspective. I wasn't like, I've not even been able to focus on it too much, but
Yeah.
like I almost just want to forfeit it and start over. To be honest with
It's almost over
you.
anyway.
Yeah. Well, here we'll just do it this way. Let's get her done. Quick moves. Well, we know there's power in thought, but we really don't know what effect it's having. Because this is the only world we've known. It's a world where it can disseminate information and people, believe lies and repeat lies, on a massive scale. So if it weren't like that, we don't know really what the power of the mind, the effect that it's having.
Well, like in that the golden age, the age of peace, like in like I was talking about with the Iron Kingdom. Even though it's like not the age of peace, it's the age of threats. Without world wars, it's going to be the threat to all people. It sucks that it's not what it sounds like, but the golden age, could have some upsides. I mean, they, like I say, when this dystopia that they intend to make comes upon us, I mean, it's the only thing you can say is that, well, they have to build on our inspiration. They can't build on our desperation. So there has to be something that they, something that makes it seem like it's not as bad as all the dystopian movies that we've seen. Like, as long as it's not fucking Hunger Games or whatever, or it's not, Handmaid's Tale or whatever. I mean, they've got it. They've got all the technology and the virtual reality and everything. Like, it's all there. They don't want people not to pay their cell phone bills. They're not going to have their apps and their technology work then. They need to have everybody still paying for their shit to be in the game.
Well, they don't care about money. They don't care if we pay for anything. They use all of that money and the cell phones are just tools of control. Like they still need us. They still need us as slaves to do things. There's still things that need to be accomplished. But
Well, it's
once
not
they
the
get to a
money.
certain point, once they have it, when AI is able to do the thinking, do the talking, do the writing, and dispatch other AI bots to build and manufacture, they're still going to need humans, but just not as much. Not like less. They'll need humans less. So they only need those who I really don't know how far down it would go and what they would need. Because
It's not even the money from the cell phone bills; it's the control. It's like the control comes from us believing in them, believing that there's something to live for. And if they make it seem like there's nothing to live for, then they lose control.
Well, if they can tap into the mind, then they can just give everybody the desire to live with or give them hope or give them some virtual reality that's not real.
Well, yeah, but it has to be something that people think is still, there's something to hope for. They can't take all that away, otherwise people have nothing left to lose and they lose control.
So until they can connect to everyone's mind and implant the artificial hope, or give them even if they don't do it that way, give them a deception for it. They're still going to need some like when the AI bots or the AI, I think there's an energy. I think there's a dependency on the energy of us as beings, though, our consciousness, our mind, just us living. I think I think it's an interdependent thing. It's a synergistic thing. So they can't just wipe us all out.
No, and they wouldn't want to. I mean, it's funny because like the only thing we have to hope for now probably is that that the masses keep believing in their bullshit. Because once the masses stop believing in their bullshit, then, I mean, not to say that that's not a bad thing, but I'm just saying that that's ironically the only thing that's going to keep them
wanting the game to keep going. If they think that we just completely stop believing it and they're bullshit, then they'll just throw the pieces off the board and go underground and let us fight it out until dust settles.
They like to be in power and in control. If they wipe everyone out, then
Yeah.
who are they in power over? Who are they controlling?
But if everyone stops believing in them, they've lost anyway. So
Yeah, well,
All right, I'm gonna get off, guys. You have to.
all right, talk to you soon, bro.
good night, Josh.
It's late. Good night.
I don't know if I have an enemy for another game. I think that's it. I don't know why it's not saying checkmate. Oh, you got that move. Okay. That should do it.
I did it.
Let's stop. That was good though. We'll play again.
Yeah.
Anybody else have something to say? There's a lot of people in here.
Do a rematch tomorrow.
Yeah. Maybe if we leave, somebody else will talk.
I've never been good at putting someone in check with chess. I'm really good at running. Defense, I'm not really good at.
Shit, we got Smurf in here. We got Snack of the Future. We got fucking Santiago. Come on, people. Stormfire. I haven't talked to him forever. What's up, Stormfire? Seen him lurking for a bit.
Yo,
What's going on, bro?
what's going on?
How are you?
Fantastic.
Oh, that's good. Nice. Fantastic. Just in general, or something good happened lately?
I think existing is good enough, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's incredible,
Exactly.
man.
Another day.
You know?
Right? Good. We
Yeah,
need some
something
positive
else.
thoughts. There you go. Could be
Not enough
worse,
for
right?
me. I want more. It's not enough for me.
Well, it's a good start. Can't do much without existing.
Well, you got to factor in what existence is made of. It's absolutely mind blowing.
There you go, right? Water might be sentient,
Just pure vibration.
right? Vibratory physics. What is it? Sympathetic vibratory physics. Have you heard of that, Stormfire?
Sympathetic, what is it?
Sympathetic vibratory physics.
I don't think so.
Well, we just happen to have an expert on the panel.
No, far from it. Just let Del Pond explain it to him. He does a far better job.
Who's that?
Del Pond. You can look it up.
For link.
Just search in YouTube for Del Pond and then sympathetic vibratory physics.
Truth did a whole presentation. That's what we're referring to. It's cool. It's a really cool subject. I'll put her presentation in the live stream. Check that out as an introduction to it. But the basic rundown of it, she can give you a little. Can't you give a little taste of it? Or should I just put the link in there? Let them watch. Sorry for jumping
Yeah.
spot.
No, it's just like Dale Pond explains it a lot better than I can, and if he
No, you did a
if
great
he,
job.
if he watches his video, like he'll probably understand it well enough, right, to be able to dig in deeper if he wanted to, if he watched Dale Pond's video. But essentially, it's just that there's one okay, so in the beginning, it's not religious, I promise.
There was the word.
But there is there are some parallels though, from religion,
Right.
like where they may have gotten. Let's just say it this way: if religions are made up, like if they're made up by man, like there's some parallels with vibratory physics with religion, because okay, so there's the one energy, which would be the creator, right? And it's neither positive nor negative. It's not polarized, right? You have like two forms. You have the world that we live in is made up of energy that is either polarized or depolarized, centralized or decentralized, assimilative or assimilative. So if it's moving towards the center, or if it's assimilative or depolarized, it's female energy, and energy that moves outward. And that's where you get to your non-spatial or your counter space or the metaphysical realm. Doing it, the male energy is what moves outward, and the female energy is the assimilative. So it comes together into to the void, and then once it voids, it expands back out. And when it expands back out, that's when we can interact with it in this realm, and that's when we can measure it and see it, and then see it. Well, not necessarily see it, but you can measure it, and depending on, I don't want to get too specific. Got to be pretty general. But anyway, it's all about vibration. So distinguishing between vibration and oscillation. Vibration is what occurs within, instead of saying like an atom, or let's just call it an envelope, because that's kind of the terminology that they use, and I think it's a better terminology because there's already this predisposed idea of what, of an atom being like spherical or whatever. So inside these envelopes, there's vibration. But within that envelope, there's like three smaller ones. So you have the neutral, and you have, it's a triune. There's three. So you have your positive and your negative. It's not just positive and negative. The positive is seeking to become the negative, and the negative is seeking to become the positive. And the neutral is the one that is neither of the two, and it's the governing one. So the vibration is going to determine more wavelength than frequency, but frequency is important too. So if it's the wavelength that to focus on. So if there's harmony, complete harmony, everything is still. There is no life. If you want to consider life movement, life can't exist unless
Could you
it's
describe harmony a little bit?
able to move. So harmony would be, yeah. Well, I mean, that is kind of right around the corner. I wanted to say just a little bit more on that. And disharmony is what causes it to move. And when it causes it to move, that's when life can exist, and it seeks that harmony again. But when some energy or vibration is introduced, where it can either help it to seek harmony or help it to be more disharmonious, disharmony, whatever. But harmony would be like I don't know if you know anything about music. I don't. There's a few things I've tinkered around with, but it's only by ear. I cannot read music. So, but if you can read, like, you don't even have to, I don't even think you don't have to read music either. It's just understand music theory. There's many different music theories, right? But I like being, Iverson breaks it down, the math down better on this. So harmony would be like if you break it down, it's all about factors. It's all about ratios. So where you start and where you end, it's more about the relationship of the ratio between them. Right. So if it's a set ratio, it could be at a higher frequency as long as that ratio remains the same. But then, so harmony would be when these envelopes, right, within these envelopes are vibrating at frequencies and wavelengths that, like when you divide it out into octaves, like it's in factors.
Oh,
like
they meet.
if
You're
one
saying
is
they
like,
meet the same wave or something.
well, there's
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So if you divide it out into factors, like if one is, say if it's going to resonate or if it's going to sympathize with it. So it's resonance is an effect and sympathy is a thing that can cause resonance. So it's like distinguishing between the two, because you can have resonance without sympathy, without it being sympathetic. So if something is got a sympathetic resonance with things, right? It's like it's got a wavelength that's at a factor that is none of the other factors, yet it's divisible. It's a factor of those factors, or those factors are a factor of it, right? But like 12 and 8 and 6 and like these things, or these numbers, all 2 is a factor of them. But say if you've got one that's like a 5, it's not going to be a factor of any of these, so it's not going to resonate with any of them. It's not going to be a sympathetic vibration for those things that are vibrating at that wavelength or that frequency, right? So if it doesn't, then it's going to cause disharmony, and and then when you combine the 2 different, like if you've got 2 different wavelengths, 2 different vibrations, it will actually, the sum of it will, the product of it will be neither of the 2. It'll be an entirely new vibration, entirely new frequency. But it's more about the wavelength than it is the frequency. It's about the ratios. So when these things are, if it can be in harmony, see, you could, this is why you can hit things with like sound vibration. And if you can send the right one, you can shatter something. That's simple. That it just takes like one wave. Then when you get into the more complex things where you have 3, where you have, and another thing I wanted to point on, when it comes to the 1, see, the 1 it hasn't been polarized, so it's like all the energy, everything right there in 1, like the creator. And when it becomes polarized and divides itself, right, and then it's going to separate into 2, and it's going to have like, well, the 1 is still the neutral. So you've got the positive and the negative, and then the 1, which is what you started with. And just look up Walter Russell's 10 octave, what was it, Cosmic Pendulum. And it'll give you a visual. Like, I think they've got it like going up to 10 octaves in the expansive male energy before it, comes inward into the assimilative female energy, moving inward. And so, like counter space with electricity, counter space would be coming from moving outward. It would be female energy, the infinite energy, moving outward into the spatial. And anyway, so disharmony would be, yeah, exactly like I said. Think of the Twin Towers like the Hutchinson effect. That's electromagnetic frequency, but it's still frequency. But you can do things with it.
What was that guy's name?
John Hutchinson.
John Hutchinson.
It's just one form. Then you have like Victor Schauberger with his, that's how he utilizes the energy, the female energy of water. Because that's what that is, because it spirals and turns and folds in on itself instead of outward. It's like an inward vortex instead of an outward vortex. Things that are infinitely smaller and moving infinitely faster will have infinitely more energy. So anyway, that's as far as I'll go into it. I don't want to bore everybody.
That was like the opposite of boring.
But shattering a wine glass, if I'm not mistaken, he said it's just like one wave. It just needs to be a resonant wave, right? A resonant vibration. But now there's, if you look into the 11th harmonic, very interesting things they get with the, results they get utilizing the 11th harmonic. It's kind of like combining different ones. Like you can dissociate water if you vibrate it at certain frequencies. There's a different one for sound. As there
Disassociate?
is.
How does
Yeah.
it behave? Does it change?
You dissociate water?
Yeah.
Well, it's no longer a liquid, it becomes a gas at that point. But you're using
Oh, okay. Yeah.
vibrational physics to do it. Everything can be broken down to vibrational physics. It's the foundation of, but it doesn't need to be understood to utilize the applicable sciences, right? Because if you, like an electrical engineer, you can understand electricity and magnetism, and that's really essentially all you need to understand to apply that knowledge into electrical engineering, like build shit. You don't have to understand that limits everybody. It's like all of it's based in, it's male energy based on what is moving outward that we can measure and interact with. But if we thought more in terms of moving inward and utilizing the female energy, which is not, it's not what any of it's based on. That's where the infinite energy is.
How do I access that? Or maybe it's not a personal thing. Is it a cumulative deal?
Personal, cumulative. Well, it's applicable. I mean, Victor Schauberger did it in his water experiment, and John Hutchinson did with his electromagnetic frequency, where he could, transmute things. I mean, he embedded a butter knife into. I think Eric Dollard talked about that too. Was that the Philadelphia experiment? Is that what it was called? Is that the one? Yeah, I don't know.
So he's basically able to vibrate something solid into another solid because it, changed.
Yeah, it become so if you vibrate it to where those envelopes move in such a way or vibrate in such a way where they become so disharmonious, in such a state of disharmony, and I mean it's the principle that it's based on. It's not like I can replicate it, because I'm not really sure that there's anyone that I know that, other than maybe Eric Dollard, that has replicated. Well, I think they've done something similar, used that technology with the Twin Towers, but that's just my opinion. Other people have, other ideas, but it's not like I can go out and prove it.
Do you think the moment of time that we're experiencing right now is a harmonic thing? Or do you think there is some kind of disharmony going on?
I mean, the fact that there's life, there's disharmony, but it's seeking harmony. If it was absolutely 100% harmonious, then we would just all return back to the one.
Right.
And it would just be still, not polarized at all. be neither negative nor positive. It'd just be, and it would be the most infinite, like energies. So yeah, I would
Well,
say it's disharmony, constantly seeking harmony.
constantly seeking harmony. Wow. Okay. That's interesting.
Pressure mediation. Everything's always seeking equilibrium or
So a
harmony.
so a sympathetic valve. Okay, so if you had tuning forks, and well, I believe you understand though, but if you had tuning forks, now the math of it, so it's like you can ping one, and if it doesn't, it can resonate with another one that is the same. Like if you have A of a note or a key of A. See, I don't even know what it's called. What is it? Is it a note, a key, a chord? I don't know music, right? But if you go by the numbers and the factors, then it makes more sense. It makes more sense to me anyway. Music doesn't make any sense to me. But if it falls within the factors of, like, say, if you've got 5 lined up and the one that you ping, it's not any of those, but yet it factors into them. And you can ping that one, and all 5 of those will ping. But if it factors in with, like, say 3 and not the other 2, you ping one and then only the other 3. And that's without touching it, right? That's from a distance. And harmonic resonance, one cool thing Dale Pond did once is he took this big jug. I should just find the video and post it probably, because it's cool to watch, and then probably understand it better if you watch it. But what he did is he created this tone, or this vibration, this tone, this sound, vibrational frequency that you could hear, sound frequency. And he took this big old jug, and he put it over it. And he got, like, it started vibrating the air within the jug. He moved it away from it, and he moved his hand off, and it was still, you could still hear the sound. And let me just find the video. I thought that was pretty cool. Actually, there's a lot in the realms of vibratory physics that's cool. It's like the only thing I'm interested in now. That and electricity. Well, consciousness, spirituality. But consciousness more, because I'm understanding that they don't even understand dreams, like they say. Like, these are in the knowledge that they give us, and the way that they claim that they understand dreams. They put it in textbooks. People pay money to go to college and learn this stuff. Psychology 101, they teach you, about dreams. And they claim that every 90 minutes you enter into REM sleep. And every 90 minutes when you're in REM sleep, that's when you dream. This is what they tell us. Now, I know that's not true, because I've went to sleep and I've fell asleep and dozed off and just took like a 20 or 30-minute nap. And when I wake up, I've dreamed. I remember my dream. So if I can dream within 20 or 30 minutes, then what they're saying about that, it just shows me that even what they claim to understand and they think they understand, they don't understand. But what I found interesting in this, when it comes to frequency, is, or how it relates to vibrational frequency, is, and all this symbolism that we see everywhere, I don't think it has anything to do with, well, not that I don't think, I know it doesn't have anything to do with aliens. And I'm not so sure that, I believe that the pyramids, that the reason we see pyramids and triangles everywhere has to do, like, I think it comes from the knowledge that they I don't know if it's the fallen angels, who it is, like these deities or spirits or whatever. I mean, they got this knowledge from somewhere. Even if they didn't, let me just say this: they understood it and they discovered it if they weren't taught it. So because when they get into the mind, it's like where Sir Roger Penrose. You should watch. You should watch because I'm not really good at all at explaining this stuff. I'm not good at articulating it, but I will try. It's really interesting. This is like
That's not true.
to me the most interesting discovery that I've made since I've been looking into it, and it was Sir Roger Penrose and George Hammeroff were doing a study on consciousness, and they used anesthesia, and when they use anesthesia, it just puts the part of the mind, it puts the consciousness to sleep, right? Because the body's still functional. So they tone down consciousness to where there's no, the conscious part of the brain is not active. So what they did is they looked at the brain and removed the anesthesia to see which part of the brain lit up when consciousness was there and which area of the brain went dark when consciousness was not there. And then what they discovered was this area of the brain that they have deduced that that's where consciousness manifests itself. Whatever reaction takes place that causes us to experience what we understand as consciousness, it occurs in an area of the brain that has got like these microtubulars, and they turn inward just like this Victor Schauberger thing. And inside of these you should really look into this because not only it makes a neuron that is pyramid shaped. It's a pyramidal shaped neuron. That's where consciousness manifests within the brain. If their experiment was accurate, it sounds pretty accurate to me. It seems logical. You apply anesthesia and that part of the brain goes dark, and you move it. If you remove it, it lights up. And what they discovered is it's 613 terahertz. When it went dark and it was asleep, they hit it with 613 terahertz. And that's when they tried different frequencies, but that was the one where they got that pyramidal shaped neuron in the brain where consciousness manifests. It was 613 terahertz where they got it to light up and start firing. And this was while under anesthesia, so it was dark, and they used the frequency 613 terahertz frequency to get it to light up. Now the interesting thing is there's 613 laws, like Jewish laws or whatever. I think, if I'm not mistaken, 613. And then we've got the pyramids everywhere. And it's like the one seeing, the all-seeing eye, which is like this, light at the top of a pyramid, and then it's like at the tip of this pyramidal shaped neuron where all of these microtubulars turn inward on themselves and come to a point. Right, that's where it lights up at. I don't know. It's just, to me, too much of a coincidence. It's like, it's not a coincidence. It's a correlation for a reason. And I believe that's why we have pyramids and everything, because they knew this and they understood it. And this is what they're after. This is what they want to control. They want to harness the energy from our consciousness. They want to control what we hold in our consciousness. They want to be able to tap into it. I'll take a break.
Did you find the video, the Dale Pond video? Because I think I have it here.
I'm sure he can find it. All he has to do is type in Dale Pond sympathetic vibratory physics. Go
I
ahead,
happen to
brother.
have it. It's this one, the basic principles of sympathetic vibratory physics.
Yeah, that should be it. And I made, it's like, these are mental notes that I made because I felt that they were important when I was looking into it. Iverson said that, like, each waterfall is made up of, and a waterfall is, it's like each waterfall has 7 octaves. Right, and within each octaves, there's 7 smaller waves. So he said it's more about the wavelength than it is the frequency. And he said it's more, okay, factors of 2, 3, and sometimes 5. He said was important. The number 19 was important. It's got prime numbers. And he said, like in the Fibonacci and the golden ratio, he said you can't have it without factors 2, 3, and sometimes 5.
Water is ether. That's another one he did, huh? Got a lot of videos. I have them all.
While I'm taking a break from this, I'll find that one where he that harmonic resonance demonstration.
Did you look into the Keeley motor? He talks about that. Keeley motor. Looks interesting. Yeah, I'll just post this playlist that I have here. All the videos are in there. One playlist. Someone can save that.
So the thing about the sympathetic resonance is you don't have to physically touch it. You don't have to be within the vicinity. You can be, it's spooky action at a distance, pretty much. Not spooky action at it. Well, kind of, like superpositioning, maybe. I don't know. That's what I think of. It can be at a distance. NASA CGI debunks climate change. What? Just think of what they're doing, man. If our thoughts cause vibrations, our brains, our skulls, our brains are acoustic resonators. So just think of what they're doing, man. When they put out these stories of fear, propaganda of division, keeping everybody arguing, divided, and focused on thoughts of fear, and speaking and talking about things that are lies.
Speaking of which, I'm looking for that water video. The woman that uses her thoughts to make the water make pictures. You
I've
watch
never
that
heard
one?
of it. No, I haven't seen it.
Crazy. She does it like she has hundreds of examples. She's like freezing water on like a window pane, and just her thought of a sailboat makes the impression of a sailboat. Now that sounds pretty hokey, like pretty woo, like unbelievable. But she's I mean, this is something you could have. It's just like the rice experiment, something you could test yourself, I guess. But it's crazy because she'll put a picture up next to it. There's a couple of videos actually that deal with that whole idea that the water takes on the form of something you put in it or put next to it, and it does like an impression of the picture. It's not just like a perfect copy. It's not like just a, you know, a mirror, which is interesting as well, because, you know, you can see your reflection in water. You know, so it's like a literal example of its ability to mirror things in general. But if water is this, if water is ether, like Dale Pond says, and water is sentient to a certain degree, and it's what makes up everything, and it's everywhere, and it's like if you put a drop of water in an ocean, the whole ocean knows the drop went in, maybe, you know. And that could be like the spooky action or distance type of explanation, you know. Like any thought you add to the whole water knows the thought. And if water is ether, that's how it works. And there's like a collective unconscious. The ether, you know, works in that way where, you know, we're all, if we were in tune with that, I don't know if there's a certain frequency or not, but the collective unconscious, you know, is a thing. Like you could never convince somebody, even the most skeptical person, that the collective unconscious just doesn't exist. Like if you try to convince them that, you know, for sure there's not a collective unconscious, like even the most skeptical person would be hard pressed to believe that, you know, for sure it doesn't exist, because we all kind of have a sense that it does. I would argue. Actually, Snack, are you here? There's an interesting thing that happened last night. I was talking with somebody on 24/7, and she said that her and her husband shared a dream, and they had like these repeating dreams over like this month-long period. Kind of scary, actually, to go along with what we were just talking about with Josh. It was a repeating dream of them escaping America when the shit hit the fan, and them going to Australia, and they both had the same spot in Australia that they were dreaming about, that they escaped to, and it was this red mountain in Australia that they were hiding in, and their family members were there and stuff, but they were sharing that dream. And Snack and I were talking about that idea, like if there was a collective dream world that we might be able to, like, you know, share with a tribe if we were close with the tribe, or maybe the interference that, you know, we're bombarded with doesn't allow us to tap into it. But Snack mentioned the idea that if you were with somebody, like, you'd think that you would share dreams with them more so than you might other people, because they're of the proximity. And then the very next night, almost, that I talked to somebody that had that exact same thing happen. She was accounting for it. She was talking about it. I'm like, whoa, just talking about that idea with somebody.
Well, just if someone, okay, so if a person makes it a point, tries with a lot of discipline and effort to be certain that the things that they speak are true and not lies, and they don't have any desire to hurt anyone, you know, and they're good to their fellow man. It's like nothing but good intentions, right? And then you have another person that's just the opposite. So if you think of the one and the assimilative, the female energy that is going back towards the one, back towards the assimilative center, right? And then you have the other energy that is like dissimilative. It's going outwards away from the center, which it will eventually come back, but it's on its way out. And then there's another one that's on its way in, and so forth. So, but you have two. I would say that the one with the good intent, I don't know this, but I'm just going to say this because it could be the other way. It could be opposite. So it could be just a different vibrational frequency that's neither of the two, but I'm using this for an example. Right, so the good intent would be one moving towards the center, back to the one, the creator, and then the bad intent would be moving outward. So they would be on different resonant frequencies. They would be, and they would not factor in with one another. So they would, So if an individual, like, you know how when you pick up on your, like an empath, or you can sense something, or synchronicities that happen, it's like I believe that these synchronicities happen with people, and a person can be empathic and can pick up on the energy of somebody, and if it agitates them, then they probably don't resonate on their frequency. One's probably moving outward, and the other one's probably moving inward. Um, so that's what that would be. That's what I'm talking about. Like, if you can't resonate with someone, or if you're able to resonate with someone, and you have these synchronicities, like if they're thinking of, they're trying to think of something or trying to say something, and you take the words right out of their mouth, you know, or if they're waiting for the mic to open and they're going to say something, and someone else speaks up before they're able to and says the exact same thing there, and it's not an answer to a question, it's like a new topic, you know. So I would say that those, resonate on frequencies that factor in with one another, right? And then those who are opposed, wouldn't be. It's like, so there is truth to it when you say, I resonate with you. I resonate with what you say. Or I don't resonate. It's like there is some truth to that. It's not just a term or, a cliche that it might be for some people to just throw around, but if someone is being genuine when they say it and they know what they're saying, it doesn't have to be a cliche, because there is truth to it.
Yeah.
I would be curious if that man and woman had they discussed that mountain in Australia before. I wonder, like, maybe discuss, okay, well, we'll go to, like, maybe a year ago or 6 months ago or a week ago or something like that. Or if it was just brand new thought, brand new idea, brand new image, and they both dreamed it.
Right. Thank you, I am Kovac, for knowing that the woman that did the water experiments, her name is Veda Austin. I just put the video I was talking about in the live stream. But yeah, it's amazing. Like, she's not just saying it like, oh, I did this once and it worked. She's talking about it like working like consistently.
I got something to ask quickly. Sorry, new perspective. I'm getting feedback from you. A quick question. Well, firstly, I want to say my wife says truth prevails. You've got a very calming voice. But yeah, second to that, a question regarding the one consciousness. For instance, Dolores, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Dolores Cannon. She talks about everything that you see and experience is your personal manifestation, or you manifest that. So for instance, everything that I see is because I've manifested that, or everything I have or do. But if you guys are also manifesting, and I've manifested you guys, is that basically the one consciousness, or am I part of your manifestation and you part of my manifestation? How does that actually work?
As far as if are you asking me? By the way,
Any one of you guys.
Tell your wife I appreciate the kind words, by the way. Well, see, I underestimate myself a lot, and therefore I will underestimate all of humanity when it comes to, especially the state that humanity is in right now, when it comes to the power of the mind. Now, the power that the mind would possibly be able to have if a person had control over their mind, full control over their mind, and could tap into it. Now, different individuals can get to different levels. But now, as far as manifestation, I don't know. I haven't been able. I mean, if I have, I don't know about it. I'm not aware. I'm thinking of like at creation, like the one, because the thoughts are polarizing, right? So the one creator, if that's what you want to call the creator, but going back to the one where all the energy is at its point of origin, right? The one that is depolarized, and it's in complete, absolute harmony. First, there would need to be will for disharmony, will for a thought, and then a thought causes polarization. Thoughts are polarized. So, in order for it to divide out into and be, well, not divide out, but just to become polarized. So then there's like the one that's the governor, and then you have the positive and the negative. Now, at this point, right, it's absolute discipline and control over the entirety of the potential of the power of this one mind. So at this point, and with this intensity and this ability, I would say, yeah, manifestation would be easy. It's just the will. You just have the will and the thought. But by the time, like with us, I don't think we. There may be some, I don't know, but we are already divided out so much and polarized so much to the point, and lacking discipline of the power of the mind. Now, I believe we have the potential, and I believe that we could achieve quite a bit if we had discipline over our mind. I don't know if you've looked into telekinesis or so these extraordinary, unique individuals, what we anomalies, but I think that's how we all are supposed to be. But the anomalies, right? The ones who can perform telekinesis or do remote viewing, or just like tap into knowledge and information that they're just given to by the universe, like they're tapping into it, right? But there's absolutely if there's absolutely no other way that they could possibly have it, and it's very detailed information, right? Like these individuals, maybe they have enough discipline and control and power over their mind to where their mind is not so polarized, right? And it's about a focus of the mind energy. And if we can't even discipline and control our thoughts, and thoughts are polarized, and we got to get deeper than that, where it's before the thought happens. But if we can't even do that, then I don't know. This is what I would like to be able to conquer. But hell, I can't even control my emotions, let alone my mind.
Yeah, I find it interesting because, for instance, with dreaming as well, I was able to dream something one night, and at a point, I was doing a lot of lucid dreaming, and I could literally go into a dream and just continue the dream from where I left off before, and it didn't feel any different, or obviously it feels different, but you could still taste, walk, feel all that in the dream, just on a much higher level. So, what's stopping that from being reality versus this being reality? What if I'm in a dream now, and I wake up one day and things are way different? Does that make sense? That this could also be a dream?
But then you get into the question of, I mean, that's something I've explored. It's something that many of my friends have explored. That very same question, that very same idea.
Yeah. I know some of the philosophers talk about that, and then they say there's quite a big spiritual awakening when you awake from this dream.
Well, it gets
I
to the
don't know.
question of what is reality. Like if you're referring to reality, like what is reality? Is reality what we experience, or is reality what is regardless of what we experience? And are we experiencing reality? I don't believe we're experiencing existence like to its fullest, and in its true 100% genuine nature. So our experience is very subjective. So I guess the question at that point would come back down to what reality, is.
Yeah, for instance, if say now when I was born and I went to preschool and I was taught all the different colors and things like that. I was thinking as well, this is quite a long time ago when I had this thought of different colors. So say now I was shown on the board that that is green, etc., etc. But I've got no proof, or I wouldn't know how to prove it, that you seeing the same color than what I'm seeing, just because I was shown that in the beginning and it's called blue. It could be a totally different color. So even though I see I can draw, for instance, my a coffee mug that's in front of me, and I draw that coffee mug. I see it like that. I draw it like that. I give you that. In your perception, you seeing the same drawing, but you may be seeing it differently. It's yeah, it's quite difficult to explain this, but
No,
the way you, oh yeah,
I get you. It's like, okay, so if you grow up, if you're raised in one part of the world, and I'm raised in another, and what we see as blue, say we experience the same thing. They could tell you, like, you could be taught that that's red, right? Or you could have like some like malfunction in your eyes, but what we're seeing, we know that that's just what's being reflected. That that's not actually what color it really is. So I mean, I it's all about perspective, and I mean, maybe I don't understand what you're saying, but I think I kind of get what you're saying, like what we understand and what we perceive blue to be.
yeah, it's colorblind people, for instance, they see the same shade of certain colors, and they can't contrast. I had a friend in school that couldn't play cricket with a red ball because he couldn't see the ball in the grass, or things like that. So he always had to play with a white ball. But in the sense of blue, I could see it totally different. You I'm trying to think of, so that friend of mine, another friend of mine's also colorblind. He got that chroma something glasses, and he was wowed by seeing the well, the glasses don't really help you see the different colors as such, but it helps you differentiate the different shades. And he put these glasses on, and he was so wowed by it, but then he started crying. And so in that sense of the way I see colors could be different to the way you see colors, and for instance, decor in a house, my wife would say like, "Oh wow, these colors are amazing together," but I'm like, "No way, so that doesn't gel with me at all." Is it?
Well, the reality.
Yeah, is it possibly because I may be perceiving it differently? I'm seeing it differently.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course, absolutely. I mean, the reality would be like if you had a tool or device, you could confirm it and you could test it, that would measure the wavelengths. So the reality would remain that it's absorbing certain wavelengths and it's reflecting certain wavelengths. Whether or not the person can interpret that the same as another individual, that's subjective. That's the difference. I mean, that's the question. Maybe you guys would perceive the same thing. So if one individual, it's still reflecting the same wavelengths and absorbing the same wavelengths. It's just the interpretation of it is going to be different.
Yeah, it's what made me think of this recently again is I read an article of a kid that well, I didn't read an article. I think it was a little video that popped up on my Instagram feed where this kid is describing musical notes, and he's saying, "Oh, that's orange, and this is green," and so on and so forth. Every time he hears a note, he can put a color to it. He literally hears color, and then yeah, that popped up in my head. It made me think about this thing again. There's an actual name for that when people can
hears color.
Yeah, he hears color. There's a name for that. I'll see if I can find it, and then I'll share it.
I wonder if he sees sound.
I'm not sure. It made me think of people on mushroom trips. It made me think of that. People say they can taste colors and things like that. But this kid, he's probably 5 or 8 years old. And apparently he's a music genius. But yeah, it's very interesting stuff. I'm going to see if I can find that video now so I can get the name of what they call it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was anybody that had claimed that they could do that.
Yeah. Beer man, it's called synesthesia.
Say that again?
Synesthesia.
Yeah, something like that. I think you're right. Yeah.
Synesthesia. That's hard to say. Synesthesia.
So you were
Oh, yeah.
mentioning like when people trip on mushrooms or do LSD or whatever, and they see these colors, and you said that some people. So it makes you wonder, like, is that allowing you to perceive more of reality? And is what you're seeing under that circumstance, is that actual reality? And are we limited? Well, I know we're limited, but even though we can measure like the wavelengths coming off of things, as far as, and we can associate certain wavelengths with certain perceived colors, what we identify as those colors. There's more. We know there's definitely more, because as far as the spectrum goes, we see it's such a small piece of it. Like, what's outside of that? So true reality, none of us know. To be quite honest with you, because we're only built and created to perceive the things that we need to, which is and to be able to have functions that we need. And see, this is what I'm saying. Our voice box, our vocal cords. Like you think of all the animals, right? That there's this like an understanding that we can have as to why, certain animals would make certain sounds or look certain ways, for survival and so forth, for the functionality that they would need to do to be able to survive and thrive. We have like such a complex voice box. We are supposed to be doing far more than just communicating the words that we communicate with our voice box. And when you understand that vibration is as powerful as it is, and sound waves, like, I mean, I really think we should be getting, and I know I'm getting back to that again, going back on this tangent again, but we should be getting back into nature, in connection with nature, to the creator, the metaphysical, the spiritual aspect of things, and understanding these things. Not just being connected, but understanding, the vibration, the science beneath it, or like our potential. That's what I'm trying to get at. Understanding our potential when it comes to our speech, our actions, but moreover, our minds. It's for our brains being acoustic resonators, and our voice box being as complex as they are. Like, we are definitely not like, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that we were given this complexity of that we have within our voice box to just be able to, naysay each other and argue? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, no, I believe and there's power in it. Power in the vibration, power in sound perturbation, and power of the mind. So I believe that we really need to be breaking away from this brainwashing, propaganda, arguing, bickering. Like, if it's negative, then just like make it positive or get away from it. This is what I say. And it's do unto others as you would have them to do unto you. That's not religious. I'm saying that, even though it is in religious text. But this is like fundamental. It's not even arbitrary. If you think about it in that framework, that what you put out is exactly what you're going to resonate with, and that's going to determine what manifests in your life and what lies ahead for you. So it's like it takes away any arbitration or subjective opinion or belief, faith. It's like all that stuff. It takes it away. It's just at a very fundamental mechanistic, function. And if people understood that and understood the reality of it, I believe maybe perhaps if people thought that there's no plea that they could make to anyone, that there are going to be repercussions for every word and every action, and it's not going to be on this like judgment. It's going to be like while you're living. It's going to be while you're living. It's going to determine your life, and all these things. Then more people would be speaking good words. More people would be having good thoughts. Why? Because it's we're selfish for a reason. We have this instinct of survival and wanting to, because even when people try to be selfless, it is still selfish. The reason why they're being selfless, or what they consider selfless, like the majority of the time, it's so that they can, be judged in a good way or something. I guess you could say, if you want to say it like that, or so that they can get good karma. But we're programmed this way for a reason, because if we want to have self-preservation and to prosper, and if in order to do that, it requires doing unto others as you would have them do unto you, respect others because you want them to respect you, speak the truth to others, feed someone who's hungry, like these things that resonate on this, that it's not like a crime against humanity or not an assault against another being. Like if people understood that these things that there was a reaction, right, and it's going to be played out in life, and it will manifest, that, I don't know, I believe more the world would be a better place if people understood that, because then you wouldn't have all these religions where that are built up that keeps them divided, which is antithetical. It's juxtaposed to the whole idea. Anyway, I'll be right back.
You still there, Bear Man?
I'm still here.
What's up? How are you, brother?
I'm good in yourself, man.
Good. Did you take note of that woman that I posted the video by, or did I send
Yeah.
it to you, maybe? Beta
No,
Austin?
I added it to my watch list when you posted it in the feed. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that's right down your alley. I
Awesome
think I heard
stuff.
there was something new that you did recently that people were talking about in here.
Ooh, I don't remember.
Or maybe it's just your, in general, Dave Palm was mentioning you earlier. I didn't know if it was a new video that you did, but your stuff on the, the temperature affecting the visual resolution of stuff. I think he was mentioning that in particular. And your
I haven't been posting. Last video I posted is about a month ago. I'm doing more of this stuff for myself now. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to have discussions over these sort of platforms because people don't. I'm not saying that everyone. I'm just saying, for me, it's too much of a block, and it doesn't make me what's the word I'm looking for? Excited anymore to do something that could be out of the box thinking, or in some cases would be considered woo woo. I enjoy it because it's something new, it's something different, and I might have posted or shared something that I did, which was very interesting, but there's just too much negativity from it. I don't know if it's maybe something that's good that's going against the main understanding of something, and it gets ridiculed too much, and for me, I find it a bit unfair. Um, so I like to do things and do a lot of things and keep them to myself, or talk to people that's actually wants to listen or hear what I'm doing. If that
Oh yeah, to try to debate that kind of thing. Yeah, with these guys in here, the trolls. No, that's not the way to do it for sure.
Yeah, I don't.
If it goes against their understanding of things or their belief in things, they're gonna give you negativity. It's too bad, huh?
Yeah, it's just it's gross. It's like
Yeah.
it makes me feel dirty, like.
Yeah, waste of time, huh?
Yeah, it's just you're just trying to have an honest, open discussion, but it just turns into fucking name calling, and it's just like I
Yeah,
say, it's gross. I don't enjoy it.
right. I hear you. At the same time, as far as the flat Earth discussion, it feels necessary. Unfortunately, if not that like getting everyone to see it is necessarily the goal, but um, we needed to normalize the conversation and have these points hashed out so that people like yourself or anybody else that's listening that is open-minded can understand that they don't have the model that they say they have. It doesn't work. Like I heard earlier where you were trying to understand the plane travel on the spinning ball, and how it might or might not work. I think it was Blue Marble Science or something that was kept double talking about the atmosphere moving with the Earth, but then the plane is in the atmosphere, so just being in the air automatically, it's in the same tangential velocity. Well, let me tell you, Beerman, it doesn't work. The plane travel debunks the ball emphatically. Plane travel would not work on a spinning ball. It would never be able to land. Do you understand why?
I was thinking about it last night, but yeah, give me your explanation.
Okay, so we're to assume that when the plane takes off, right, from a certain latitude, that it has this conserved momentum, right? Like if the ball's traveling at 500 miles per hour at that latitude, because it's a smaller circle than the equator line, right, which is 1,000 miles an hour. So as it tapers up, you have a lot less conserved momentum to assume that the plane is traveling, even though there's no gauge for that traveling with the Earth. So that, like, if it's going south, then you have to automatically assume it's not only traveling in one vector south, but it's also traveling in a separate vector eastward with the ball Earth. Right? Get that?
Yeah, I've got that.
Right. So there's no gauge for that. You just assume that it's zero in relation to the Earth because it's traveling with the Earth, right? Well, automatically when it goes into the air, the claim isn't that the atmosphere is in lockstep, and it can't be because of fluid dynamics, right? So the air can't go in lockstep with the Earth no matter what they say, even though they have to admit that it doesn't, right? So automatically it's not in lockstep with the Earth as soon as it gets in the air, right?
Yeah.
So it's out of sync with the Earth as soon as it's in the air. That means that the Earth is traveling independently of the plane in the air at a separate rate than the assumed rate of the conserved momentum eastward, right? So if it tried to land automatically, if it went to land right away, it's automatically not in sync with the Earth, and there'd be a sideways vector of the Earth moving underneath the plane as it tries to land. Gets worse though when it goes towards the equator. and you're supposed to assume that the atmosphere is picking up this plane movement sideways as it travels in the other vector south, right? But there's no gauge to know how fast the plane is moving in this imaginary tangential velocity compared with the Earth, right? There's nothing that tells the pilot that he needs to, somehow correct to be in sync with the Earth, because the Earth isn't moving. That's the only way that could possibly be. But it would, even if it were pushing the plane, it's automatically not in sync, and it wouldn't increase the plane's tangential velocity 500 miles per hour by the time it gets to the equator sideways, as if the wind were perfectly moving the plane and that the pilot were like depending on the air moving the plane to keep it in sync with the Earth. So, and then what if it goes against the atmosphere, quote unquote, not wind, quote unquote, air, whatever they want to, double talk it into. If you go west, especially west southwest towards the equator, automatically the Earth's spinning separately, so it doesn't work even if it landed right away. But if it has to pick up 500 miles per hour tangential velocity, and it doesn't, the pilot's not trained to make corrections, you can't depend on the air doing it perfectly for you. You're going to have a sideways vector underneath the plane as it's landing on a south or north facing runway, and it's going to break the wheels off if it were actually moving. But the pilot always lands on a stationary runway, no matter what angle the runway's at, no matter how many different tangential velocities it flies over, because the Earth is stationary. It's the only possible way that it could always depend on landing on a stationary runway. Do you understand how that debunks the ball emphatically?
So I just want to say two things here. My power is going out in 15 minutes. I'm going to have to log off shortly. And then the other thing I want to say, I commend you guys for doing what you guys are doing, because you guys take a hell of a lot of ridicule. However, when you say it debunks the ball, so I'm still, I don't make any claim on the shape. However, the plane discussion that you guys have recently been picking up on again has been extremely interesting, for me at least. And when Jeremy brought up the merry-go-round analogy with a drone, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is nice to see it in that sort of scale. You're basically standing out off. So if you pretend that the merry-go-round is the Earth spinning, you can almost say you are God on the outside looking down and seeing how this whole system works. And I would say, I wouldn't know how a plane would land on a spinning ball or spinning Earth, even if it was a flat disk circling, for instance. I'm more of the geocentric. I don't think we do move. That's my feel, or that's what I'm taking from a lot of the information shared and what I've been listening to. I would say that we're not spinning, but when it comes to regards to the shape, I don't have a stance just yet. There's a lot of things that tell me, you guys have been doing a great job on explaining of why it's not a ball. I would just love to see those experiments being done. For instance, Rakia's, he's got equipment, he's got the know-how to do some surveying. I would love him to do a video just showing what he talks about. Coming from Rakia, for instance, I hear him talk a lot, so I think it'll be a nice thing for myself, at least, to see visually in an experiment as well. That'll open up my mind even more to the actual shape of the Earth. But yeah, I think the plane routes, or the flying and the trying to land on a runway, it doesn't make sense to me on a spinning.
No, it wouldn't work. It literally wouldn't work. Just from the way I mean, if you listen back to what I just said, maybe like I just put a little graph that I've made also in the live stream. Just try to exemplify it. Like if that green line, if the Earth were stationary, you just fly straight to the target. That red lot where the red dot is at the bottom, right? But since the red dot's traveling at 1,000 miles an hour and you're only traveling at 300 or 400 miles per hour, whatever that is, right? Well, if it took you 2 hours to get to that red dot, Now you have to factor in that red dot is going 1,000 miles an hour. It's going to be way over to the right there. And so that's going to be your target. It's going to take at least twice as long to get there. And the curve, you're going to have a totally different path. And you can't land the plane when you get there because you're never going to be in sync with the Earth because you don't have that conserved momentum. And they want to say, oh, they just has to bank east. If it's going south, just bank east incrementally. First of all, the pilots are never trained to do that. And they would be if there was any kind of risk whatsoever. They've got a plane load of people, right? And if it goes the other direction, southwest, southwest, how are they going to bank east if they're traveling west, southwest, or any of that?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not trained to do it anyway, so it's already debunked. It's
The
like
other
I
thing,
said, it's detached from the Earth. It's not in sync with the Earth, so the Earth is traveling at a different speed sideways than the plane. So that's the end of the ball right there.
so the other thing for me that's also I would say wouldn't make sense, or for me at least, is even if you do manage to catch up, let's just say you do sideways or whatever
Yeah, even if you could.
way. But let's say you won't get exactly to the T, for instance, in sync. Even if it's
Yeah.
30 kilometers per hour out and it's going sideways,
Yeah.
it'll still fucking rip the
Yeah.
wheels off.
Just a mile per hour, 2 miles per hour. Any
Yeah.
small difference would make a big difference. And then even if you could catch up and you want to add the two vectors, your eastward vector, like they do their vector mass, and they, like I think somebody said earlier, like Blue Model Science, well, you can just add the vectors together, and it was Peyton has a show. You can just add the vectors together, but yeah, it doesn't matter if you add the vectors together and you want to say it's going that speed eastward, blah blah blah, east southeast or whatever. Well, then when you slow down to land, you still got to be accelerating with the Earth at that same pace. So you're going to slow down to 100 miles per hour to land on this runway going north, right? Or going on a north-facing runway headed south. Well, then how are you going to be moving eastward at 1,000 miles per hour still and slowing down to 100 miles per hour to land on the runway?
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't work.
So I appreciate those sort of discussions. It's really awesome to hear it. It's just I wouldn't ever be able to do what you guys are doing. It's the fighting or the arguments and the name calling. It's disgusting.
Well, you just got to see it as funny. The double talk you have to see as funny because I mean, you say we take a lot of ridicule. We're not taking any ridicule in my mind because they're just straw manning and yelling as if they've got the upper hand when really they lose every single fight, in my opinion, because they're starting with a false premise and it's obvious. So no flat earther can be ridiculed because they're in the losing position. So it's just a defense mechanism on their part. Once you realize that, nothing can feel like ridicule because they're wrong for a fact.
Yeah, I wish I knew what Napalm was saying, what I did, because I would like to share that again. There, if someone found that interesting, that's quite awesome.
Well, no, he was saying there was some interesting things that you've done with all of your stuff. We were complimenting you, or a lot of people were. I was listening, and your work with the ether, and I miss Travis. Because he did a lot of work on that previously to you with the ether band.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I would say my last ones is probably my most proud work or understanding of how refraction may be working. But then again, that's where I say I'm still don't know if it's I would say I'm able to show how it can lift an image beyond a physical curve. Oh yes, now hold on. Okay, I've got like 5 minutes of power left. While I'm in here now, I've got someone's attention. A question before I go on to my other stuff now. A question before power goes out is, for instance, if the sun is setting behind a physical curve, which is the water. I did ask this before. I couldn't remember the answers given. Is for instance, we've got some large buildings on the beachfront, but I never see a shadow like a perfect shadow or near clear shadow on the buildings, going from bottom up. Should it or shouldn't it? In my mind, it should if it's going beyond something physical. However, I'm saying that there's a medium there and it's refracting the light and it's really distorting that terminator line or whatever you call it. I don't know if you were in that discussion. Why don't we see that?
Why don't we see? Okay, I'm sorry. Can you make the question concise one more time?
Yeah, so if the sun is setting on the ocean behind that Earth water curve, whatever you want to call it, that horizon line, and there's buildings on the beachfront, I've never seen that terminator line on those buildings from when the sun's going behind. For instance, if I got a torch and I take a piece of paper, shine it on the wall, and I lift it behind a piece up past a piece of paper, I'd actually see the shadow of that paper on the wall. Why don't I see that same shadow on the buildings?
Oh yeah, I've got a video for that. I'll send you when I find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows that the if the sun was going down, you should see all these shadows going up because of the angle. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there's a
So
good video on that.
yeah, so I've done a few little sunset experiments, doing it behind if the sun is actually going behind a physical curve with refraction, and ones where the sun is just moving away. And with what I've done, for me at least, it looks like the sun is going behind something, behind an horizon. However, there's other experiments of mine where that sun, I don't think is the actual sun. I think it's a projection. For instance, if I shine a torch onto the wall, I see the torch's light now on the wall. If I shine it through a curtain and I look on the other side of the curtain, I'll see the light on that curtain, and then the light from there is shining back through the room. I think it's, for instance, shining onto a medium. One of the you get the troposphere, all these different spheres, mesosphere. I think there's a barrier between them. We're seeing that light. The sun is actually just a projection from there. We don't actually see the physical sun, and that's why it looks like it's setting behind something physical. Instead, it's just getting beyond that. I would say, if you want to call it a dome, you can call it a dome. But yeah, that's what I think is actually that's for me the
Yeah,
most logical.
I don't know for sure or not, but it seems like there might be a rising and a falling of whatever the sun is, whatever it appears to be. So there could be times where it actually is going lower than other times where it's higher, even if it's going in whatever circular path. It doesn't mean that the sun doesn't go up and down necessarily, right?
Yeah. So I still think it's just a projection on a almost like a dome-like shaped thing, if you want to call it that, but not an actual dome. Yeah. I think I'm actually enjoying this discussion. I'm going to shut down my computer. I'm going to join on my cell phone. Give me a few minutes.
I'm about to post the playlist I have with all your stuff here for everybody who hasn't seen your work here.
Yeah, you're welcome to share. I think you just shared the channel.
Yeah, I've got your Beer Man. I've got a playlist of your stuff, but yeah, I could just go to your channel and share that because.
Yeah, but I'll be right back. I'm just gonna shut down and hook up on my
Very
cell phone. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool.
Our atmosphere is mostly nitrogen, as they say, depending on where you are in the atmosphere. Now, I'm in the catering trade. I'm a chef, and I've noticed that our ingredients are cooking ingredients, and a lot of things have been substituted with soya. The interesting thing about soya, it's one of the things that contributes to the production of nitrogen. And I'm wondering if they incorporate soya into our diet, not for cost reasons, but for the fact that our nitrogen is depleting, and we're trying to keep that level normal.
You mean like they do it for our benefit?
I think no, I'm not saying they're doing something. I'm just saying if they had for our benefit, yes, but not for our health benefit of eating soya, but for the nitrogen balance. So I think if our nitrogen has been depleted by even a fraction of a percent or whatever like that, it might make a big difference in the whole butterfly effect. But it only got me thinking yesterday that when I looked up what produces nitrogen, it would be things like alfalfa, peas, and it said soya. And soya we grow in probably more. We probably grow more soya than we do anything else, possibly because the soya is used to feed our livestock, and it's just a whole thing. But now, if everything's eating soya, is it going to make our nitrogen content go up, or is it trying to replace what is being diminished?
So you're saying by us eating it would make the atmosphere have more nitrogen?
The consumption of soya, the byproduct would be nitrogen, possibly, and so what am I saying? What I'm saying is, number one, we're either going to have too much nitrogen in the air, and if not, then it means that our nitrogen is actually depleting without us being told. And if that was the case, then what?
I don't think, well, my opinion, I don't think it can. I don't think it can be depleted, and I don't think there could be too much, because I think creation has been established with checks and balances within itself that's going to find a way and seek a way to bring it back to equilibrium.
Yeah, but without intervention of humans, I agree with you, the dust will settle. But as soon as humans are intervening, or like you said, there is a cycle, it's going to go up and it's going to go down. But possibly the change in our diet is keeping it from doing what it naturally wants to do.
Isn't nitrogen produced from like bird poo and
Yeah, exactly. It's fuels that are rotting, that sort of thing there. But yes, it's they get it from feces, all sorts of stuff. But we breathe in nitrogen. We consume nitrates all the time because that's what's in our ground, fertilizers, all that sort of thing. But if there is an important thing to keep the nitrogen balance pretty much, within a few percent or whatever like that, what are the defects? Now, I know that nitrogen is a medication, not a medication. What was going to say? Something that sanitizes, maybe, in a way. So nitrates, nitrogens are sanitizers of the air. So if we all start to get sick, that would suggest the nitrogen level has gone down. Therefore, we replace the food with soya, nitrogen level goes back up. And without nitrogen in the air or in our food, then possibly we'd all get sick a lot quicker.
don't they produce nitrogen in labs, like nitrogen-rich soil fertilizers, things like that? Isn't that like abundant?
It's abundant, but I think it needs to be. Yeah, but those are nitrates. They haven't sort of oxidized yet, as such, or whatever the right words are.
They
Yes,
will
we
when
make.
you use it, though, right?
Say
It
again?
will when you use it, though, right?
Yeah, I guess they're putting solid nitrogen pellets into the fertilizer, the little blue balls that they get released when you throw your grass seed down or whatever like that, your fertilizer. The other interesting thing is that nitrates processed through a living organism, a human being one example, and I would just say maybe just animals, it turns into ammonia. So ammonia comes from our nitrates, and obviously if we don't keep up with the nitrogen and we don't keep up with the ammonia, then possibly the color of the skies would start to return back to normal. We have probably caused the yellow in the skies from us, the humans, or all the animals.
I would say the first step, if we want our skies to return back to normal, is to stop them from spraying, the aluminum, barium, strontium, and whatever else they're spraying for their weather engineering operations. If they'd stop that, our skies would return back to normal.
Totally, I totally agree with you. And if you look at footage of the Wright brothers and their planes and stuff, you'll see that nobody else gave a shit. And you'll see a lot of old videos and photos that it looks like the sky's been smudged out. So if possibly back in our history, they were able to see the space during the day, they were able to see the whole package. But if you do something, or by spraying stuff, I think the process of making mirrors is actually quite relevant. So I was looking up yesterday, and they use a base coat primer of tin oxide or tin dioxide or something like that, and then there's silver, there's aluminium, and there's copper as a bonding. But if you were to make the skies a type of mirror, for example, then is it possible our skies are showing us other stars, some lights coming from the Earth and not from outer space? It's just more or less a reflection at an angle that doesn't look familiar if you look straight ahead. But but definitely in the skies, yeah, definitely, Dave. Our chloro.
I like what
benzene, all
you
the
said.
pollutants.
Sorry, it's probably me that just jumped you there. Sorry, man. I like what you said when you say that the sky could be a reflection of what we see down on Earth. It's something that I was also contemplating after doing some of the refraction and internal reflection little experiments. And a lot of the times it turned out that when I'm shining something, it was reflecting on the top of the water within the container that I was busy experimenting in. So definitely an interesting one as well. But yeah. I'm not too sure if you're familiar with an internal reflection when it comes to refraction. That when the light shines at the bottom, you actually see that reflection on the other side of the barrier between mediums.
Yeah, there's this thing in photography called chromatic aberration, yeah?
Isn't that when it's got those funky colors on the outsides of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one guy showed a picture, and it was the moon, and it had a blue ring around it. So he didn't tell me he thought it was chromatic aberration. I said to him, well, there's a huge quantity of argon surrounding